Pistol shots ring out in a barroom night. Enter Betty Valentine from the upper hall. She sees a bartender in a pool of blood. Cries out, my God, they've killed them all. Here comes the story of the hurricane. The man the authorities came to blame for something that he never done. Put in a prison cell, but one time he could have been the champion of the world.
You cannot accuse me of being anti-Semitic.
Three bodies lying there, does Betty see? And another man named Bello moving around mysteriously.
I didn't do what he said as he throws up his hands.
I was only robbing the register, I hope you understand. I saw him leave and he says, and he stops. One of us had better call up the cops. And so Patty calls the cops. And they arrive on the scene with their red lights flashing in a hot New Jersey night.
Never accuse me of being anti-Semitic.
Meanwhile, far away in another part of town, Reuben Carter and a couple of friends are driving around. The middleweight contender for the middleweight crown.
Had no idea what kind of shit was about to go down.
When a cop pulled him over to the side of the road, just like the time before and the time before that. In Patterson, that's just the way things go.
If you're black, you might as well not show up on the street unless you want to draw the heat. All right. Enough of my awful voice.
Alfred Bello had a partner and he had a rap for the cop.
Easily one of the best Dylan songs out there. Easily. Now that was in my mind not because Briahna Joy Gray reminds me of the hurricane. But because, again, shout out to Why Is It Dome TV. I just admire his interview style and everything like that. And if I ever find the courage to hit up Dr. Gerald Horne, you have to know, you have to understand that the conversation is going to be predominantly about his book, Bittersweet Science and combat sports. I'm going to try and pull him into like the mixed martial arts realm of things, and definitely talk about the hurricane. I got questions about not just his view on the case, but Dylan's song. There's some things in it, not just his use of the N-word, which is already controversial enough. Supposedly, from what I can recall, the song did have the blessings of the hurricane himself. So there's a whole lot going on there. And I've only seen one interview where he talks about that book. So I hope that it's a subject that he's not bored of or feels like it's treading water there, because who the fuck am I to talk to him? So I hope that it's something like different when I do finally, I don't know. I would need like 100 notes before I felt comfortable or began to even start thinking about being comfortable speaking to Dr. Horne. So again, shout out to Why Is It Dome TV, because every conversation he has with Dr. Horne is just gets better and better. So yeah, that was on my mind. I think I'm just getting bold, being able to hit up Renee and be like, put me in, coach, put me in. So tomorrow, Saturday, right around the corner, I'll be on with Saturdays with Renee, Dr. Ball, Jay from Millennials Are Killing Capitalism, and Lara from Psychic Militancy. I'm just really excited for that. Y'all better show up to that. Cause some ruckus in the comment section. Let's get busy with it. And I was thinking about doing something foolish, and I'm not, just out of respect for the space. But I was I was thinking about being on some nonsense, and I'm like, you know what? There's enough people misinterpreting what I'm saying and purposely lying about me that I don't need to add fuel to the fire. I can just chill out a little bit. Damn, I feel like I sank low. But yeah. But I got coffee. I got coffee today. Cold brew, some honey. Really excited, really happy. I think we've been doing pretty well with the time. I think we've been hitting about like around 3 hours. So look, if they didn't want me on to be annoying, they should have hit up Alex Avina, a real historian, a real Mexican historian. But they didn't. So you wanted the best. Well, they didn't fucking make it. So here from Los Angeles. All right. Keeping it easy. Do you mind dropping that? You do. I mean, thank you for the drops, by the way. I literally had to create another folder in my Stream Deck because I had just so many drops. Let's hear them out. Hopefully they work. I'm be fucking furious. I forgot to check. This might crash the stream. Let's find out. Let's find out. It's early on. It's fine. We could afford it. We could afford it. Put it on my tab. Keeping it easy. If you could drop that in the Discord, I'd really, really appreciate you. That sounds right up my alley. I was a huge Dylan fan. I can't be anti-Semitic. It's impossible. I was the only young brown boy in all of LA County running around with Dylan on his binder because we weren't allowed to have backpacks in my school. We weren't allowed to have backpacks in my school, so there you go. John Brown Soul, I'm taking the family away from the city tomorrow to avoid the BS, so I won't be able to make tomorrow's podcast. That said, I'll be there in spirit. No, you leave your computer on at home. Thoughts on Phil Oakes? So there's a great Instagram account that covers like dope, like radical old music. And I used to follow them when I had a private personal account. I don't have that anymore. And what had happened, I found Phil Oakes through them. And it made me realize that I should have been listening to Phil Oakes the entire time instead of Dylan. With that being said, I don't know, like when you're young and you latch on to a specific artist, a band, what have you. And mind, I was obsessed with Bob Dylan. Like obsessed. Like I was walking around with his biographies on him and just breaking down his music and stuff like that. And I wish that I would have focused on somebody a little bit more principled like Phil Oakes. However, Dylan's discography is so wide ranging that like for the longest, I mean, to this day, Blood on the Tracks is my favorite album of his. And songs from his bootleg series, like You Ain't Going Nowhere, I like a specific bootleg version of that. And I've run that song down to the fucking ground. So he just has so much to work with. And however you're feeling, there's a Dylan song for it. Everybody Must Get Stoned. I mean, back in my stoner days was perfect. The silliness of that song and the music is just perfect. Let me see if it works now, yo. If I mess with this, would the stream shut down is the question. I think the answer is yes to that, right? try it one more time. It's OBS. I don't know why. Y'all know how stubborn I am. I gotta do it, y'all. I gotta do it, chat. Okay, all right. I won't do it. I won't do it. But I want to. Just know that I want to. Espresso depresso. What are we saying? How's what's the vote? All right. They're so good. And again, everyone, shout out to Keeping It Easy for, doing that work. I appreciate you so much. Was the real mummy skull Phil Oaks posed with? By the way, I have no issue with human remains, especially in the case of Bone Museum. I like bone art with ethically sourced bodies. Okay, Dusty. Let the intrusive. Okay, all right. Just stay with me. Just stay with me, as I'm saying. Just hang around. It's gonna happen. We're doing this. No. We won't. Here's what we're gonna do. Maybe filters. No, options. No. Let's do it. Ah. Maybe now.
I think all
Yeah,
white
all
people
right,
should
didn't crash.
aspire to be cookout approved.
All right, new
white
drops.
person.
Here we go.
All due respect. No disrespect to my Palestinian brothers and sisters. But we're not talking about Palestinians.
Is that loud enough? I can fix the audio too for it. Let's try that one more time.
All due respect. No disrespect to my Palestinian brothers and sisters. But we're not talking about Palestinians.
I mean, the man said it himself. One more. Let's see where we're at with this one. I think this should be fine. Let's go.
And then like 20% is just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
Let's go 100.
And then like 20% is just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
Just 20%. Just 20%. Do we have one more? I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. My favorite one, though.
How do I reach these kids?
All right, let's get to it. Atumok. Damn, is FD still messing with him? Why wouldn't FD mess with other liberals? We're back, baby. No salt this time. Frozen as fuck. Don't hate me. There's a few gift like getting the perfect watermelon. I think I got it. Yeah, but 20% of full anti-Semitic power. It's over 9,000. There's another one where Usman, before winning the welterweight title, if I'm not mistaken with the timeline, he had a contenders match. And it was a boring match, and Usman had some of those. And I think he said that he was only going 70% after the fight, after winning. He's like, oh, I just went 70%. And people were like, why wouldn't you go 100? So it became a meme for a while in the MMA like Reddits and like community of like, nah, bro, I just gave it 70% after like you give a horrible fucking performance. It's funny because the way that white people control the narrative in this political space is very fucking powerful. Credit to them, tip of the hat. But like every time that me and Nefty have interacted, it's because we disagree, and he has a position to my right, a liberal position compared to mine. It's just the way that it is. I'm just an adult that's able to talk to people. I don't know. Usman is washed. I mean, yeah, but after being a pretty dominant champ, I remember being in the parking lot, Stream East, watching Usman versus Edwards 2 for the title, and I don't even know why I was watching. I'm just watching it, and Usman's dominating. And then that fucking headshot, that it's a 1-2, or was it a 3? No, it's a 3 because no, it was a 1-2, but from the left side. Because Edwards is southpaw. 1-2, boom, left high kick. Fuck, bro. I lost my fucking shit. I lost my fuck. Like I was in the parking lot yelling, like, oh my god, oh. Like mind you, the parking lot's this is when I work nights, so there's like fucking dead quiet. All right. Is trying to form community with liberals a lost cause? Yeah, I mean, yeah, let's be honest. I think it is. Because the issue here is like liberals, they usually know better. So like we're gonna watch a couple things with Briahna Joy Gray. Briahna Joy Gray should know better. She does know better about a lot of things, and she chooses to play this game where every once in a while she'll agitate the whites, just not the ones that are coming through to her channel. That's why when I say there's always going to be a cap on the growth of this channel, it's not just because I have a actual fucking job and I'm not doing like the trendy stuff that you need to do, but because I don't cater to white people. Countless people come on here and say, oh, you're just like Georgie. Why don't you guys get along? Well, because I don't fuck with white people, and I recognize an opportunist when I see one. So there'll be a cap. I can't do the thing that Briahna Joy Gray does, catering to whiteness like this. But we'll watch this. We'll watch a little bit of that as well. But first, in case y'all didn't know, now you know. Here we go.
Mexicano de raza, mi hermano, ¿qué es tu raza? Está bien, ¿cómo está mi hermano? ¿Pero qué es tu raza? México. Que le crean al Señor. Te vamos a leer algo de la Biblia. San Juan, capítulo 10, versículo 27. Mis ovejas oyen mi voz. ¿Qué dice la Biblia? Mis ovejas oyen mi voz. Eso es un mandamiento, quitándose la gorra. Es en 1 Corintios 11, eso es correcto, lo que él dice. Lee. Y yo las conozco.
Y'all better respect the fucking tribe, bro. Y'all better respect the tribe. We're not playing around over here, all right? I'm Catholic above all, but I know the secrets. I know the secrets of the Bible that the Pope is hiding from you, all right? Yes, in my younger stoner days, I was not a part of this, but a lot of the conversations that I was having with black men happen to always come up quite often about the 12 tribes. So I kind of had to learn a little bit about it, because I'm like, what the fuck are they talking about? 12 tribes? And mind you, originally I wanted to major in theology because I just found it so captivating, and but I didn't respect it enough. I didn't respect it enough, especially at that age. So I was like, oh, if I go down, Jesus Christ, the fuck did I eat? I'm like, if I go down this path, I'm just gonna be like very hateful fucking person towards these people, like believers. And so I'm like, let me not do that. Let me not do that. And I'm glad. But I was always kind of learning a little bit about religions here and there and shit like that. And so the 12 tribe stuff was like very fucking interesting. And I think there is a certain like, the fucked up snobby atheist part of me says pathetic. And then the more compassionate understanding, colonized part of me says like, these are desperate acts of wanting to belong and know your history that was taken from us. And while that doesn't excuse the often very prevalent misogyny within certain types of groups like this, like very pseudo science, I don't know, it's like pseudo everything. They're pseudo intellectuals. They use a lot of pseudo science. They do like, I don't even know if is pseudo religion even a thing. I don't know, like spiritualism bullshit. I don't know. Diallo, I'm sure, knows all about this, but like where they're taking from established religions and manipulating or cherry picking information within the Bible, the Torah, the fucking Quran, everything to make a new narrative, right? Like, I don't know what you call that, but what, blasphemy, heretics, neo spirituality? Okay. Pseudo religious equals cult, usually, yeah. And so I do think it's just desperate people wanting to root their history and their spiritual journey in something outside of what colonial religions offer, but still unable to escape, that quagmire of Abrahamic religions. I do think that if you're brown, there is no reason for us to follow any of the Abrahamic religions. Like, I think that should be the easiest fucking thing. We have no connections to them at all. Like, just completely reject Christianity, Judaism, and Islam. It has nothing to do with us. There's literally no connection. It was literally imported. There's no gray area about this. There's no gray area about any of the religions. So, about the Abrahamic religions, I just think that's fucking ridiculous. There's no reason why, if you're brown, you should be following or even humoring any of those. I'm not saying pray to the old gods. I'm not saying read a fucking codex or anything like that, but what is there? What historical connection outside of colonization is there with us and Abrahamic religions? For black people, for Africans, it gets tricky in there. Things get muddied in there. The Abrahamic religions were not, y'all weren't here. I don't know what to tell you. Y'all weren't here. That's fine. Ethiopia, that's cool. What does that have to do with us over here? No, we're just getting started. We're just having a good time right now. You know what I did fuck up about freezing these? Is I forget if you don't eat them quickly, they start getting soggy. So I did fuck up. Amateur, bro.
How do I reach these kids?
All right, let's get to it. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. Because of this, we are reading this, by the way. Are we? I forgot to check how long this is. Oh. I actually don't have time for this. God damn it. Fuck it. Fuck it. We're doing this. Only because this is Osvaldo Zavala, who wrote Cartels Don't Exist. You got a job who this thing takes. Nah, I think we got this. I think we got this. I think we got this. I just can't. I'm not comfortable with having streams where all we do is watch other people's content. Because you could say the same thing about like, well, all you're doing is reading somebody else's content. And I'm like, sure, but like, at least we're engaging with the written word, and at least it's forcing us to lock in and connect these dots that they're providing for us. Am I wrong? I don't know. You can finish it in 2 hours? Wow. Wow. Ye of little faith. I think you're right. And I do kind of have a hard out at 7. So 2 hours. But it's Osvaldo, guys. It's Osvaldo. All right, let's see how much we get through this. Operation Kill Everybody. Oh, hold on. Now I got to do this. This is why we can't get through shit. That's what it reminds me of.
I'm the king here. I will stay a long time. I'm gonna come for everybody. I kill everybody. You believe me now? Everybody. I come in for everybody. Kill everybody. I'm the champ. I'm the king here. Ah!
Well, not quite. Really sad performance, but there we go. Tangent number 1, Vic. Whoa. We're keeping count now? Wow. Okay, you know, this is the type of shit I expect from Yipper. Wow. Ugh, I'm offended. Wow. All right. Okay. All right. I see how it is now. No. It's cool. It's fine. Look, this is what I get for not wanting a cult. All right. For Vic, Operation Kill Everybody. The war on drugs is a politics of extermination. Scrolling. On March 7th, as the United All right, let's lock in. Now we're at wow. I will not be bullied and harassed. All right. I'll talk to all of you if you bully me back. Operation Kill Everybody by Osvaldo Zavala. The war on drugs is a politics of extermination. On March 7th, as the United States and Israel continued perpetrating war crimes by bombing civilians and non-military infrastructure in Iran's capital of Tehran, President Donald Trump convened 12 Latin American leaders to create a counter-cartel coalition to extend the war on drugs across the hemisphere. Who was the author that we read? That was a piece about this. What is it? The Spear of the Americas. Somebody remind me of that. It wasn't because I remember I kept calling them Prince Shakur, but that was another like YouTube. That was a YouTuber, so I'm off. All right. The group, called the Shield of the Americas, included some of the most notorious human rights abusers, corrupt politicians, fascist demagogues, and even some accused in their own countries of ties to organized crime. This is Ecuador's a big one in there right now with Noboa. Argentina's Javier Milei has been implicated in crypto scam. El Salvador Nayib Bukele runs an infamous mega prison where the human rights of poor Salvadorians and undocumented migrants from other countries are routinely violated. While last year's Ecuador's Daniel Noboa made the outlandish claim that Hamas, Hezbollah, and the Iranian military are working with traffickers in his country. Significantly, Mexico's Claudia Sheinbaum, Colombia's Gustavo Petro, and Brazil's Luis Ignacio Lula da Silva, who represent together more than 60% Latin America's population, were not invited to join what Hillary Goodfriend called an emboldened reactionary bloc. As we now know from Trump's partnership with Israel to rain down death and destruction on Iran, the administration has been steadily increasing its lethality. In those early months of hostilities that led to an unprovoked U.S. invasion of Venezuela and the kidnapping of President Nicolás Maduro on January 3rd, the world watched as Trump and his defense secretary, Pete Hegseth, gloried in the unjustifiable bombing of fishing boats in the Caribbean and the Pacific coast. The killing served as a warm-up to validate his ultimate objection of regime change in Venezuela. Yes, my apologies. The killing served as a warm-up to validate his ultimate objective of regime change in Venezuela. Two people with direct knowledge of the boat strike operation that began on September 2nd, 2025, told the Washington Post that the instructions given that day was to Two people with direct knowledge of the boat strike operation that began on September 2nd, 2025, told the Washington Post that the instructions given that day was stark. The order was to kill everybody. A raw truth emerges from this extreme show of force. The war on drugs is an overt politics of extermination. It is also a politics of deception, subversion, theft, but above all, of killing. Venezuela is the latest target. President Maduro was accused of leading a non-existent drug cartel, while Trump pardoned former Honduras President Juan Orlando Hernandez, convicted of state-sponsored drug trafficking. And as the same Chavista leadership in Venezuela remained intact, the Trump openly revealed the main imperial objective of the invasion, seizing control of the country's oil. I said the Trump. Whatever. All this is laying the groundwork for what I'm assuming is a greater point. A lot of background information, a lot of laying out the land. The United States had moved to yet another war choice in Iran, but the killing of largely anonymous Latin Americans in the Caribbean and the Pacific coast continues. At the time of this writing, the total number of victims is 205 across at least 62 attacks. The New York Times reported on April 28th that the military has ramped up attacks against boats in the Caribbean Sea and Eastern Pacific Ocean this month, flying more attack aircrafts than ever before in its campaign to kill people the Trump administration accuses of smuggling drugs at sea. And make no mistake, this is a parallels between what Palestinians go through when they're out fishing to what people in the Caribbean are now experiencing due to the attacks of the United States. I'm not comparing a genocide, to these attacks, but historically, no matter what degree of extermination the Zionist project was conducting on Palestinians in Gaza, there was always a threat of being murdered, from the sky simply for fishing. These settler colonial projects, enact the same type of violence. To add no more note of buffoonery in Trump's Latin American policy, the president named Kristi Noem, recently fired as the Secretary of Homeland Security, as a special envoy to the Shield of Americas. As the chosen heads of state signed a joint security declaration, Trump described it as a commitment to use lethal military force to destroy the sinister cartel and terrorist networks. I mean, to appoint Kristi Noem after she was parading around with ICE, destroying families, kidnapping people. I mean, when she got removed from her position, I said, I'm like, no, I think it's going to be a lateral move, because after all that surgery, she's too much of the type of woman that Donald Trump wants around. And she's proven to be soulless and to lack any humanity. So that's perfect. It's a perfect combination for Donald Trump and his administration. Kristi Noem is the perfect embodiment of a soccer mom. Understand, Kristi Noem is not a unique individual. Kristi Noem is the average white soccer mom. And that's what we should be terrified about. Not Kristi Noem herself, but what she represents about white women in America. She embodies that. Even when she's not in her own body. And referring to his Latin American counterparts, Trump said, "You have to just tell us where they are." The Associated Press reported that Venezuela cooperated with the U.S. military in an airstrike last week that Trump and Hexet claim killed a leader at a supposed Tren de Aragua compound in rural Venezuela. Trump and his gang of self-imposed narco hunters seem to follow here the logic expressed by one of the vigilantes unleashed in death squads during the President Rodrigo Duterte's own infamous war on drugs in the Philippines. Some people need killing. Fuck. Trump and his gang of self-appointed narco hunters seem to follow here the logic expressed by one of the vigilantes unleashed in death squads during the President Rodrigo Duterte's own infamous war on drugs in the Philippines. Some people need killing. So yeah, that was the intro, right? I mean, it's a heavy-ass fucking intro. Nah, she's below the average suburban white soccer mom in America. Like, what are you talking about though? Specifically what? I feel that every suburban white woman soccer mom and all that will pull the trigger on brown and black people. I think they will separate families without hesitation. So I'm not sure what you mean by that. Even as the focus has shifted in March to the Middle East, the Trump administration was hard at work planning military escalations in Latin America. It got little coverage in the mainstream press, but The Intercept reported a Pentagon official testified before the U.S. House Armed Services Committee on March 17, and the U.S. forces were joining with the military in Ecuador to bomb cartel targets. Along the border with Colombia, they named the campaign Operation Total Extermination. They don't even try hiding this shit. And that's why switching from the Department of Defense to the Department of War is like, it shouldn't be fought against, and it shouldn't, like, the fact that liberals are like, no, we got to change it back. That's what the liberals there to do, right? To change the veneer of the empire, to make it more palatable, to make it more consumable, to make it more digestible, to normalize and make you accept the acts that they're doing as, if not righteous, necessary and less evil. I remember during the invasion of Iraq, the original name was going to be what was it, like Operation Iraq Liberation, right? That's what it was. Iraqi, maybe? No. Is it real? Or was this just like a meme? Is this true? The 2003 invasion of Iraq was initially called Operation Iraqi Liberation, but was quickly changed to Operation Iraqi Freedom due to the acronym spelling out oil. Bush Press Secretary Ari Fleischer talked about Operation Iraqi Liberation in a 2003 press briefing, and Operation Iraqi Liberation was also used by David Rovics as a popular folk protest singer. Okay, but that's not what I care about. Hold on. 341. Anywho, I'm getting distracted. I'm sorry. Okay. Where are we? Yes. Okay. Government sanctioned extrajudicial murders have been part of U.S. military operations across the planet for several decades. The choice of words could not be more revealing. From the Middle East to Latin America, transnational military use of force has consistently been deployed against impoverished people in developing countries and sold as a war against narcos. Terrorists, the artificial hybrid, narco-terrorists, in their first joint operation with the United States in March, for example, Ecuador's Novoa authorized bombing of an alleged narco-terrorist camp that turned out to be a cattle and dairy farm. It's unfortunate that a lot of this is like so performative and it's a circus and a show, because the actual murders and assassination, exterminations of the people on the ground, both, working class, poor mestizos, and the indigenous people that are there, like on their land, is very much real. But the pretext to their destruction and death is where the, fugazi, the work occurs. The New York Times reported on May 28th that the government of Guatemala, following Ecuador, has agreed to conduct joint strikes with the U.S. military targeting drug trafficking organizations inside its borders. Guatemalan President Fernando Arevalo. Well, I said that wrong either way. Bernardo. Sorry. Denied signing any deal beyond the typical anti-drug collaboration between both countries. According to two sources who are familiar with the talks, the Trump administration is using these agreements to pressure Mexico into also accepting similar incursions in its own territory. The problem is that right now, Sheinbaum and Morena are not a revolutionary party, but they're a very, I would say, a toothless nationalist party. Their bark is loud, but their bite isn't quite there. The fact that they haven't given oil to Cuba, the fact that they haven't stopped being the southern guard dog for their southern border for the United States, things like that. All right. No, I wouldn't. No. Government sanctioned extrajudicial murders have been part of U.S. military operations across the planet for several decades, but they have come to proximity in the hemisphere through media coverage, lawsuits, and even congressional testimony challenging implausible, unverified, and contradictory narratives criminalizing the victims. They're brown, they're black, they're not Americans, they're foreigners. What more evidence do you need that they were criminals, that they were cartels, that they were narco terrorists? I don't understand why people are questioning this or pushing back on it. You have to have faith and trust in your government to do the right thing and to protect you and keep you safe. God damn it, it's 4th of July tomorrow. Can we have some patriotism? Can we have some allegiance to empire? Can we please bend the knee to white supremacy, white Christian nationalism? It has brought us civilization. Western man, continue leading the way, please. Is it so difficult for y'all? It's so hard for you to be appreciative. The most devastating such campaign in Latin America has taken place in Mexico. After the so-called war on drugs began in multiple regions, the country has experienced a record killing of more than 460,000 people, while more than 134,000 others have disappeared, of which a disproportionate number have been poor, young, brown, uneducated men living in the outskirts of major cities. Do you see why, like, I'm honestly unwilling to smear or talk shit or paint in a negative light the principled individuals involved with the black male studies? Because of shit like this. I'm not gonna lie to you. As I'm reading this sentence, I assumed that it was gonna be women. There's gonna be disproportionate number of women. And the question is, I'm not over here being like, oh, well, what about Miss Andrew? It's like, no. What are the realities? What are the fucking numbers? And who's being targeted? Does this mean that these men that were disappeared weren't machistas, that they weren't abusive? I'm sure, maybe, who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck right now? So when there's moments like this where I have to stop, I'm like, oh shit, I wasn't actually expecting it to be men. It is necessary to analyze why that is. Not only why are men being targeted disproportionately and disappeared, but why it is that I immediately made the assumption that it was women. And being from the belly of the beast, and being, initially in kind of baby leftist liberal spaces before becoming more radical, you are kind of pulled into accepting the narratives of white feminism and disregarding the targeting, suffering, and violence that black men and brown men experience, indigenous men experience. And I don't think that's fair to us as we combat white supremacy to take a white feminist approach to the realities of their fucking torment and torture upon us. So I don't know, when I have moments like that, I always try to be honest. I told y'all, like when Crystal Ball was over here, simping for Grand Platinum, I was like, I'm glad I didn't watch it live on stream because some fucking shit would have came out. Some misogynist shit would have came out, because it did when I was watching it privately. I'll be honest about that. I'm still working on these things, but I don't have joy in those reactions, even when it's white women. I'm still working on those things. And I don't claim to be perfect. I don't claim to be above it all. And so when moments like this arise where I immediately assume that it was going to be brown women, I'm like, okay, what is it saying about me and the way that I'm analyzing and internalizing our reality? The most devastating such, okay, let's skip that. After the so-called war on drugs began in multiple regions, the country has experienced a record killing of more than 460,000 people, while more than 134,000 others have disappeared, of which a disproportionate number have been poor, young, brown, and uneducated men living in the outskirts of major cities. The violence has been conventionally attributed to rival drug cartels fighting over turf or against state forces deployed since 2006. The narrative alone, with 2 decades of media coverage and proliferation of film and TV dramatizations, has promoted a dominant understanding of these crimes, blaming the narcos while simultaneously exculpating. I have to find out. Sorry. Exculpate. Show or declare that someone is not guilty of wrongdoing. I don't know how to say it.
Exculpating.
All right, as it is. Exculpating the armed forces, the police, and obscuring the lethality of the U.S. imposed drug war. The politics of extermination remain largely outside public debate. However, because either the connection between the lethal policies and the killing is distorted, or because the victims are stripped of their humanity by a successful propaganda effort in mainstream media and countless cultural products. I think that's why his book was so important. What is it? Drug cartels don't exist. While I think a good amount of us were disappointed with what the book was actually about, once you kind of abandon your expectations and embrace the media analysis that it actually provides, amongst other things, I think is really beneficial. I was never really enamored with narco culture because, again, first generation, but to really, really young individuals, I was not indoctrinated with like Chalino, right? Everybody, of course, knows and loves like Chente, but I wasn't really in tune with rancheras y narco corridos to that same regard as some of my classmates, some of my friends, and some of my other relatives. And kind of learning about it after the fact, especially somebody that grew up listening to rock and roll, rock en español, like it took me a while to get comfortable with the genres, but I liked them all. I like learning about the whole, history of polka, if I'm saying that right, involved in this. And so, because for me, like, I love the sound of a harmonica. La acordeon makes a similar sound, and it's just more dynamic, and I really enjoy that as well. So while I do have a love and appreciation for these genres, I'm able to be hypercritical of them because I don't have that, young immersion and nostalgia for them. Especially as like the current like development of what's the word I'm looking for? Like, oh shoot, I totally forgot about it because I was looking into this a while back, but like the influence of like trap music and into the narco scene. I'm blanking out on the names here. But that being said, because I'll be honest with you, I love the current sounds right now because they re-embrace like a very acoustic, raw sound when it comes to the guitar. That was just right up my fucking alley. Yeah, there's another like a subgenre, modern subgenre of narco corridos, but I forget what they're called. Keeping it easy, your honesty of such things is refreshing in these spaces, even if the excuse is they're white women, so it's fine. I imagine that can lead to it spilling into use against non-white women as well. I mean, that's my main thing. Like, it's not coming from a place of viewing white women as vulnerable individuals, I always view them as complicit with white men's genocidal actions. But, you know, brown and black women have called me out for saying, hey, like, that's a slippery slope. And you're allowing your sexism, your machismo, to be expressed when you are talking about these white women. And so I do try my best to check myself over it. I'm honest. I try to be honest. I don't give a fuck about them. But it's something I got to work on in order for it not to spill over. Está difícil. It's difficult, especially when like you've experienced racism by white women. You know what I mean? So it's like when you realize the realities that white women are the ones cultivating racism in their children. Corridos tumbados. Yeah, I guess. But what's this big? I don't really listen to his music like that. The most famous artist right now, Mexican artist in the scene, Güerito. He had that mullet for a while. That's how you know I'm old. Help me out, chat. Super famous. Most famous one. Peso Pluma, cuh. Yeah. What do you call his genre? Luis Miguel. Ya vete a dormir, viejo. Ya estuvo, cabrón. You're in the wrong fucking decade. Ya, cabrón. It's time for your fucking siesta, güey. No seas culero, güey. Luis Miguel. Yeah, Juan Gabriel, cabrón. Yeah. Your fucking greatest hits are about to come out. Oh, you know, little known artist, Luis Miguel. But what subgenre is Peso Pluma technically in? Let me look it up. There has to be a name for it. You can't just call it. It's literally not even. Dude, you throw on Peso. Okay, I could be wrong here. But if you throw on Peso Pluma to some old heads, to some pinche viejitos, they're gonna tell you to take that shit off. I don't know. They're gonna tell you to take that shit off. Maybe some of them can grow into it. Okay, somebody was right earlier. Corridos tumbados. Okay, my bad. Because I was thinking about like. Okay, yes. Who was right earlier? And I owe them an apology. I saw that losing it. Duism? 3 Duism? Corridos tumbados. Thank you. You're right. You're 100% correct. I grew up with a lot of narco culture and narco corridos. See, I didn't see that. I should have just, if I would have seen that earlier, I would have just been like, okay, you're right. You know what's up. My apologies. I would highlight your comment if I wasn't highlighting the link to this. Appreciate it. Everyone, call the cops on it. No, imagine. He's clearly a narco terrorist. Get him. If this man moves into your neighborhood. Oh, Eduardo. Okay. Eduardo. Yeah. Oh, there's a great, and I mentioned this movie before. It's like a little fucking indie film. And I only saw it because the Olsen kid was in it. And he was playing this fabulous gay character, as well as one of the best friends from the Drew Carey show. I forget what the name of the movie is. Oh, but I'm pretty sure it's Skylar from Breaking Bad comes out as a mom in that as well. And, you know, the girl has a crush on the neighbor kid who's from El Salvador, I want to say. And the mom is like super old school racist and shit like that. And the daughter realizes that the kids or the family's moving out. And then the mom goes, yep, too many fiestas. Too many fiestas. So ever since I watched that shit, like just randomly I'll be like, when I'm broke, which is all the time, I just be like, too many fiestas. Too many fiestas. I love shit like that. That's where when people like accuse me of being like woke or woke scold, like in a negative way, or like too hypersensitive and I can't take a joke. It's fucking funny, bro. Because it's like brown people, Mexicans specifically, are the last people you can tell that we can't take a joke. We definitely can, and we could dish it out. It's just you're fucking white, bro. I ain't trying to joke with you like that. All right. Where are we at? Okay. Even the very concept of war serves to mask the politics of extermination. It might seem that Trump's executive order to rename the Department of Defense as the Department of War betrayed rare transparency by making a war a central agenda of Trump's presidency, promoting both ethnic cleansing and genocide in Gaza, along with the extrajudicial killing of Venezuelan narco terrorists. The language dulls the violence, drains it of meaning, and makes it palatable to the public. Defense was the ultimate euphemism that gave America's wars a moral gloss, argued Indigo Oliver in the article of the New Republic. That's great right there. Calling it a gloss, moral gloss. I said veneer. He says gloss. He's the writer, not not I. I don't know, not me. But yeah. I mean, that's what it is. That's why liberals are so angry and upset and uncomfortable with it, because it's ruining their fucking dream, their illusion, their fantasies. It's forcing them to confront reality. And you see countless of these fucking liberals, especially those in the DSA, that will speak out against the Zionist project, but not only refuse to call for decolonization there, but also, while they'll do land acknowledgement here, refuse to advocate for decolonization here as well. But Trump's regressive label is far from honest. It has produced a subtle effect of concealment of the violent US military interventionism around the globe. Let us think of the war as yet another euphemism that hides the crude act of killing. And that's why we should always call people out when they call it, you know, the Israel-Hamas war. It's so annoying and it's obnoxious, but the war of, you know, words and language is really where it all starts, because the moment you let them get away with the words that they're using strategically, you're accepting their narrative and you're internalizing that, and just it's creating a world that you have to operate around and maneuver around that benefits them. You're giving them the home field advantage. Don't give these fucking white people, these compradors, the home field advantage. We're already at a disadvantage because we're so unorganized and unprepared. Don't give them an inch. And again, shout out to Lara, because I've heard her talk about this. I mean, psychic militancy is a perfect fucking name. It doesn't get better than that. It doesn't get more accurate to what she does and what she exposes. War implies two sides, two armies of comparable power, fighting within some conventional framework coded in international law. The war on drugs does not have a hostile army firing back from behind enemy lines. It is true that traffickers regularly attack each other and have even killed soldiers and federal agents during raids. But to describe those incidents as a war that accounts for nearly 500,000 civilians dead, overstates gang violence and ignores the military occupation that vastly outnumbers criminal groups. In Mexico, state violence prevails over a territory, producing systematic casualties among mostly precarious people unable to defend themselves. That would be too personal. My bad. Okay. I was thinking about whether I should share that story, but that'd be too personal. My bad, yo. I know I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm not going to tell you, but it's like, I'm not trying to gain any sympathy here. All I will say is that you'd be surprised how in Mexico, even being in the periphery of quote unquote gang violence, can result in severe consequences to your health and well being. I'll put it like that. The pattern is similar in the bombing of fishing boats in the Caribbean. In the rapid vortex of transnational violence and illegality of these past months, there was a recurring question: how to understand and name the acts of the killing? Are these war crimes? As the host of Democracy Now!, Amy Goodman, to human rights lawyer and war crimes prosecutor Reed Brody. Well, if this was a war, they would be war crimes. But because it's not a war, it's a murder. And this is an aspect of it. I think this is definitely an aspect of accepting their fucking narrative. Every murder by the fucking state should be considered a war crime if we acknowledge and realize that we're at war with them, that they're in and have been and will always will be in a war with us and our existence and our happiness, our well-being, our health, our fucking children. Trump himself has lapsed into the language of international mobster justifying hits. The president told reporters he did not need a declaration of war with Venezuela because the immediate objectives of his vision of the drug war were simple. I think we're going to just kill people that are bringing drugs into our country. Okay, we're going to kill them. They're doing, they're going to be like dead. I don't even mind butchering one of his fucking sentences because I just can't get my mind right. And I'm like, I wonder if you do the voice, it helps. But I'm not in the fucking mood for that. Is this the right edit?
It's the Vietnam War Memorial.
Hey, check out that.
No, I wanted the actual, like, the one where you see a collage of the Vietnamese military. How would you even find that? You know what I'm talking about? Damn it. Where he says this scoreboard. Hold on. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa.
It's the Vietnam War Memorial.
Hey, check out that.
Scoreboard! Scoreboard! Oh, what happened to your friend?
I kill him. He cry like a bitch. Vietnam, undefeated.
But there's one where after that you see like the tanks roll through. You know what I mean? uh, I'm telling y'all, bro. I did Vietnam edit. I don't know. See, it's not. The state doesn't want us to pull it up, y'all. Oh well, bummer. I do love it though. Whenever it pops up, I gotta hit that like. It's so iconic. I mean, that's how I hear it in my head. It's so fucking good. Look, the goal right now is to perfect my Jewish accent, and then we'll move up. All right, then we'll start expanding. If Michael Brooks, the Great White Savior Saint, can pull off these accents, why can't I? I do love. I'll be honest with you. I love the edits too. You're gonna hate me for this, but I'll say it. Of like neo-Nazis versus Mexicans, like who's more racist? And it's like, bro, like y'all don't understand how bad it is. Like, fuck, bro. Like, it's rough. It's rough out there. It's I got you. Yeah, it's yikes for sure. There was one where it's like this regular looking young bean kid versus like a femboy Nazi. Keeping it easy. Let me check the Discord then. Versus a femboy Nazi, and just the most obscene shit coming out of like some like 15-year-old kids. You know, little brown Mexican kid. It's just fuck, bro. If you haven't seen it, like, your algorithm's a whole lot better than mine. Oh, I hate that. What the fuck? Oh, there it is.
Scoreboard! Scoreboard! Oh, what happened to your friend? Hey, I know that guy. I kill him. He cry like a bitch. Vietnam, undefeated.
My only complaint, too short. Make that shit into a fucking Ken Burns documentary level length. Somebody wrote a piece, and I forgot to pull it up. It wasn't the Tricontinental, it was somebody else. Maybe like foreign policy or some shit like that. Wrote a piece that the defeat in Iran is going to be more significant than the defeat in Vietnam. That's something I want to read. That's one that I want to read on my own first before seeing if we should cover it here. Believe it or not, I do read somewhat outside of these streams. Okay. The pattern is similar in the bombing of fishing boats in the Caribbean. Oh, we read that. Yes, sorry. Anti-drug policy in Mexico became an official politics of extermination in 2006, when President Felipe Calderón, with the political cover and the financial assistance of the United States, ordered the deployment of thousands of military troops and federal agents to alleged hotbeds of drug cartels. A few months before Calderón took office on June 15, Tony Garza, then U.S. Ambassador of Mexico, wrote a candid diplomatic cable to Washington. We want Mexico to take the gloves off in battling the cartels. Garza pushed for the Department of Homeland Security and the Department of Justice to work with Mexican counterparts in the incoming Calderón administration. In November of that year, Calderón, with President George W. Bush in the White House, met. Wow. In November of that year, Calderón met with President George W. Bush in the White House. It is reported that Calderón's team received briefings from John Negroponte's Office of National Intelligence and Condoleezza Rice State Department on security risks posed by organized crime in Mexico. Okay. Okay. All right. Tony Garza. He was born in Texas, Brownsville, grandson of Mexican immigrants who moved to the United States. Why am I happy, chat? He may not have been in the... Was he in the Hispanic caucus? Hold on. I don't know. We had to find some rules here. Tony Garza has never been a member of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus or the Congressional Hispanic Conference. Okay, as these bodies strictly are for sitting voting members of the United States Congress, that makes sense. Okay. That makes total sense. We're gonna have to lay down some ground rules. I'm always working in the background on my debate with Dr. Ball. We're gonna have to lay down some ground rules because I do think that if you are, like to this level involved with the death and destruction of, your parents' fucking country, you should be able to be drafted into like the Comprador, top 10 Comprador fucking sellouts. Convinced by the U.S. hardliners, President Calderón ordered the deployment of 4,200 Army soldiers, 1,000 Marines, and 1,400 police in Operation Michoacán. Just days after beginning his presidency in December 2006, it was the first of the 14 military operations across the country. What is the equivalent of blank for Chicanos? Nice try. Vendido. That's all it is, vendido. There's another one, but we're not using that one. That's super sexist and anti-indigenous. Don't type it if you know what it is. Relax. Wait, who lives in Denver? Oh, wow. Yeah, that's... Is it bad that when I hear how Oh, what's his name? He was a Department of Defense. I'm seeing his head, square head, rectangle. It's obviously not Dick Cheney. It's Rumsfeld. Rumsfeld. When it's like, when I heard how awful Rumsfeld treated Condoleezza Rice, I did laugh, y'all. I'm sorry, I did laugh. I did laugh. I'm sorry. Call it what it is. Call it what it's not. I don't want these fucking sellouts to feel comfortable. I don't. I want them to always be reminded that they'll never be part of the team. That they sold us out for something they can never achieve. I mean, does he not look like fucking... Look at this shit. It's just a square. Fucking demonic, bro. Look at this. Might be one of the most evil photos ever taken. Look, I gotta find out. Got wrong again. All right. Perfect time for this.
And then like 20% is just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
Sometimes curiosity gets the better of me. That's what I'm saying. Stop. They're no different. There's no difference between... There's no difference. You're fucking Europeans or white. If you were to tell me Dick Cheney was Jewish, I'd fucking believe you. I'd be like, all right, yeah, okay, fine, checks out. You know, some people say that the characterization of the Penguin, the Batman villain, is anti-Semitic. I don't know. It looks like Dick Cheney to me. Is Vic still doing that? Oh my... No, Vic isn't. Oh my gosh. This is a fucking hate crime. And I will not stand for such treatment, Vic. Take a shot, Vic, every time. How about that? Need a haircut. Cobblepot is a Jewish name. I do like the fact that they changed it for the new Batman universe for Matt Reeves. Because he should be an Italian. I can't go bald, bro. Go pelon. I look like a straight fucking essay, bro. I look like a straight fucking cholo. It's just not worth the hassle. All right. On March 13, 2007, Calderon and Bush announced the Miranda Initiative, which turned into a roughly $3 billion package to enhance anti-drug policy in Mexico, with Calderon's specific request for the instrument used by Jack Bauer, the fictional counter-terrorist agent played by Keith Sutherland, who normalized kidnapping, torture, and extrajudicial killing in the popular TV series 24. As with the average consumer of television, Mexico's president was influenced by U.S. fantasies of imminent terrorist threats in the Western Hemisphere. 24 might be the most demonic show ever to be on television. Fortunately, I was too young to really get into it. Although I could be wrong, because I remember being crazy into Prison Break. I remember that I could not miss that show. So they were both on at the same time. I guess 24 was just not my thing. Because if it was, brothers and sisters, let me tell you right now, and I do mean brothers and sisters only. Can I get an amen? Can I get an amen to that? It's Adam and Eve. I would probably be a little, I don't know how effective that show would have been on my brain. It was just not my thing. It was just not my thing. I don't know if you're gonna give me a fucking somebody like that. I think that's too close to Bruce Willis' character in. It's not Lethal Weapon. It's the other one that I never got into either. It was too close to that. It was never my thing, but I really did enjoy Jason Bourne and the Mission Impossible series. Both of those were like right up my alley. Friends, John Brown Soul. I despise Friends with a passion. I even bought the shitty direct-to-DVD movie. Wow. Jesse Ventura? Yeah, just bomb them all. The Merida initiative shares many similarities with Plan Colombia, the counter-narcotics program established in 2000 that, according to Congress, provided more than $10 billion in assistance until 2018. As a model for the Americas, writes journalist Steve Cohen, its relevance cannot be overstated. Plan Colombia functioned like an ideological laboratory for forever war in the 21st century, with Cold War counterinsurgency giving way to counter-narcotics, giving way to counter-terror. Wage against an ostensibly narco-terrorist Marxist insurgency that renders such distinctions irrelevant. Wow. Wow. I mean, that is such an eloquent say of, sorry, clearly not me. That is such an eloquent way of saying these are just names and labels that they're giving a fucking ghost. A ghost, a creature of their own creation that they themselves put on the suit to carry out. Do me a favor, y'all. If you're having a good time, go ahead and hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. If you want to help support the channel, super chat, super stickers, and all that gifted stuff is turned on. Membership as well. If you want to check out the Discord, access that through the Patreon. $2 gets you there. If you want to skip on the nonsense, check out the Cash App. Anything and everything helps. I appreciate y'all. We should be wrapping this up in like the next 15 minutes, regardless of where we get to. Yeah, nah, fuck. I'm sorry, y'all. According to the National Truth Commission, during Plan Colombia, at least 6,400 civilians were murdered by security forces and nearly 4 million people were internally displaced. The year with the most homicides during the plan was 2002, 2 years into the militarization, with a total of 31,807 across the country. Taking the Colombian president to a new level, an anti-drug intervention in Mexico interrupted a significant decline in homicides. A study from Mexico's National Autonomous University showed that from 2000 to 2007, the national murder rate fell from 11 to 8 deaths per 100,000 inhabitants, based on data from the National Institute of Statistics and Geography. That study demonstrated the same downward trend using data from the National Public Security System, with records from state prosecutors' office across the country. Between 2000 and 2007, homicide declined from 14 to 9 murders per 100,000 inhabitants. The same study also noted that although the figures from 2000 was worse than that of the United States, 5.6, Mexico's homicide rate was far lower than in Colombia, 39, Venezuela, 48, and Russia, 18, where organized crime is also a major concern. In 2023, the Government Accountability Office concluded that Mexico's security situation has worsened significantly, with the country's murder rate more than tripling since 2007. I mean, I have conspiracy theories, I'm not gonna lie to you. It was Die Hard, you're right. I think we'll stop here in the second break. Force y'all to read this on your own. After 2 decades of the war on drugs, the violence has not subsided. The government of the leftist Andrés Manuel López Obrador, which ran from 2018 through 2024, who promised to de-escalate the militarization, ended with 199,952 homicides. The most violent government in Mexico's recent history, with a rate of 25.6 murders per 100,000 inhabitants in 2024. Over his 6-year term, the number of killings was 66% higher than under Felipe Calderón's government, that ran from 2006 to 2012, with 120,463 homicides and 28.1% higher than during Enrique Peña's Nieto's presidency, that ran from 2012 through 2018, with 156,066 homicides. Yeah, I'm still working through the watermelon. Still delicious. This is something that I'm definitely going to have to dig in more into. Because so the conspiracy theory that I was going to talk about earlier was that I definitely feel that whenever you have left or nationalist presidency, you see that kind of the dogs get unleashed to cause more chaos. But then the counter argument to that is, if you do look at somebody like Noboa in Ecuador, Ecuador was one of the safest countries in the region and now is one of the most dangerous under this fucking American puppet. I mean, this is one of the reasons why I would love to talk to Osvaldo. The López Obrador government admitted in 2021 that the country was occupied by 233,377 active duty troops in the National Guard agents. Current deployment numbers are unclear, but troops were strategically placed during the López Obrador administration in the northern and southern borders, all maritime and territorial custom checkpoints, the New Mexico City airport, and the entire region of states with the highest homicide rates, such as Jalisco, Sinaloa, Guanajuato, Guerrero, and Michoacán. This is the direct result of decades of pressure from Washington to continue Mexico's militarization to the same disastrous and tragic result. On February 22nd, the Mexican Armed Forces, pushed by CIA intelligence, raided and killed alleged head of the Jalisco New Generation cartel. During the gunfight, 6 other suspect traffickers died. In the next 2 days, in separate incidents in other regions of the country, 25 National Guard troops, at least 30 suspected gang members, and 1 civilian were also killed. Military operation capturing drug lords such as Joaquin El Chapo Guzman without firing a single shot were clearly outliers. In 2016, during El Chapo's final capture, Mexican Marine Special Forces killed 5 of his associates. And yet, President Trump claims that the cartels are running Mexico. And despite the extraordinary bloodshed after the war on drugs, he is threatening a direct U.S. intervention where we are going to start now hitting land with regard to the cartels, he said. Mexican President Claudia Sheinbaum has publicly rejected repeated offers made by Trump to carry on direct U.S. military strike in Mexico. More recently, Sheinbaum denounced interventionism from the U.S. extreme right, with the recent indictments accusing Mexican officials of links to drug trafficking organizations. Again, it wouldn't be outside the realm of possibility, but I do put on my conspiracy fucking tinfoil hat and saying, well, this is pretty fucking convenient as the U.S. is desperate to put boots on the ground. In the middle of the open by national tension, a CNN reporter claimed on May 12 that the CIA was directly involved in a March car bombing that killed a suspected trafficker in the outskirts of Mexico City, and that CIA operatives inside of Mexico have directly participated in deadly attacks on several, mostly mid-level cartel members. Again, for better or for worse, Sicario is one of my preferred movies because this shows the fact that you think the CIA gives a fuck about anything than their agenda. I did want to read this. I don't know if we ever ended up reading this. I don't think we did. To me, this is some gang-on-gang violence. That was some gang-on-gang violence. That was, you're in our fucking territory, or you're stepping out of line, you're not following orders, and so we're going to get you. Yeah, I just know myself, and I know it's going to take forever, bro. It's such a great piece, though. I'm not going to lie to you. It's such a great piece, and we're already 2 hours into the stream. I told you a week. Make it into a group reading club. It's so fucking good. Rephrasing President Dwight Eisenhower's warning against military-industrial complex, journalist Todd Miller has investigated what he calls the border industrial complex. Within the U.S. defense budget, the border infrastructure has become an extraordinary dimension of the imbricated of scale, having adjacent edges overlapping. So I was trying to get through it quick. Give me 1 second, yeah. Give me 1 second, y'all. Wow. Imbrication. Nope.
Imbrication.
All right. Imbrication is the word. Sure. Okay. Oh, I need to get that done too. All right. Imbricated. The mentions of the imbricated relation between the federal government and the national and transnational defense contractors. A yearly display of the border industrial complex takes place during the Border Security Expo. I never even heard of that. Can I go to this? Can I go to this? Can I fucking go to this? Stop. I'm so glad I finished or I continue reading this. Chat, I've never done like a fundraiser thing. All right, I think this one already happened. If I could, I don't know, have access to this. First of all, am I going to get arrested? No, I shouldn't, right? Oh my goodness fucking Christ. Click to register. I'm just going to have George fill this out for me since he has all my info and he's leaking it. Oh, wow. Border Security Expo welcomes qualified members of the media covering border security, homeland security, law enforcement, defense, technology, and national security. To ensure integrity and security of the event, all media must apply for credentials in advance. Next year? Bruh. Okay. Oh, what the fuck? Fuck all of you guys. The first thing I read is, I mean, unfortunately, you would fit right in. What do you mean? I mean, because there's so many brown people? Or because of my politics? If it ain't white, it ain't right. Paperback test at the door. Carlos, be careful. I think I'm right on the cusp. Ay. Big 13, homie. No, just kidding. I'm kidding. It's a joke. It's a joke. I don't think it counts. A tangent does not count if I'm getting inspired by the piece, by the way. To be fair, the cap isn't help. It's fuck. What do you mean? It's. First of all, I don't feel like doing my hair. Why do you think I laugh? Like, pull the fuck up, homies. It's not the definition of a tangent. Yeah, this is investigative journalism. All right. A yearly display of the border industrial complex takes place during the Border Security Expo, a 2-day event that was held this May in Phoenix, where the most influential government leaders, law enforcement officials, and industry innovators gather to tackle the most pressing challenges in border security. I think I can do that better. Where the most influential government leaders, law enforcement officials, industry innovators gather to tackle the most pressing challenges in border security. The expo convenes more than 200 exhibits from the defense industry with security equipment such as drones, smart towers, robo-dogs, AI-driven surveillance tools, biometric data analysis, and other military-grade technology. Among the attendees are high-ranking federal officials from CBP, ICE, DEA, and the White House. Of the hundreds of companies present in 2026, there were CACI International, found liable for the torture of Iraqi men in the infamous Abu Ghraib prison. Vote for Grant Plattner. And the GEO Group, an ICE contractor that refused to pay immigrant detainees more than $1 a day for their work while incarcerated. Castellas, which was created by U.S. Army Special Forces veterans, and Adrill Industries, which is linked through personnel and Peter Thiel's backing to Palantir, which provided a surveillance and physical recognition software for the federal government. The border one might presume by the looks of this exhibit. Hall, writes Todd Miller in the article about the expo, is a never-ending war. In total, the global security market, valued at $660 billion in 2024, is projected to reach $1.1 trillion by 2033. Well, brothers and sisters, let me tell you what. I've been awakened to the realities of the threat of the brown and black horde coming from our southern border. And it has nothing to do with the estimated $1.1 trillion. Let me tell you, I'm a God-fearing man and I would never take a penny that was not moral or clean from blood. This episode today is sponsored by Cassie International. Never done the wrong thing and even paid Grant Plattner. It's also sponsored by GE Group. Now, when you need work done for less than $1 a day, you hit up GE Group. We got the brown people for you. All right. That just fucked my voice up. This is the current state of militarized technopolitical surveillance culture in which both Democratic and Republican presidents have collaborated, from Bill Clinton to Donald Trump. The border is now made of security infrastructure. As philosopher Hub Dijsselbloem argues, the border must be understood. That shit really did fuck up my voice. Like that fucks up my voice. The borders must be understood as technopolitical infrastructures that shape common worlds, not by directly providing public goods or shared facilities, but by fabricating particular connections that shape all kinds of associations between people and technologies. These infrastructures build large-scale networks beyond national boundaries with profound local implications, transforming communities and their environment, enabling violent exclusion practices, and a ubiquitous surveillance culture, denying citizenship and basic humanity status. What are y'all on, man? I was trying to end it there, I'm not gonna lie to you. Should we just knock this out? God damn it, bro. Why am I like this? Did we just knock this out? Oh, well, maybe not. Hold on. Because we're here. We have... Fuck, we're right there, huh? The funny voices, first of all, how dare you? Second of all, they're totally not tangents because they're not even me. They're not even me. It's the civilized spirit of manifest destiny being channeled through me to enlighten you uncivilized folk. Okay. He just needs an Under Armour Freedom shirt. If I could tell y'all what I was planning for Saturday, I'm not going to do it because I already had to ask to be on. You know what I'm saying? Okay. Wait, why 5%? Did George leak my my DNA results too, or what the fuck? Why 5%? Now, the war on drugs and the war on terrorism simultaneously paved the way for war crimes and crimes against humanity. U.S. border security U.S. border security spending has been dramatically on the rise to the point that by 2025 it reached $170 billion, with this year bringing a successful House bill for an additional $70 billion to increase arrests of undocumented immigrants across the country. For contrast, let's consider how in 2019 the Washington Post tried unsuccessfully to verify politicians' claims about revenue generated by Mexican drug gangs. It noted that several of the most plausible of these estimates, far from ridiculous figures like $500 billion a year, was anywhere between $5 billion a year and $7.5 billion per year, according to the Congressional Research Service, or between $6 and $8 billion, according to the RAND Corporation. But this included drugs coming from Colombia. I'll be honest with you, I need the CIA numbers. I need to look into their books. And I do think it's low-key kind of racist to include Colombia into like the Mexican. They're brown, it's fine, it'll work out. They're all cousins, they share the pot. Consider even further that according to findings in 2010 World Drug Report by the United Nations Office on Drugs and Crime, 85% of the profits from the US cocaine market stay with wholesale distributors and retailers, Latin American traffickers, and not only Mexicans. Together, get only 13%, while peasant drug producers and traffickers operating in different Andean countries keep only 1.5% and 1% of the gains, respectively. Some Mexican groups, as well as the Dominican and Cuban groups, whoa! Oye, papi, what do you mean? Hold on. Are tapping into the highly lucrative market, but most profit appears to go to a large number of small domestic U.S. groups, explained the UN report. Shocking. The United States unleashes extreme levels of violence in the world parallel to that of the war on drugs in Mexico. Before 2021 and 2023 alone, the research collective cost of war at Brown University has recorded U.S. military action supposedly against terrorism in 78 countries around the world, including ground combat in at least 9 countries and airstrikes in at least 4 countries during the first 3 years of the Biden administration. Oh, I thought this was a Trump issue. Shocking. As a direct result of these military actions, it is estimated that 940,000 people have died, of which more than 432,000 were civilians. These conflicts indirectly caused the deaths of between 3.6 and 3.8 million, for a total death toll of at least 4.5 to 4.7 million people. U.S. militarism since 2001 has displaced some 38 million people and has had an economic cost of $8 trillion. Damn, bro, that is... We are way too fucking comfortable and patient, man. God damn. You know, this whole thing of like, oh, well, you're an American. I know what my family was fleeing. With the latest unprovoked attack against Iran, known as Operation Epic Fury, the United States and Israel have killed more than 1,700 civilians, including 254 children, of whom many were killed in a primary school in a likely U.S. attack with a Tomahawk cruise missile. On April 7th, Trump pledged that a whole civilization will die tonight if his terms to end this war were not met by Iranian leaders. As the killing is perpetrated by world powers sharing common weapons and technology, Argentine anthropologist Rita Segato observes that the violence experienced by communities in Mexico or Palestine expresses a new order based on the exhibition of impunity and the practice of extermination that dissolves the rule of law and legitimizes the power of death. It is the Western democracies that express it. Segato explains, in Ciudad Juarez, they're telling us that they have power. They're telling us that they are not to be punished for their crimes, and that, on a global scale, is Gaza. It is a definite spectacle of impunity and jurisdictional power. Ay. Ah, man. As a prelude to Trump's increasingly hostile interventionism in the hemisphere, the White House released a national security strategy declaration with the now infamous Trump corollary. As a prelude to Trump's increasingly hostile interventionism in the hemisphere, the White House released a national security secretary declaration with the now infamous, God damn it. As a prelude to Trump's increasingly hostile interventionism in the hemisphere, the White House released a national security strategy declaration with the now infamous Trump corollary to the 1823 Monroe Doctrine, also known as the Monroe Doctrine, that reserves the Americas for the U.S. influence. This doctrine tries to reconcile the war on drugs as a policy with the need to topple unfriendly governments in the region. For this purpose, a later executive order designated fentanyl, which Trump claims was transported from Venezuela in the boats attacked by the United States, as a weapon of mass destruction, echoing the language used by George W. Bush to justify his 2003 Iraq invasion. Now, the war on drugs and the war on terrorism simultaneously pave the way for crime and crimes against humanity. Now the war on drugs and the war on terrorism simultaneously paved the way for war crimes and crimes against humanity. In the 1850s, as a new constitution was written for Argentina, in the 1850s, as the new constitution was written for Argentina, the political thinker Juan Bautista Alverde, proposed to modernize the country by injecting foreign capital and promoting immigration. His famous dictum marked the dawn of a new nation. To govern is to populate. In the US-led war on drugs in the Americas, the old Argentinian axiom has in fact been inverted to affirm, to govern is to kill. But unlike the conflict in the Middle East, there is no talk of ceasefire and no end in sight. The extermination of civilians barely makes the news. The order stands to kill everybody. I was not going to be able to not finish that article, man. God damn, bro. I'm not gonna lie to you. It is fucking different when you can put faces on this shit. It is fucking different. It shouldn't be. We should share in each other's suffering and humanity, and it should feel as painful for people you have no connection to and have never met. But when you have family and friends in these countries, we have loved ones in these countries, when you've seen the consequences of U.S. imperialism throughout Latin America, it does hit hard. While my heart breaks for Palestine and Palestinians, every day I have to pretend that I don't have family that is potentially at risk, that I don't have loved ones that at any moment can be targeted by the state, and that I'd be completely helpless to do anything about it. Who, even when they haven't been directly targeted, that because of the conditions created by the so-called war on drugs, they've suffered real fucking consequences. I've privately, throughout my life, shed multiple tears for lost ones, for broken and destroyed families, for relationships that will never be mended, for people that are seemingly completely lost in drugs, alcoholism, and may never recover. May never recover. I don't have too many fond memories about visiting Mexico, because we weren't there to have a good time. We weren't there to look at our terrenos because we didn't have any terrenos. And it's seemingly impossible for things to get better without, of course, the destruction of the beast. Niggas in Basa. Can you debunk this trash video I saw? It's a few years old, but it was big enough to start the settler garbage ACP. It's called Socialist Patriotism, America versus America. Probably not, but I'll look it up. Look, I'll be honest with you.
In our
Where's this fucking mug at? Come on, culero. Jesus Christ, bro. Oh, he doesn't put his face on this one? That's pretty smart. Jesus, man. What the fuck is wrong with these people? The fuck is it? Where is it? Where are you? 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 I don't, bro. This is what you're recommending us to watch. Look, I'll be honest with you. These fucking like dweebs, these people that would like creep people out and were probably gonna be the fucking mass shooters in high school or whatnot. I have really no interest in arguing with them because all they do is stay in their fucking room and read and read and read And you'd think that's be a good thing, but it's like, no, they're reading to justify their distorted views of reality. Their sexism, their fucking disgusting patriotism, their straight up racism. Now, I would categorize somebody like Georgie into that same ACP group. But I'm gonna be honest with you, at least Georgie is fun. I'm not gonna lie to you. Like, this shit is fun to me. And this is why it makes me laugh that, like, I'm so fucking rent-free in his head that he went all out and doxing me. And then was smart enough to, like, pretend that his stream had technical difficulties in order to avoid getting caught up doing that. And then I made that fool edit out that section for his video. And for me, that's hilarious because that means that, like, you're still a fucking coward. You still can't stand on doxing me. There's some fun that I'm having with that. These ACP guys who Georgie is aligned with, but not an actual member of, I do view him as legit fucking fascists that need to get stomped the fuck out. That's what they are. They're fascists. And so I don't really play about that. Like, you don't really see me covering Nick Fuentes like that. Who Nick Fuentes is, it seems like Georgie wants to be the Nick Fuentes light, but he doesn't have the charisma. Regardless of what you think of Nick Fuentes, and he's a disgusting individual. He's a very charismatic and character. He is. He just is. Georgie does not have that. Georgie is a disgusting individual that is repulsive to anyone and everybody. And if the women in his life, if he has any, were to find out how he speaks to women online by sexually harassing them, there's a laundry list of them. They'd be completely repulsed by him. This is somebody who, if he's willing to harass women like that online, I'm sure that he's willing to do the same shit that his daddy did at home. Just keep that in mind. Adam Moke, you're all good. Georgie already doxed me, so it's fine. I don't give a fuck. I tell them all the same thing. Pull the fuck up, homies. And let me see what's up. Does ACP actually have that much pull, though? Like, are they attracting people outside from white contrarians who are too pretentious to be straight up MAGA? No, absolutely not, but they're getting a lot of attention and co-signed by people like Georgie. George already shouted them out. I mean, incels are always incels always attract other incels. Remember Haas. Women are so alien to Haas that he didn't know. Let's pull it up, fuck it. Let's do it. Two holes Haas. That's how bad it is. Did he oh, he's so sad that he oh, this is how you know it's bad. And look, again, what did I tell y'all, bro? God damn, bro. What did I tell you? All it takes is just a little bit of time, and this fool will switch on every one of his fucking positions. From literally like what, a month or two ago, shouting out the ACP and aligning with these incels now, to 4 years ago talking shit about Haas. Most insecure man in the world, and now sexually harassing women online. This is 4 years ago. Bro, every fucking time. Every fucking time, man. Jeez. No. Nope, not doing that one. I wonder why it's not more readily available. Let me see. Yeah, Georgie, not even trying, bro. I don't even have to try to demonstrate what a fucking opportunist you are. It's just so fucking natural. It is so fucking obvious that looking something else up, it pops up. Let's see. Yo, what the fuck? I'm so glad I fucking turned that shit off. What the fuck is wrong with this shit? Jesus fucking Christ, bro. I mean, it kind of is my fault, right? How do you search that up without Twitter just giving you fucking demonic ass shit? Well, I hate Haas even more for making me fucking search that. He's coping by dancing to a song to it. That seems to be the way that he hold on. I'll try finding it like this. Hold on. You'd think this would be a lot fucking easier to find, but I don't know why. What the fuck, man? I know it's the internet, but is it so fucking hard to be normal? What do you mean by normal, huh? Fascist language. Host unavailable? What the fuck? Is there no way of finding this shit? Like, for real? I know I pulled it up on stream before.
Sex organs, okay?
Let me see here. Let me try to find it this way. Found it.
Hi. Damn, hello.
Okay.
Buff as shit.
So yeah. So basically, I just want to like make my intentions be known. I'm actually.
Bro already started blushing. Look, he starts blushing immediately, bro. Hold on. He starts blushing immediately.
Hello.
Okay.
You're
sure,
kind
for
of
sure.
buff as shit.
So yeah. So basically.
Bro's never gotten a compliment by anyone other than his fucking hip hop, bro. What the fuck? He was trying to be all like nonchalant about it. Yeah. We can watch this on YouTube. Where's this Puritan stuff?
You're
sure,
kind
for
of buff as shit.
So yeah. So basically.
Oh, that's all it took. That's all he's done. It's a wrap. That's all it took. One compliment and this fool fucking folded. It's a wrap. He's like, oh my gosh, she noticed. She noticed. Oh, brother. Yep. And the waitress really has a thing for you, bro. Believe it or not. Yep. Jesus, bro. What's the most, you know, the segment we're looking for, y'all? Come on. Oh, here we go.
Okay, then,
Not immediately.
why wouldn't you trust me to be able to, I'd like to think I'm a competent gal. I'd like to think that when we hit the sack,
Because you're trying to put something in my butt. You know what I mean? Like,
dude,
there's an, I don't, what is,
I'm not immediately going to be like, no.
look, to be fair with you, I don't do that shit either. So both ways, it's not going to happen. You know, to me,
3 holes?
I'm only interested in 2 holes, not 3, you know? To me,
Here we go. Here we go. This is what happens when all you read is theory, supposedly.
yeah, I'm only interested in 2 holes, not 3, you know?
3 holes? Oh, like your own.
Yeah, the third one is,
Dude. How many?
I'm not interested
Wait,
in.
I have a question. How many holes does a woman have from the waist down?
It's a classic.
2.
Okay, so what are those holes used for?
A lot of things. Like, what do you mean? What do you ask
Yeah,
me?
it's just a general, like, an easy, like, biological question. What are those 2 holes used for?
Mind you, ACP are like transphobes as fuck, bro. These people are transphobic. Georgie is transphobic. We've seen it time and time again. Yeah.
I mean, like, bathroom wise?
Yes.
Poop and pee?
Poop and pee. And then where's
Yeah.
the sex one, dude?
The pee one.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
What's
Oh
your
my
point?
god. That's
What's
so
the joke?
cute. That's so fucking cute, dude.
And look, the reason why this is just an amazing and perfect encapsulation of what the ACP is, the incels over there, Georgie's aligning with them, is the way that they're all misogynist. We've seen the way that Georgie sexually harasses women online, his misogyny. ACP is known for that. Haas is known for that. And so for them, any woman is beneath them. But like a woman who's streaming in this way is even worse, right? Because these people want to go back to traditional ways of life. Jackson Hinkle's obsessed with that shit. And so for them to get schooled and embarrassed in this manner just highlights how fucking pathetic they are and how removed from reality they are, how alien they are to the rest of society. And I just appreciate it. And for them to get like publicly mocked by a beautiful woman is, for them, is like a fucking death blow, right? Because their hatred of women. And the more attractive they perceive the woman to be, the more they hate them. That's what's really fucking sick about these people. In a lot of ways, it's like homophobes that are in the closet. It's just like that. My question is, what are their definition of traditional ways of life?
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Thank you so much, Access Audio, for the super chat. Smeg's education in America.
How do I reach these kids?
Yeah, it's trash, man. It's trash. What do they define? Like traditional way of life? Yeah, no, I mean, they're white supremacists. So they just think of America in the fucking, in the 50s? But yeah, just again, them being mocked is the best.
Oh my
Okay.
god.
What's
Oh
your
my
point?
god. That's
What's
so
the joke?
cute. That's so fucking cute, dude.
And look how desperate he is looking at chat, trying to get an explanation. Guys, quick. What is it? Yeah. So yeah, check out Operation Kill Everybody by Osvaldo Zavala. Man. The closeted homophobic argument ends up turning around, blaming all misogyny onto gay men. No, I wasn't talking about misogyny. I was talking about homophobia. I didn't say that all men that are misogynists are in the closet. No, to be clear, I said that these incels are like the equivalent of closeted gay men that are homophobic, because they pretend to be repulsed and disgusted with and hate gay people and homosexual acts, when in reality that's all they desire. These incels pretend to hate women, and the more attractive that they are, or the more attractive they're perceived by society, they hate them even more, when it's all they desire. Yeah. No. I get it. Attack this his hat brown man. Like, it's so easy for us out here, isn't it? What is that like meme that was going around where it's like, when you tell like a white man to relax or something, then he like freaks out. He's like, "Do you know what I have to put up with?" Yes, it absolutely is still slippery. I'm not giving no fucking academic, analysis over here in this shit. I'm just saying it reminds me of that. Let me throw this up while I take a quick bio break. I'll be right back. Where is it though? Where is it? Where are we? Where is it? And where are we? Here it is. When you break a wild horse, you're able to ride him. That's what Hassan did to Bad Empanada. Be right back. When you house break a dog, do me a favor, go ahead and hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. If you want to help support the channel, super chats, super stickers, and all that gifted stuff is turned on. Memberships are turned on. Check out the Discord. $2 gets you access to it through the Patreon. If you want to skip all the nonsense, hit up the Cash App. I appreciate you. I'll be right back. It's Obama time when I get back. Yes. In order to finally be face to face with Hassan Piker, in order to finally share a fucking screen with him, you had to take the fucking dentures out, remove the fucking fake sharp teeth, and play nice. They didn't have a debate. They had a fan meeting. Bad Empanada is a fan of Hassan Piker and was begging him to finally abandon the genocidal Democratic Party, who initiated the genocide against Palestinians, who internationally protected the Zionist fucking entity, their fucking proxy, from being held accountable for the genocide of Palestinians. Toribio, as a guy with influence, he has to set the example, meaning Hassan. You have to vote for someone else to show people you can do it. At the very least, it's like a paramedic suffering from bystander effect. Well, yeah, he's a fucking liar. He's a opportunist. The reason why Hassan Piker voted for Kamala Harris, I don't even think it's because he's a normalizer in that regard. I think he did it for this exact moment, for when people criticize his unwillingness to publicly endorse Kamala Harris, while also not endorsing any third party, PSL, Claudia de la Cruz. The reason why he voted for Kamala Harris was so he could push back against liberal accusations that, he helped Trump win, or they actually didn't care about Palestinians by not voting for the party that's genociding them, committing a genocide against them. I think that's the real reason why he did it, because you have to understand, for Hassan Piker, he doesn't have a real political ideology. What he has is he's career-minded. So he's always thinking about his moves and how they affect his career, not about a political line, not about an ideology. Mag, yeah. Let's listen. Here. Is it possible Bad Empanada was being more amicable than he would have otherwise because of the fundraiser? Or do you think that's overly charitable to him? I promise you, Mag, that if Bad Empanada would have interacted with Noah Sampson, saying, no, I'm going to be chill, and started fucking going off on Hassan being a fucking Zionist normalizer, like actually going off, the fundraiser would have increased. Because all the Hassan, fans, the cultists that love Noah Samson, the consent violator Noah Samson, would have donated more to defend Hassan. And it would have gone, this fucking discussion would have gone viral as a debate. And fundamentally, it would have benefited Bad Empanada to be like, yeah, I'll fucking be a maniac against anyone. I'll lose my shit against anyone. Even the largest political streamer, Hassan Piker. I kept the same fucking energy through and through. It would have helped him. But I think he's actually a fan. I think he admires Hassan Piker. That's just my opinion right there. But fundamentally, I want to make this clear. Noah Samson raising money for people in need, I don't know if it'll reach Palestinians, is a good thing. I'm critical of why he did it. I just want us to be honest about why he did it. Just please, don't misconstrue me. He's doing a good thing, and I hope UNRWA actually fucking delivers for the Palestinian people and anyone in need. But please understand that the reason why he launched this was to help whitewash the fact that he's a consent violator, that he violated a woman's consent. It's that simple. All right.
The way she dealt with Israel. Yeah, she would have invaded. A coalition of the willing would have been put together, and she would have invaded Tel Aviv by now. That's what I think.
I mean,
concur?
Yeah, that's precisely what I think you believe. So next time you meet Bernie Sanders, are you gonna yell at him?
No, I'm not gonna yell at him because I'm not a freak, and I'm not gonna yell at.
So
I'm not gonna here. If you want to have an honest conversation or a serious conversation, I had an entry point in that conversation with Bernie and AOC as well, but unfortunately they were literally late to their rally to begin with, so we didn't get to talk thoroughly about it. And I don't even know if they'll give me another interview at this point because I have been very critical of their position on Israel, and I've been talking to other people in their other people like Faz and numerous others behind the scenes to try to get them to engage in direct action. Aside from the rallies that they're organizing, because I thought that it would be beneficial both politically and also beneficial for, bringing about humanity to the politics that they represent. But it would be politically beneficial for them to organize a protest or a rally or do something around the unjustifiable detention of Mahmoud Khalil. And that was actually in that 9-minute conversation that we had. That was my entry point into it. I was going to talk to him about this on First Amendment grounds and basically get a better assessment, better understanding of what his position is. And to...
I'm sorry. I'm trying to let him talk. Bad Empanada's a fan. Let's stop. Look at that. He's fucking gushing. And I'm not against it. I literally started off the stream saying Thought Crimes liked one of my comments on their stream. I was fucking ecstatic because I admire their fucking work. I admire what they put out. You could be a fan, just be honest. She's like, you're so you're so cute and innocent, so naive, Hassan. I love it. That's the energy he's bringing to this already off the bat. It's ridiculous. It's I don't know, man. If I don't fucking know. Maybe the thing is I'm not fucking one of these fools that pretends to be a maniac. I'm not. Even if I don't like you, I'm gonna be usually pretty fucking calm. I'll show you some fucking respect that all humans deserve. But it's wild to me. ERPP Not Hassan, the other guy. Oh, you're saying like why did maybe he he was behaving, Bad Empanada was behaving because he cares about Palestinians. You're gonna see throughout this conversation and the circular arguments that Hassan makes that at a certain point you gotta turn up the fucking heat. I would not be, hypercritical of Bad Empanada if he started off calmado, calm. If he's like, no, let me give this rich white man a fucking chance to explain his position. And once you realize that the position is bullshit, that his argument is secular, like once you make that realization, now you gotta burst that fucking bubble and expose to the rest of the fucking audience why this makes no fucking sense. But if you're playing fucking patty cake with him, if you're fucking joking around with him, now you're trying to be homies, now you're trying to cozy up to him, you're not fucking focusing and centering the truth and the fact that what he is doing is directly harming, bringing harm to people. What Hassan Piker is doing and what everyone needs to recognize is that what he's doing is that he's helping whitewash some of the most atrocious fucking liberals we've ever seen. And Bad Empanada chose to cozy up to Hassan Piker than expose that. Because now Hassan's like, hey, you know what, Bad Empanada, he's critical of me on his channel, lo que sea, whatever it is. But when we talk, you can calm down. I broke him. I was riding him. It was all good. I'll go for another ride at another point. And that's good for Bad Empanada's career. Felixapia, maybe. Critical. I'm on the clock. All right. So it turns out that who is Thought Crimes? Oh, if you don't know Thought Crimes, oh man, Thought Crimes is a great fucking time. Prince Solomon and oh man, why do I always forget her name? They updated their little characters. Check out their page. Sincere, that's right. What's a good one? Maybe this one?
Before we get there, all right, folks, let's slow down here. Because I want to make sure there are no blood sacrifices in the goddamn motherfucking process here. Now, let's go back to Cassie. Can we do that? Yeah, let's go back to Cassie because fuck.
And look at her contract. Her contract said
your soul is mine.
Exactly. She can't date anyone. She can't. I'm sorry. That's a contract for a Stepford girlfriend.
Oh, like the Stepford wives. Mm-hmm. That is true. Now going to Future. That shit's strange. He said it. This nigga coming to my hotel room and he ain't even bring no Ciroc. What the fuck do you want in my room, nigga? There ain't no studio up here. Ain't no microphone up here. Ain't no motherfucking mix boards up here, nigga. You ain't Harlem shaking in my bedroom, nigga.
We told y'all, first of all, that Diddy was messing around with, what's the dude's name? The Drake's retarded brother.
Oh, Montana.
Yeah, Montana, with the photos with, Diddy's ass in his crotch or the vice versa.
It was the vice. It was the other way around.
Montana's
it was Montana.
Yeah. And so, this is what Diddy is known for. Yeah, he's used to doing this behavior to anybody he wants. That's why he tried to slap J. Cole. He thought he would be able to do it. He thought he would be able to get away with slapping Drake and trying to make him his bitch. But in those two occasions, didn't work out. Also looked like Future isn't having any of it as well.
Hear all that nigga. That nigga come all the way up here. He ain't got no big gay. He ain't got no big gay.
Cause he always trying to just force himself on people. I personally feel he tries to if he can't get in there smoothly, he try to
pause. Pause.
All right, enough of that. Enough of that. Look, if Dr. Ba has Mace, and who's the other homie's name? What's his name? Mason Cam. I have thought crimes. I recommend it. This is 9 years old, by the way. I recommend it if you just want some nonsense, some good times. We all like things, you know? Cameron. Yeah, right? No, and they're ahead of the curve on a lot of shit, y'all. Like, I'm not doing PR or a pitch for them, but yeah. They're on top of a lot of things. They do a little kind of like in their Patreon, they do like card readings and stuff like that. Like, I'm not gonna say weird, just different, you know, be respectful, but they're big into like, is this an Illuminati sacrifice, humiliation ritual, stuff like that. It's fun nonsense for me to listen to. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. It's entertainment. It's entertainment. And they're fucking hilarious. They're absolutely fucking hilarious. Yeah, Thought Crimes is a great fucking time. Fun listen, yep. Yeah. Am I into numerology? No, I'm not into numerology at all. There's another one who I started listening to again. It's been a minute. But this is more combat related. Eugene S. Robinson. The Showstopper, or is it Knuckle Up now? Yeah. Eugene's, man, on another level. So this fool, for whatever reason, had a bigger channel than this. Had a bigger channel than this. I think it was called Knuckle Up back then. And he said that if he didn't reach like 10K subscribers before whatever the end of the year or something like that, that he was gonna self-immolate. And this guy grew up punk rock scene and everything. And you women, you stay in black people's business. Guilty. Guilty as charged, man. Look, I mean, one thing about me is, at the very least, it's I switched up everything here, so it's throwing me off. Did I not include this? Oh, no.
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat?
No, for sure. Like, fuck God, yeah. Look, we're all well, brown people are hella anti-black and shit, but you know, I'm not lying to y'all that when I say I don't like listening to white people. So it becomes, you know, it is what it is. Anywho. Although Eugene's a very interesting case. You know, very, very interesting case. I mean, just look at the titles of the episode. If you have a racist friend, yeah, maybe, whatever.
You are now
Love this intro.
about to witness the awesome, crushing might of the U.S. Robinson Show Stopper! Welcome, my friends. Show that seemingly never ends. I believe this is version of 4, a 2, 1 of the UJS Robinson Showstopper. I'm your host, UJS Robinson. We got a show today.
Ah, man. I'm telling y'all, underrated, politically, you know, kind of everywhere. I'm gonna have this fool on at some point. I'm gonna hit this fool and be like, look, I've been a fan since the Knuckle Up days. I think you're a fucking lunatic, you're a maniac. And I just want to like pick your fucking brain. Yeah. Okay, here, can I be honest with you? And call me out if this is on some racist shit. But I cannot picture a more fun conversation. And I've been a fan of Eugene S. Robinson for fucking years. Then him and Diallo talking about, and I don't even want to be political. I want these old timers to be talking about like their favorite coffee. That's, you know, their favorite espresso bean, some random ass shit like that. But for me, if I give you my Eugene S. Robinson pitch, it's basically like a punk rock Larry Davis. How about that? Call me out of this is race. Well, I don't know. It seems weird. Like I'm not drafting the fucking fantasy like league over here or some shit, you know?
We got a show today, but yes, I am under the weather. First of all, you might say these places here. Things. One, they have these places here. First of all, okay, let's get the commercials out of the way. Now that I think about it, it's June 28th. June is ending. Or, like the guy from Agalock, who sat on stage at an Oxbow show and said, I don't know, it was my New York sense that something bad was about to happen to me. I told him later, I said, bro, you were sitting on stage at a show. Did you note that there was nobody else sitting on stage? He pulled up an unused beer keg at a leather bar in San Francisco and sat on the stage. I told myself, when I turn around, if he is still there, he is going to be part of the show in the worst way. He felt this and left.
Okay. If you want like really fucking dope punk rock and roll stories, Eugene's your man right there. Let's get to this. Oh, he's also in a band called Oxbow, if you're into that type of music. Oxbow. Yes, we're getting bad faith. It's Friday night, homies. It's Friday night. But you know me, I need to read some shit before we like dive into like the just reacting to videos and shit. It's happening. I got cold brew. It's happening. Do I look like I don't got the energy to make it happen? Come on now. In fact, I've been getting judged on off stream from y'all. So let me go ahead and do a little judging myself. Where we at with the likes on this stream? Have people just tapped out from the stream? I wouldn't blame y'all. Let's see here. You got 90 people live. I appreciate you. And 70 likes. I'm not mad at that. I'm not mad at that. I got 90 people here with 70 likes. 72. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Let's get that to 80. How about that? I appreciate it. For all the harassment, all the unfair treatment. Interesting. Okay. Oh, thank you so much, X Lion, for the 10 jewels. And I know somebody else gifted earlier as well. My apologies for missing that. I appreciate you, though. I appreciate you. I don't even know how to pull that up anymore. So question, well, no. I know Access Audio, but somebody before that gave like some jewels or something like that. I need to watch like a video on that shit because I have no idea what's going on. I thought you had a heart out. I do got to step out. I got to step out for a second and check something out. But technically not a heart out. Technically not a heart out. This is interesting. Fuck it. Should we do it? Should we do it? Monday, Saturday, Sunday. No, I need them by that day because. What the fuck? That's fine. Whatever. All right. Make smart choices, y'all. That's rough, but I think I did a good job. All right. Let me tell you, I love the cover of the Criterion Collection's Shape of Water. But I already have 3 of Guillermo's Criterion movies. So I said no to Shape of Water and I said no to Pinocho. Thank you so much for the 30 jewels, X-Lion. Appreciate it. All right. All right. Let's get to it.
And I think sometimes we get confused.
Immediately. ¿Sale el perico? Whoa, what's going on here? Retirement's good, brother. Retirement's good.
And I think sometimes we get confused in thinking that these two stories are completely separate. They're intertwined,
Yeah.
right? And which is why it's possible for me to be a great admirer of George Washington and also acknowledge he was a slaveholder. Mm-hmm. And that does not negate his greatness. It simply acknowledges that there's a profound, deep flaw in these founding fathers who were also geniuses and gave us these tools. And which is true of all of us, right?
I mean, I'm a slaveholder, you're a slaveholder, we're all slaveholders. And you know what? Don't let that stop you from being great. And if that means that you just happen to be a great slaveholder, don't let anybody bring down your greatness. All right. The thing is, there's people that will see you succeed in life, that will see your blessings. And don't forget, the Bible will see your blessings in life, will look over to you and see all the slaves you have and envy that. And they will try to tear you down. In fact, some people may even say that it's not right to own slaves. And you just have to look them in the eye and say, I'm great. I deserve all this because my greatness, because my hard work to become great has blessed me with human beings to own. But don't worry, I'm going to contribute to the world the most vicious, the most satanic, the most bloodthirsty fucking empire ever seen. And that will wash away the sins that I've committed. Greatness. I deserve it all. God damn. He said, you got the same 24 as the founding fathers. What you mad for? Sheesh. Tell me why you deserve to be called the greatest slave owner of all time. Obama. Jeez. Is there any doubt? Is there any doubt that compradors to this fucking level, to this degree, would be slave owners? Is there any doubt? One more time.
And I think sometimes we get confused in thinking that these two stories are completely separate. They're intertwined,
Yeah.
right? And which is why it's possible for me to be a great admirer of George Washington and also acknowledge he was a slaveholder. And that does not negate his greatness. It simply acknowledges that there's a profound, deep flaw in these founding fathers who were also geniuses and gave us these tools. And which is true of all of us, right? It's true of every president. It's that we're this mixed bag. We got contradictions and embody the country's contradictions. And I think sometimes we get confused in thinking that these two stories are completely separate. They're intertwined,
Yeah.
right? And which is why it's possible for me to be a great admirer of George Washington and also acknowledge he was a slaveholder. And that does not negate his greatness. It simply acknowledges that there's a profound, deep flaw in these founding fathers who were also geniuses and gave us these tools.
And remember, I've said this, like, even calling them founding fathers is some cult ass shit. Calling anyone that isn't your father a father is already like creepy as shit. And the fact that Obama is still calling them that at his age after being president. It's pretty sad. Where? Somebody use the R slur? No, I mean, it shouldn't be an issue, but I'm trying to figure out where they are talking about that. Oh, I see. My bad. Let's get into it. One more article. One more article, y'all. One more article. Barack Obama, George Washington, and the 4th of July by Margaret Kimberly. Margaret. Barack Obama, George Washington, and the 4th of July by Margaret Kimberly Barr, executive editor and senior columnist. Yeah, no. It's just my allergies. It ain't whatever good shit Barry's on. All right. Let's get to it. No. Thank you for pointing that out. I didn't realize that was on screen. YouTube won't do anything about it, I don't think, but it's still like unsettling to have on screen. My apologies. All right. By the way, was the previous article fine? I didn't even look at the format. I'm so sorry. I think this is just right. Let me just update. Oh no, hold on. Undo. There we go.
Who's the little Puerto Rican?
I love that one. Out of context, it's so great. The opening of the Obama Center has brought Barack Obama back into the spotlight, although he offers nothing new. He will be in the pocket of the oligarchy for the rest of his life. And that means he must continue to erase the history of Black people in order to stay in their good grace. In their good graces. Now he praises George Washington, the slave-holding genocider. The 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence once again raises the issue of the lies that were taught as historical fact, and those lies impact Black people to this day. The July 4th celebration is a commemoration. The July 4th celebration is the Jesus Christ, I cannot. Commemoration. The July 4th celebration is the commemoration of the founding of settler colonialism, genocide, and enslavement. But it is also a legal holiday that brings time off from work, fireworks, travel, and traditions of family gatherings and social events. Black people partake in all of these activities while knowing that the independence that took place on July 4th, 1776, was nothing of the sort for their ancestors. Earlier today, I was checking out this great conversation. Let me see if I could find it. Oh, that's going to my channel. I don't know why I did that. This one. There's a great conversation here. Check it out when you get the chance. Let's go ahead and hit the 100th like. That feels cool. It was a great conversation. Let me drop it in the chat. Because apparently, I stay in Black people's business. Apparently, from the accusations from the chat. My bad. My apologies. Sorry. Yeah, Jackie Lugma is amazing. Such a wonderful presence. And Kim is doing great work in Florida. Oh, that's hilarious. Okay. We're good with the heart out. We're good with the heart out. Actually, why did I do that? Sorry. Let's watch a little bit of that. No.
Politically for IAT as the first independent Black republic in the Western Hemisphere, and the constant attacks upon the country that has kept it unstable and just a place that is difficult for the people who fought for freedom and liberation for Africans, that they can't stay in their own home that they fought for now. Give us an insight into that.
So this TPS ruling affects 350,000 Haitian nationals in this country, like I said, and we can get into like the labor aspect as well, but these, they're largely in hospitality, healthcare, home health, what I was going to say, construction, agriculture sectors. And just thinking about, again, being in Miami, that's, it's really wild that Haitian labor can be exploited, right? Low wage labor, precarious labor, and yet they make up a bulk of key industries in South Florida, because South Florida is a tourism dependent region. So I just wanted to point out that contradiction. But yeah, I mean, just looking at, the history of US policy in Haiti has been, oh gosh, I mean, I'm just gonna go back to, let me see, the first coup of Aristide in 91. Like, if I can go back into decades of the U.S. backing Duvalier and oppressive leaders. But I was thinking about specifically the Haiti's first democratically elected leader faced a military coup. We know that the military was infiltrated by the CIA. Even when Clinton allowed Aristide to come back into power in 95, I believe, he put.
Great conversation. I had to re-listen to it because I was catching it live, so I missed the first half of this. Check it out though. We are all well aware that the men known as founding fathers, such as George Washington and Thomas Jefferson, author of the Declaration of Independence, were slaveholders. The depth of their depravity, the depth of their depravity. You know what it is? Not an excuse, but I did bite my lip earlier. And apparently, I just realized this. This is why I left again. If your yogurt lid is inflated, like it's popping up, the yogurt's gone bad. Did not know that. So when I took a first bite, gross. Okay. The depth of their depravity is also well known. Thomas Jefferson fathered 6 children with Sally Hemings, one of the enslaved people he held, who was also his dead wife's half-sister. Sally Hemings first became pregnant by Jefferson when she was only 15 years old.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
So supposedly he was 45 years old. He was 45 years old and she was... They're saying 14 and 16, so they're going 15. But you know, according to Obama, they just weren't perfect. They weren't perfect. They had some flaws. And it's the way that slavery is downplayed and diminished. And I'm sure a lot of y'all have already seen Goodbye, Uncle Tom's Cabin. And there's a scene in there, because it's filmed in a documentary style way, right? It's filmed as if this was like, I think, a French, and maybe it's on a play on Alexander, what was his name? The French reporter that was documenting like the early colonies of the Americas. But it was filmed in such a way that it looks like a documentary being done in real time. And there's a scene where they're talking about the feeding of slaves. And they say one number, right? Like they're fed X amount.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
And the slaveholder says, whoa now. We don't feed them that much. We actually feed them this much. We're not ashamed of what we do. We don't need your help to look better. Or something along those lines. And I thought that was a great addition to that movie. Because these people were not ashamed of what they were doing. They were proud of it. They would brag about it. They would advise each other on how to abuse their slaves, how to make their slaves work harder, produce more. They were not ashamed of anything that they were doing. They were proud of every atrocious, sadistic act that they were carrying out. And this, what Obama did in trying to diminish or downplay the fact that they were slaveholders by saying they weren't perfect, they had their flaws, and they gave us these great tools. Is doing what white people have always done, downplay what slavery actually was. And the fact that in this specific case with Thomas Jefferson, a 45-year-old can rape a 15-year-old, get her pregnant, and it's just dismissed, downplayed, even romanticized, because that's how sick these fucking colonizers are. Access Audio, thank you for the super chat. Obama needs to read about Ona Judge. Shit. So do I. Ona Judge Staines. Ona Judge Staines, also known as Ona Judge, was an enslaved woman who escaped the Washington family. She was born at and fled the family's plantation of Mount Vernon, Virginia. Ona Judge Staines died free from capture in Greenland, New Hampshire on February 25th, 1848. Judge was in her 20s when she escaped from the Philadelphia household in May 1796 to get freedom farther north. She was classified as a fugitive slave, and Washington advertised for her return. She had learned that Martha Washington intended to transfer her enslavement to her granddaughter, which meant Judge would be returned to Virginia with little chance of freedom. Judge reached Portsmouth New Hampshire, a free state. There she married, had children, and converted to Christianity, though Judge was never formally freed. After Washington's death, his survivors ultimately stopped pressing her to return to enslavement in Virginia. Not out of kindness, probably just out of, they probably ran the fucking numbers. They probably ran the numbers and they figured that it was just a financial loss. That's the reality of it. They did not see black people as human beings to any fucking regard, to any fucking degree. Anyone who attended school in the United States learned that George Washington married a woman named Martha. We were not taught that together they held more than 300 human beings between them and under terrible, cruel conditions, including taking teeth
I voted
out
for
of their
Kamala
mouths.
Harris. You got a problem?
Access audio, thank you for the super chat. George Washington stalked her relentlessly until his death. The ownership that white people feel towards black people is not anything new. It's constant. It's why they're consistently policing, even when it doesn't involve them. The Karen is an extension of that obsession that white people had for what they viewed as their property. I remember learning that you know, the wooden teeth shit, and how they go out of their way, white people go out of their way to sanitize US history. And I think that's the biggest difference between how like more traditional white supremacists engage with US history, where they're like, let's tamp down the realities. Let's glorify and romanticize these characters, these individuals, to make them more kid-friendly, more accessible. Where you have your more modern ones are like, no, we're proud of this history. Reflecting the sentiment and attitude of their forefathers. I confess, I have been staggered in my belief in the efficacy of transplantation. Every school child was taught that Washington had wooden teeth, but not that some of the teeth in his mouth or in his dentures were taken from enslaved people. In May of 1784, Washington paid several unnamed Negroes, presumably Mount Vernon slaves, 122 shillings for 9 teeth. There is no comfort in knowing that people who had teeth extracted in the era before anesthesia were paid any amount of money at all. It is the height of understatement to say that such a transaction was an unequal one. What do you think would happen if they said no? What do you think would happen if they said no? That wasn't an option. Again, the payment is to obscure the reality, to make these individuals seem rational even for their time, to save their image, to paint them as morally questionable, but with a righteous heart. They were, those times were just different. The times were different. The cruelties inherent in chattel slavery system were many, and those who are most devoted to white supremacy try to deny them. They range from extracted teeth to whipping and other physical abuse, family separation, starvation, and sexual assault, all endured under forced, unpaid labor. Former President Barack Obama who we are told is incredibly intelligent and well read, nonetheless felt compelled to give one famous slaveholder a pass. Obama's endless promotion of newly completed Obama Center included an MSN Now interview. And was this Michelle Norris? Excuse me, with Michelle Norris.
You'll need to unlock your iPhone
Jesus
first.
Christ. The fuck, bro? Obama's endless promotion of the newly completed Obama Center included an MS Now interview with Michelle Norris. Like all presidents, Obama is an errand boy for the oligarchy, but he holds a special place for them, which is why he has to give puff piece interviews to the Democratic Party's favorite network. Like other presidents, he left the White House with the usual payoffs of book deals, speaking fees in the millions of dollars, and friends in high places who raised, wow, $850 million for a monument to his more effective evil and the fake democracy that he personifies. The system must impress the gullible into believing that they have a stake in what presidents say and do, when in fact the opposite is true. Look, if it wasn't for FDR, I have no doubt that we would have had at least 4 terms of Barack Obama. And that's on the under. That's on the under. At least 4 terms of Barack Obama. Kim Tallbear said that white supremacists are the real American historians. Drop the fucking link for that, Claudia. Thank you so much. Yes, absolutely. These shameless white supremacists are the most honest. Fuck, man. They're proud of their history, so they don't water shit down. They brag about that shit. Because that is the triumph of the white race, of the white man. They view this as victories. I know my white neighbors would have voted for him more times if they could. I tell you what. I tell you what. And they'll let you know. Oh, they'll let you know. They'll let you know, all right. One of the reasons that Obama is a president for life, that is to say, one who is always useful to the ruling class, is his commitment to erasing black people's experiences and history. The very thing that made him so useful keeps the grift going, and apparently, on a presidential level, keeps him going too. Excuse me. And apparently, on a personal level, keeps him going too. In discussing what he refers to as the contradictions of U.S. history, Obama felt compelled to once again throw black people under the bus with a paean to George Washington. It's possible for me to be a great admirer of George Washington. Okay, well, we read this part. Okay. So it's basically the whole geniuses thing. Yeah, Obama's way too valuable to ever abandon, and he's so young. He's so young that we're gonna have him. I mean, we're at least what 3 decades of Obama. How old is he? He's in his 50s. 64. I mean, he looks great, you know. 64 years old. Let's see, average death, age of death for U.S. presidents. The average age of death for modern U.S. presidents, it's approximately 81 years. So we're looking at 2 more decades, roughly, of Obama doing this. It's just gonna get fucking worse too. You know, I would have. Sorry. You know, I would have voted for him a 3rd time if I could. Yeah. Age of death is crazy. Yo, it's fucking petty all the time over here. It's petty all the fucking time. That's where my brain fucking goes. He's a smoker. Ooh, Brittany. See, Brittany's a real fan. Brittany knows exactly what brand of smokes Obama gets. That's called commitment. I need that from the rest of y'all. I forgot who it was. It was an interview though. That they said that the first time they met Obama, they realized that he was a fraud. Because the way that he presents himself to people, you would think that he wasn't a smoker. And then he caught him outside, like kind of like muttering underneath his breath with a cigarette, smoking. And he goes, oh, he's playing a fucking character. Right? So I forget where I heard that. But that, yeah, like the moment that they saw him smoking a cigarette, they're like, oh, that's so inconsistent with the character that you're playing in front of the rest of us. Probably Diallo. I could see it because, you know, vegans very much do judge you based on those things, on what you put in your body. Has Diallo mentioned meeting Obama? That's hilarious. Huh. Yeah. Smoking is cool as fuck. It's just bad for you and makes you smell. I don't know. I disagree, but okay. Look, my cardio's already shit. I don't need to add anything to it. The only truth he told was to say that he too is deeply flawed. After all, he brought slavery to Libya when he destroyed that state in 2011. Where does one begin in unpacking this nonsense? There is so much of it in just a few sentences. First, what was great about George Washington? He inherited his wealth of slaves, of enslaved people, when he was just a child. He grew richer when he married Martha Custis, a widow who held 300 people in her own right, and in a trust left by her first husband. That human wealth proved to be problematic when George Washington became president, when the nation's capital was in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's gradual abolition law allowed the enslaved people in the state Gradual abolition law allowed enslaved people in the state for 6 months to petition for their freedom. Washington had a simple solution to this conundrum. Was he rotating them? Fuck, bro. Yeah. He rotated his enslaved servants between Philadelphia and his Mount Vernon plantation in Virginia, so that none of them would reach the 6-month time limit. He discussed his problem in a series of letters with his secretary, Tobias Lear. I'm telling you, these people were not ashamed. The same way that Trump brags about tax loopholes and you're stupid if you don't use them. They were talking about this the same way. Because again, they were not seeing black people, enslaved Africans, as human beings. They were property. So the reason why I'm like, oh, he was rotating them. It's a gross kind of state of mind to tap into, to be like, well, what would you do with your property if it was going to get in their mind taken by the state, or if you're going to lose your property in 6 months? You just that's it's simple as that. In their minds, it's just that's it. For although I do not think they would be benefited by the change, yet the idea of freedom might be too great a temptation for them to resist. At any rate, it might, if they convinced they had a right to it, make them insolent in the state of slavery, as all except Hercules and Paris are dour Negroes. It behooves me to prevent the emancipation of them. Otherwise, I shall not only lose the use of them, but may have them to pay for. If, upon taking a good advice, it is found expedient to send them back to Virginia, I wish to have it accomplished under the pretext that may deceive both them and the public. And the public. Now, I don't want to look past to deceive them, because that's a big aspect of it. The constant need for capitalists, for those politicians to deceive, consistently to be deceitful, and their constant concern about deceiving their supporters, or in this, when we're talking about modern day politicians, in that case, they're concerned, previously they were concerned about the output and production that their slaves may be affected by if they weren't deceived, that they weren't lied to, or they were to find out the truth. And the public, they're always concerned on how they appear to the masses. They want to present themselves as best as possible in order to continue getting away with atrocious behavior. It's doer or dower. Dower is a legal or traditional provision rooted in common law that entitles a widow to a portion of her deceased husband's estate, typically a life estate. Okay, but oh, okay. Dower. And again, trying to remove the culpability, the complicity of white women to white supremacy. Gorilla Munoz, thank you so much for the gifted. Flow state for 200 joules. Keeping it easy. I feel like I'm taking advantage now. I'm so sorry, but If anyone else could find that the drop of Hassan Piker being like, guys, we have a hype train. Sorry, guys, we have a hype train. Come on, guys, hype train. They were her property. Yep. But you know, if you bring that shit up, you're just a fucking sexist. Just one more burden that we have to put on black women to bring up. White women own 1/3 of slaves. This is why feminism alone is not enough. Yep. Dr. Tallbear said that about white supremacists during one of the media indigenous episodes. I'll try to find it and report back. Thank you, Claudia. Thank you so much. Vegan is bad, okay? Says, yep, vegans are terrible, LOL. No, it's just a lot of them are very judgy. I was vegan for about 2 years, and out of not any ideology or just out of solidarity with somebody else that went vegan. And like, it's cool. I lost a lot of weight. I felt like I was too skinny. And when I went vegan is when I really should have been cooking for myself. And because I was like, it's too expensive to cook like good solid vegan meals. White rice, steamed vegetables, and beans, garbanzos, black beans, pinto beans, boom. That's all I ate. And so, yeah, good times. Like, it's easier to cook like some lamb chops than it is to like cook a solid like vegan meal. To me. You women, you says, I stopped calling myself a vegan because they get on my nerves. I'm just plant-based. Boo! Somehow, still so fucking annoying. Actually, I'm not vegan. I'm plant-based. Okay, so like, do not categorize me with those people. Literally, just prove the point. I love it. Thank you so much for that. Yipper. That's so fucking good. Thank you for that. Look, I've been nice to y'all, so I'm finally getting my lick back over here. Oh, I'm so fucking jealous. Being vegan is easy if there's Indian restaurants around. Absolutely. I hate on vegan meat alternatives. Like, just accept you're not eating meat anymore and make dishes that make sense instead of vegan fried chicken. I mean, if it's good, I don't care. You know what I mean? If it's good, make it. Slavery wasn't Washington's only sin. He made good on the Declaration of Independence, lies about indigenous people in the colonies. Sorry. He made good on the Declaration of Independence, lies about indigenous people in the colonists, phony claims made against King George III. He has excited domestic insurrections among us and has endeavored to bring on the inhabitants of our frontiers the merciless Indian savages, whose known rule of warfare is an undistinguished destruction of all ages, sexes, and conditions. It's the same fucking shit. It's the same broken fucking record. The same fucking victimhood complex. The same fucking bullshit that the Zionists are doing today. These colonizers did back then. And so when I call the Zionist entity a European white supremacist settler colonial project, I'm not making this shit up. They're using the exact same strategies. The only reason they brought in brown and black Jews is because they didn't have enough white Jews to sustain the settler colonial project. It is literally copy and paste. The whole premise and pitch to Christian Europeans by Jewish Europeans was, we will bring Western civilization to that part of the world. We will be a stronghold in that region for you. Not enough white European Jews came through, and so they opened the floodgates to brown Jews and black Jews. Out of necessity, not out of want. Does that excuse the black and brown Jewish colonizers? Absolutely not. But to not be able to be intellectually honest enough to acknowledge that makes me wonder why you need to protect white supremacy to such an extent. It raises questions about what you're uncomfortable with. They needed bodies. And I hope those bodies hit the fucking floor. The accusation was indeed a confession. And Washington himself used some of the same words in 1779 when he ordered an attack on the Iroquois Confederacy. The expedition you are appointed to command is to be directed against the hostile tribes of the Six Nation of Indians, with their associates and adherents. The immediate objects are the total destruction and devastation of their settlements and the capture of as many prisoners of every age and sex as possible. It will be essential to ruin their corpse. It will be essential to ruin their corpse. Nope. It will be essential to ruin their crops now in the ground and prevent their planting more. It's genocide. That's what it is. The same way that the Zionists destroy the olive tree fields in any way for Palestinians to grow crops and feed themselves. That's exactly what George Washington and the so-called founding fathers were doing. Again, copy and fucking paste. Washington got exactly what he wanted, as General John Sullivan reported. We have not left a single settlement or field of corn in the country of the Five Nations. Or is there even the appearance of an Indian on this side of Niagara? No. Niagara? Niagara? This side of Niagara? I've never heard of that before. Oh, it's just Niagara Falls. Yeah, okay. You just spelled it weird. It is definitely one of those things where I'm like, I think I've seen this, and that's how you pronounce it. But then I'm like, once I start thinking about it, I'm like, it's a fucking weird way of spelling it. Because this A right here is throwing me off. Little A. A between the G and the R. In all likelihood, genocide of the indigenous nations wouldn't negate Washington's greatness in Obama's eyes either. It is interesting that as Obama spoke of absolving Washington of his crimes, he became visibly more nervous, less sure of himself. He realized that his whitewashing of history would not go over well. He was correct. He was widely vilified even by black people who usually defend him, and his efforts at upholding the history of white supremacy didn't find an audience within the right either. I think that's the question, is how much capital and for how long can Obama maintain this? When will it be enough? Is there? A Fox News headline shrieked, Obama takes new swipe at founding fathers ahead of America's 250th birthday. You got to appreciate that game that their fucking racist asses are never giving this guy a victory. And good. And fucking good. Make him as uncomfortable as possible. Never give him a fucking inch. Remind these compradors that you will never accept them. Fine by me. The Fox News headline shrieked, Obama takes new swipe at founding fathers ahead of America's 250th birthday. Other right-wing media organizations joined in, such as Town Hall, which also used the word smear to describe Obama's praise. It was actually funny to see Obama, 9 years after leaving office, still trying to curry favor with racist white people who will always hate him, even if he says what they say. Do I owe Margaret Kimberly a drink? Un cafecito? Algo, señora? Let me know. Barack Obama will always be the hollow man, prostrating himself to powerful white people and endeavoring to stay in their good graces. He can do that without whitewashing quite a lot of history, but that is his specialty. During his presidential campaign, he famously said that black people were 90% of the way to equality. I didn't know this one. What the fuck? I've never heard of this one before. Holy shit, we gotta do it. We gotta do it.
And then like 20% is just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
Not to give keeping it easy more homework. Please, 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 please. But do we want the longer version of that?
And then like 20% is just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
I never heard of this one before. During his presidential campaign, he famously said that black people were 90% of the way to equality. During his fucking campaign? His first one or second one? Wow. As he always did so well, Glenn Ford called out the lie in Black Agenda Report in 2007. If you notice, my voice kind of shook a little bit when I said lie. Barack Obama's game erased the black problem. God, I want to read this so bad. Can we knock this out? Like, quick. Is this the whole thing? Man, we need somebody to like really invest heavy into Black Agenda Report. There's some like old articles that aren't as easy to Barack Obama's attempt to position himself as the biblical Joshua, but he is in fact the anti-Joshua. The Old Testament says Joshua fought the battle of Jericho, and the walls came tumbling down. Barack Obama has fought no battles as a U.S. Senator, except for his own political advancement. He has been rewarded by the modern-day pharaohs with the largest war chest in the Democratic presidential primary race, proof that he has convinced the corporate rulers of the nation that he is safe and will never assault the walls of power. Instead, he wants to be an administrator of corporate power, a protector of the status quo. Obama tells us that black folk are already 90% of the way to equality, when all the objective data says differently. In this way, he most resembles a snake oil salesman, Bill Clinton, who threw more black people in jail than any previous president, destroyed the very concept of governmental obligation to the poor, and laid the institutional foundation to the deindustrialization of America. And all the while visiting black churches and giving feel-good, gospel-laden speeches. AOC right here. Clinton effectively opened the doors for George Bush, just as President Jimmy Carter's corporate anti-progressive politics opened the door for Ronald Reagan. That's all the Democratic Party is good for. Okay. Vic, please, you are not at all spamming. At all. I fucking find that hilarious. And if that's the bit you want to roll with, believe me, that shit's gonna kill me every time. I am that person that will commit to a bit way longer than it needs, than any bit needs, until it becomes funny again. I do truly believe in just running down a bit until it becomes hilarious. Simplest. I can't even say that. Simplistic linguistic. Okay, there we go. Simplistic linguistic. Yeah, that's a lot of actuallys. Actually. Oh God, he just reminded me of AOC's Southern accent moment. You just don't like to see a Boricua queen win. That's all it is. But yes, the role of the Democratic Party is to lay the foundation, the groundwork for the Republican Party to commit the final blow, the nail in the coffin. Okay, mister, I can't use a 15-second drop. Sure, I can get a longer version. Keeping it easy. You are the fucking best. And if anybody has a right to talk shit to me and mock me, it is you. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. I just think it's funny when he reads all the percentages. Maybe not all the percentages, but enough to be like, to get a little bit more context. All right. Now we have Barack Obama opening wide the door for corporate politics in Black America while posing as modern day. Sorry. Did I read that already? No, I didn't. While posing as a modern day Joshua, he interposes himself, his own acceptance within the ruling class as a group victory. Supposedly, the missing 10% of Black progress that he says is required to achieve equality will be provided by his own ascension to the presidency. God damn, man. Then all will be right with the African American world, despite the fact of 1 million Black men and women in prison, unemployment at multiples of the national average, dropout rates that sometimes exceed high school graduation rates, and the whole panoply of racial oppression. Penelope. I'm just kidding. Panoply. A complete or impressive collection of things. How do you say it though? Okay.
Panoply.
Panoply. Panoply. Despite the fact of 1 million Black men and women in prison, unemployment at multiples of the national average, dropout rates that sometimes exceed high school graduate rates, and the whole panoply of racial oppression. Barack Obama's mission is not to crumble the walls of a U.S. Jericho, but to ascend to the pinnacles of power for its own sake. His campaign is fueled by mega $1 million and exceeds even his political twin, Hillary Clinton. God damn, Glenn Ford. Oh, holy shit. His political twin, Hillary Clinton. God. I can't imagine such a brutal and accurate fucking comparison than being compared to that fucking monster. I will say, fuck if it gave us Trump. I will say, the fact that white women never got Hillary Clinton, worth it. Do me a favor, y'all. Hit the like button to subscribe if you haven't already. If you want to support the channel, super chat, super stickers, jewels, and all that gifted stuff, it's turned on. If you want to check out the Discord, Patreon, $2 gets you access to all that goodness. If you want to skip all the nonsense, hit up the Cash App. Anything and everything helps. I appreciate that. All right. Or else you are the political twin of Hillary Clinton. Yeah. Oh, man. I don't know why I never thought of it that way. Jeez. From the grave, brother. From the grave. Lives would want you skinned alive for that comment. What did I miss with Paul? Damn. Can't spell Hillary without 2 L's. We need that meme, though. You're all right, white boy. Where we at? The enthusiasm for Obama among the rich is rooted in a desire to once and for all dismiss the black problem, which requires a black figurehead to accomplish. Obama is that man. He is a loyal and trusted vassal. That's why during his entire term in the US Senate, he has never stood up, has never confronted power, but has always sent the right signals to the rulers and assuaged general white anxiety about ongoing raging racism. Barack Obama is a skilled professional. He knows his job. It is to rationalize racial class inequality, to put us all to sleep. Motherfucker's Jigglypuff. Fuck. I kind of low-key want to use AI just to do like a Barack Obama Jigglypuff fusion. But as Shakespeare said through Hamlet's mouth, in that sleep of death, what dreams may come. For Black Agenda Radio, I'm Glenn Ford. Fuck, man. God damn it, bro. One of the many great intellectuals that I will forever, curse the timeline for not being able to interact with. At least we have Dr. Ball's stories about how he bullied him. That's the best we got, chat. I'm sorry. I said my unartistic ass felt like doing that. I also like, look, keeping it easy. You always always down to like, hey, I'll get the drops, which I appreciate, but I still feel awkward asking, for that stuff, because it's like, that takes work, that takes effort. You know what I mean? So that's why I appreciate all the drops and shit. And when you use such vulgar language, I don't harp on it. Barack Obama's mission is not to crumble the walls of a U.S. Jericho. Okay, we read that. Oh, that's cool. Okay, we read that. Awesome. On July 4th, 2026, the only way to remember that date in 1776 is to acknowledge that slaveholding colonists wrote a screed full of lies because of King George III's proclamation of 1763, which forbade land speculators like George Washington from expanding their territory beyond the Appalachian Mountains. They also feared that the British would abolish slavery. The Declaration of Independence is a lie written by greedy, corrupt, and racist people who wage a war in order to conquer a continent through terrible means. And this is why individuals like the ACP, Haas, Jackson Hinkle, Eddie from Midwestern Clan, this is why we have to view them as what they are, white supremacists, because they're trying to continue this lie. They're trying to continue this lie of American, patriotism, of manifest destiny and justify it. They are white supremacists. I don't give a fuck what theory they're pretending to, spew. Obama has proven once again that he has a kinship with them and with the very ideas that founded the United States. The flowery language used to lie to millions of people, decade after decade, must be ignored. In that interview, Barack Obama told the truth about himself. He is a believer in and an agent of white supremacy. Fucking bravo. Margaret, Kimberly. Man, just amazing. Remember, you can support our work at Patreon as well. Just outstanding. Oh, nice. The farce of you lie. Nice. Can you imagine? Can you imagine just being a fly on the wall? This conversation, but like without, Let me take another bio break, y'all, and then we'll get started with the nonsense. Let me just pull up. No, I can't do that. Actually, it's just easier if I do that. I don't know why I'm making it so complicated. I'll be right back. On the clock. Yeah. And then you also said, excuse me, what? You gotta be a little bit more clear. I don't Felix Sevilla, bro, has been defending Hassan. In regards to Bad Empanada? Is that what you're referring to? I mean, I feel like he has been. I feel like he has been defending Hassan. I don't know. For revealed, there was more people for that moment. People wanted some action. Look, Hassan Piker fans, his cult, they're not politically engaged. They're not politically engaged, right? Like, they're not actually organizing. They're not getting off their ass. They just love the fucking drama shit. They love the drama shit. You have to understand, Hassan, he didn't fucking blow up through politics. He got the platform through TYT, a political entity, for sure. But he wasn't blowing up on his own with politics. He had to do the whole fucking weirdo fucking reactor shit. He had to react to like dumbass fucking TLC channel stuff. He tried and continues to try to move away from politics. He wants to do the fucking IRL fucking streamer shit where you could just go to the zoo and hang out and be rich and still get fucking thousands of viewers and make a living doing that. He's tried time and time again just to fucking game and get away from politics. He can't fucking do it. But he desperately wants to because he doesn't give a fuck about this. He just wants to be rich, live a lavish life, have a good image, and that's it. There's a reason why when he has an opportunity to talk in person to thousands of protesters, he admitted, I didn't even write a fucking speech because he does not give a fuck. He's not going to, anything that doesn't directly benefit him financially or through fucking clout, he's not going to invest more time in. Toribio, Hassan is cute, but come on, man. You got to think with your brain for these things. Hey, I hear you. But it's not, look, he's an attractive man, no question about it. But here's the thing. He's white, rich. He could do and say a lot of fucking wild shit and people aren't going to be critical thinking with their fucking brain. You know? PlayStation, Malcolm. Is there a quote you were trying to put down? Oh, because you did write earlier, such a coward, just puffing up his feathers, or whatever the metaphor is. Like peacocking? I don't know. Oh, no. Yeah, when he was interacting with Ethan about, got a problem with me voting for Holocaust Harris? Wild. But yeah, Mag, it would have been a win-win if Ben Panada fucking crashed out. Like, really crashed the fuck out. Like, never get invited to Noah's fucking stream again, or fucking Hassan's, and have a whole of fucking bread to, like, blacklist him.
Maybe even talk to him further about like why he calls it, why he consistently brings about the issue of Israel, but like only focuses on Benjamin Netanyahu, or why he doesn't call it a genocide. Because these are, I think, valid questions to ask someone like Bernie Sanders, especially because my expectation of someone like Bernie Sanders is that he's supposed to be infinitely more knowledgeable on the situation than like the average Democratic Party politician is supposed to be, given his long history of being an out and about socialist, and even sometimes like offering critical support to, with some notable exceptions like Yugoslavia, offering critical support to even, you know, revolutionary socialists or even like anti-imperialist militancy throughout his career. I wanna like, my expectation from him is someone who has been definitely more, dare I say, radical, even though that doesn't really mean anything in American politics. My expectation from him at this point would be to be leading the charge of stopping all aid to Israel and issuing boycotts and divestments and threatening sanctions upon Israel. But he's nowhere near there. And I think that's very disappointing as someone who was a big fan of Bernie Sanders, despite my differences in opinion with Bernie Sanders.
So he's a big fan of a Zionist. Let's be clear about that. He's a big fan of a Zionist, which is wild because, let's see, what is it? This is wild. Let's find the fucking video. Where is the fucking video? Nope, don't care about. So this shit? Nope. Who's got that fucking clip? With the Zionist? Let's see. Let's find it again. What the fuck is this? That's crazy. That's wild. Look, I just want the video, y'all. That's all I'm asking for. Let's see. Let's see. How do Sorry. I was saying, I wonder if I've ever done it where like I put on a stream, an old stream, and I also excuse myself in that stream. Yesterday I forgot to like unmute Chrome in general, so I left y'all just watching me pantomime a stream, I guess. I don't know. That shit was funny. Yeah, I finally was able to go get groceries and have like some pretty good food. Well, vegetables and stuff and fruit, I should say. I'm tired. All right. All right, we did it. We read 2 articles. Now we get started with this. Do we skip? I don't know. Let's watch this first. This is a funnier segment.
But what I found out is that leftists and people that should love America from America, they would be disgusted. I don't want this. I would never wear this. I said, hey, listen, they just renounced the cost to renounce your citizenship. They just lowered it from $2,500 to $450.
Why is there a price on that? Should it not be free? By the way, for those of you that don't know, this is Emma Viglin's favorite journalist, Andrew Callahan from Channel 5, who is a sexual abuser. He has multiple allegations against him by multiple women. Emma Viglin completely disregards them. All because he took like a 3-month hiatus and came back and did something about the border or something along those lines. So again, white feminism at its finest. It's solely out of pure convenience. And then we have Cenk Uygur, Hassan Piker's uncle, union buster extraordinaire, Armenian genocide denier, and Zionist normalizer. And yes, he's talking about, this guy's from Patrick Bate Davis podcast. And he's talking about American flags.
Anyone who wants to leave America, who is an American, I'm sponsoring them to gladly get them the renouncement of citizenship for $450. Sign up at VT.com. But other than that, you got to be proud to live in America. Even these people that I respectfully disagree with on a lot of issues, they're even proud to be an American.
Well, actually, before I come,
I'm proud to be an American, because at least I know I'm free.
With the young
all right,
generation.
before I come to Brian, then let me just ask Briahna: are you proud to be an American?
Could have asked Cenk. Could have asked Andrew Callahan. But went straight to Briahna Joy Gray. Pierce. Makes you wonder. Makes you wonder. It's not like you got fired for your weird obsession of a black woman. Yeah, it just makes you wonder.
I think I'm likely to be the most American person on this panel. My relatives.
FBA. Y'all remember somebody came in here once and accused me of being FBA? Like, how? How are you all accusing me of being FBA? How are y'all calling me Afro-Latino? I don't understand how fucking racist y'all have to be to like... I don't get it. Georgie's cult.
I think I'm likely to be the most American person on this panel. My relatives have fought in every war.
I voted
that
for
America-
Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Wilder Sec, thank you so much for the super chat. I went to the mosque today and I saw a homeless disabled person roaming around under this heat, and the people attending were ignoring to go pray. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I gave them all I had. Thank you so much. And thank you for doing that. You know, I'm a bad atheist, but I met some good Christians. I met some great Muslims. I met some, I actually don't know Jews, to be honest with you. And it's just funny, like, I think above all, when I say praying with your feet, I do say it tongue in cheek, but it's like, I think above praying should be carrying out the actions, the actual acts that your religion claims to uphold. All right, look, collective struggle. Collective struggle. All right. All right. What Isak says, trust me, I don't believe anymore. I do it because my family is into this religion. All right. I was about to defend. I was gonna be like, let's be nice, but okay.
And then like 20% is just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
I'm too broke to be in their neighborhoods. I don't know what to tell you. I wish I could run into them.
Have ever fought to be the most.
Briahna, are you proud to be an American?
She said, I'm the most American America has ever seen, brother. Listen here, you filthy little inbred Brit. You're looking at the true red-blooded American, and don't you forget it.
I think I'm likely to be the most American person on this panel. My relatives have fought in every war that Americans have ever fought, including the Civil War, where my ancestors fought in segregated United Color troops for their own freedom and the freedom of all Black people in America. There's been a lot of talk about the founding fathers, but birthright citizenship comes from the 14th Amendment, which was established after the Civil War to give Black Americans who had been brought here via chattel slavery citizenship rights in the country that they had been brought to against their will.
And look, whatever criticisms we may have, accurate, of Briahna Joy Gray, and I said this before and I'll say it again, the intellectual gap between Briahna Joy Gray well, what the FBA queen is y'all gonna get me in trouble someday, I swear. I'm trying to give her props and y'all do that. God damn. Woo.
I voted for Kamala Harris. You got a problem?
Considering the way, I have no idea about. I don't even know. Briahna Joy Gray? Yo, chill. I can fix her as well. Wait, who's that and what the fuck are y'all talking about? Harutsu, how do you even know this? What the fuck? But how, Harutsu, how's that on her? If her pops died in a hit and run? Claudia, that is, I just saw what you wrote. You women, you're having a great fucking time with this one, aren't you? Period. Don't let these tethers lie on this indigenous woman. Yeah. Man. Wait, Harutsu, I'm so confused. People have no sympathy for her. You're saying they should have sympathy for her? Oh, I totally misread. Wait, okay, I'm so sorry. I totally misread. Considering the way her dad died, she gets no respect. I get it. I thought you meant like, I thought you were saying like you don't respect her because the way that her dad died. I was like, what the I was like, bro, like, look, I'm over here making fun of Georgie for following his father's footsteps. But like, I was like, yo, bro, like, what does she have to do with it? I think even Linstag was like, wait, does she do it? Like, what are we talking about here? I get you now, Harutsu. I was like, damn, Harutsu's more cold-blooded than I knew. Because Harutsu doesn't pull punches, you know? Get him talking about FD and that's one thing that makes me laugh is like people that associate me politically with FD. I'm like, have you seen my chat? Have you seen how fucking bloodthirsty my chat gets? Yeah. Yeah. Claudia says a Blaxican FBA ADOS historian. Yep. Me and CJ, you know, just but it just makes me laugh because that's how you know how disingenuous. No, I'm not trying to get you started, please. But that's how you know this. I mean, the level of how much they fucking lie, how disingenuous these people are. I'm like, bro, you do not know what you speak of. Yeah. No, Briahna, Joy Gray knows how to play the game. Honestly, perfect fucking response to this panel. It's not enough, of course. Sorry, Briahna, you're still black. You're still a woman. It's not enough. The best 10 out of 10 response is still not enough. Hidden Colores is dropping soon, straight to DVD. Bro, that's the thing. That's what these white people don't get. Like, whatever nonsense you throw our way, we're gonna flip and we're gonna laugh and we're gonna have a good fucking time. That's what it is. That's what we've learned how to do. By all means. By all means, give us more fucking props to work with. It's fine. All right.
The Statue of Liberty, a symbol that has become synonymous with immigration rights, was actually gifted by France to the United States to commemorate the end of slavery.
None of them knew that. Not a single person on that fucking panel knew that, including Jake Huger, who's being like a smug, like he's smugging, like, yeah, you tell him, girl. When like y'all have clashed endlessly. But okay.
So under was actually gifted by France to the United States to commemorate the end of slavery. So, understandably, my feelings about this country to which I was brought, my ancestors were brought as slaves, is complicated. But I think what's beautiful about America, the promise of America, is that it can become a more perfect union. That's what the preamble to the Constitution asks of us, to continue to endeavor to become better. And while I think it's healthy and good to have pride in one's country, I lived overseas as a kid and found myself defending America from all kinds of insults all the time. I have a deep cultural affection for this country. My whole culture of people was invented and formed and is uniquely American as a Black American. I think that it would.
I'm proud of being American, because at least I know I'm free. I'm gonna stand up on the top. What is the song, anyways? I need the lyrics. I need the lyrics. I'll sing the whole thing right now. Y'all ready? Okay, chill out. There's a lot, actually. Here we go. Just the chorus. I'm proud of being American, or at least I know I'm free. And I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me. And I'd gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. The tone is completely off. Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. Man. Too good, too good. I mean, doubling down on the bullshit. Again, Briahna Joy Gray just knows how to play to an audience. She knows how to play to an audience. It's just... How do you not cringe? What do you mean? I'm a fucking patriot.
Was invented and formed and is uniquely American as a Black American. I think that it would be a mistake to stop endeavoring to make the country better and to live up to the promise of its ideals.
That's a very good answer, but I've noticed you haven't actually answered the question.
I mean, she did. You're just too fucking... You want the simplified version of it for you to grasp and to clip out. If I was Briahna Joy Gray, I would have added the fact that when she said, my ancestors were brought here through chattel slavery, I would have gone out of my way to say, by people like you, Pierce, British people, and kept in chains later on by Americans. Just to not, it's just weird, like the way these British people act like they're above it all because their empire fucking collapsed. No different than Canadians or Australians that would be doing the exact same fucking thing as a settler colonial project if they had the ability to do so.
Are you proud to be an American right now?
You know, it's really hard, Pierce, right now when our country is synonymous with executing a genocide that has killed hundreds of thousands of people on the other side of the world. So there are aspects of being an American that I am very proud of.
I'm so sorry.
Check this fool's hard drive. You're a beautiful girl. You're a beautiful girl. And I'm being serious because this was a fucking Zionist. He's like a hardcore Zionist Jew. You're a beautiful girl. Like, because I knew that he's Jewish and a hardcore Zionist, my mind immediately went to like, oh, you're a fucking pedo. You're a fucking creep. But then the second thing, and I think the more accurate one, is that he's just being fucking racist by calling her girl. A grown-ass woman, mind you. I think Bree, respectfully, is in her 40s again. Again. In her 40s. Around there. If I'm not mistaken. And I don't say that disparagingly or anything. I think she mentions how like, oh yeah, like... Yeah, she's 40 years old. She's 40 years old. Yo, bro. What the fuck is wrong with these bad empanada George fucking fans? This Malmed Mayaga says she's a good 8 out of 10 on the look scale. And as a 9 myself, I dip. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Fuck is wrong with you fucking people, bro? It's like, bro, like the incel shit, bro. The incel shit is so fucking like grotesque, bro. I don't know what it is about George Bad Empanada and his people, man. Where all these fools, and it makes sense, I'm telling you, it makes sense why he's aligning himself with the ACP. Because they're fucking disgusting incels. Because when they see us, they only want to kill us, fuck us, or eat us. Yep. Yeah. Birds of a feather, absolutely, bro. What the, like, who the fuck? And of course, they're gonna do the alt-right bullshit of like, it was just a joke, man. That's all, I mean, that's what the alt-right does. I deleted that shit. It's so fucking disgusting. And the thing is, like, if you want to say, you know, I think she's beautiful, I think she's very attractive, what have you, in a respectful way, without completely objectifying her and sexualizing her, all right, there's a polite way of doing it. Acknowledge her abilities as a communicator, her intellect above the people that on the panel, and definitely that she has conversations with. Fine. But to start talking about breeding, mind you, a black woman that just told you she's a direct descendant of slaves. We just finished reading about how George Washington, at 45 years old, was raping a young black woman, young black girl, excuse me, at 15. And you have these Bad Empanada fans in here, right? Because he sends them over here, talking about breeding black women. And of course, they're laughing at this because they think this shit's funny, because they think anti-black racism is funny. Because they're fucking white supremacists. I don't care where they're from. I don't care what their background is. That's what George has embraced, and that's what it is. Should it be shocking to anyone that an Australian Greek is a white supremacist? Of course not. It's a given. I had seen him say some things previously, but they started off saying like, I'm here for Bad Empanada. I don't even agree with literally almost in anything with Briahna Joy Gray politically. But it was funny that George Bad Empanada was like, quote, retweeting her stuff. When it's like, bro, you're like one of the most anti-black characters online now. And this is your audience and what they do. And look, I give them their space and opportunity to disagree and to push back. It is what it is. Like, I'm not here to create a bubble, an echo chamber. But when you go that far, because for me, that's rape culture, right? When you're talking about breeding, that's rape culture. And when George Bad Empanada is out here like talking about bestiality towards women for political disagreements, that's rape culture. And that's why I make fun of him, because it's like, bro, like, you are your dad, except you're more of a coward because you do it online, for all we know. Because if you talk about women and two women like that online, then you probably do worse to them in person. And if you don't, I dare you to show the women in your life, if there are any, doubtful, the way that you talk to women online, and see what reaction you get. See what reaction you get, homie. Because it seems like you're trying to earn your father's love by sexually harassing women online. Good luck with that, bro. This is how you know these people don't go outside. Go to any organizing space that isn't the fucking ACP's white nationalist socialist movement and talk like that to women and see how quickly you get kicked out. See how quickly you get kicked out. And hopefully you're lucky enough that you're not around any fucking spaces that I prefer to be in, because you get stomped the fuck out for being a fucking predator, because there's no difference. That's what you are. You're a predator in waiting. You're an abuser waiting for their moment to strike. And of course, they always got to push it there. They always reveal themselves. I don't call them incels for nothing, y'all. I don't call them incels for nothing.
Side of the world. So there are aspects of being an American
you're a
that I am
beautiful,
very
you're a
proud of.
beautiful girl. I'm so sorry for interrupting. Are you proud to be an American or not? That's it.
Hang on, Briahna. Were you proud to be an American under Barack Obama?
Not in particular. I mean, to me.
Wait, why all the way to Barack Obama? Why wouldn't you say Joe Biden? He was the last Democratic president. Why Barack Obama? Pierce, that's kind of strange. That's kind of strange, Pierce, that you said Barack Obama and not Biden, the last Democratic president. I mean, at that point, just say, were you happy with the black guy? Why'd you skip over Biden? That's fucking strange. Pierce basically here with
Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this fucking chat?
well, if we're talking about like racist incel behavior, Piers Morgan got fired from his like British daytime show, because he was obsessed with who is like the wife of Harry. Not even trying to be a jerk. Meghan. But what's her full name? Wait, her name was actually Meghan Markle? No, Merkel? Yeah. He was obsessed with her to the point that it got him fired. Because I guess she rejected him like years ago when she was just she was like a model for Deal or No Deal and had like other jobs like that. No, Robert says Briahna Joy Great got to be the most weirdo adjacent normie ever. Not at all, bro. You got to give her respect. You got to give her respect. She's strategic. She's usually the most intelligent person in the room. Again, that's not difficult in that room, but still, she's strategic. She knows how far to push her audience. She makes it work.
Me, it wasn't. Barack Obama had deep flaws and failings, including executing a drone war and being the
So which
deporter-in-chief.
president were you proud to be an American under?
I think that my pride in being American has less to do with.
If not the black one, then which one? Please, please, please tell. If the black president did not make you happy, then who possibly could have made you happy? Perhaps Bill Clinton, the first black president? I can't do a British accent right now. I'm sorry. I'm struggling.
With our political leadership, which is often
Well, give
very
me a time
disappointing.
period when
And
you were
wait a
proud
minute,
to be an American.
Give me a time period. Oh, bro. Again, Briahna should have just started trolling. Briahna should have just started trolling at this point. 1776. You know, when my ancestors were still enslaved. That's what I would have given him. Right? Just to be like, because it's the whole question of when was America great, right? It's equivalent. When was the last time you were proud? Give me an era, a decade, whatnot. a time frame. What can a black person respond to that? Is he drunk? I mean, probably, but I think he's just British. Which is worse because you can never like become sober of it, you know?
I'm proud in relationship to my fellow countrymen.
No, I get it. But
in the beauty,
which period of your life as an American?
Sad to watch.
Briahna, which period of your life as an American? You spoke very eloquently about your family fighting in all the wars. Very impressive. But at which period of your life would you have answered yes to the question, are you proud to be an American?
Every single day of my life.
I'm proud right now, brother. Every morning I wake up as an American, I'm prouder and prouder as the day goes on. When I lay my bed, when I lay my head, when I lay my head on my pillow, and I say the Pledge of Allegiance before I say my prayers to white Savior Lord Jesus Christ, amen. I go to sleep feeling even prouder, knowing that even in my dreams, in my most wildest dreams, I'm still a goddamn American. That's right. And you best believe that I'm dreaming of George Washington. I'm dreaming of Thomas Jefferson. I'm dreaming of Benjamin Franklin. And I hope that them fathers of mine are dreaming of me too somewhere in paradise.
Life, there are moments that I'm proud to be an American. I had a beautiful interaction.
That's not the same.
Good. What's not the same?
Well, let me bring Brian in. Let me bring Brian in. I want to bring Brian in. Brian.
Bro, this fucking guy ruined it for Piers Morgan. Excuse me. This fucking guy ruined it for Piers Morgan right now. Because Piers was setting up another thing, and you can see Piers gets frustrated. Starts scratching his head like, fuck, this guy won't shut the fuck up. I wonder why. I wonder why he won't shut up.
And then like 20% is just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
You see, there's an interesting equivocation there.
Good. There are moments that I'm proud to be an American. I had a beautiful interaction.
That's not the same. Good.
What's not the same?
Well, let me bring Brian in. I want to bring Brian in. Brian, you see, there's an interesting equivocation there because
just say you're proud to be an American.
Adam's just proud to be an American. Full stop.
Jesus Christ, he can't shut the fuck up. And one more thing. Like every fucking time, bro.
Are there any moments, to the gentleman in the bottom left corner, where you're not proud to be an American, when you're ashamed of the behaviors of your own country? Or do you support America without any caveat 100% of the time, like a loyal slave?
I wish that you loved America the way that the average American did. I really do. It's sad to see.
Are you going to answer my question?
As an example of
Are you a loyal slave, Adam Sosnick? Yes or no?
No, we live in the freest country in the world. Nobody here's a slave. The fact that she had the...
I mean, no. People in prison are slaves. What do you mean nobody here is a slave? God, bro. Okay, all right.
To give this long, beautiful answer rather than saying, yes, I'm proud to be an American, is a problem. And I think we need to address
America. Or do you slavishly defend it even when it doesn't deserve defending?
Well, why can't you be proud of your country 100% of the time?
Are you a slave? Or are you happy 100% of the time with your country? Piers has, I mean, this is somebody who glorifies the royal family. The pedo, sex trafficking, royal family. And he's proud of that shit. Says, I'm 100% of the time, 100% of the time.
Proud to
but
be
accept
an American.
that the country has flaws. Let me bring Brian in. Hang on, Brian. Hang on.
Brianna, why is a Brit defending America more than you? You should be a proud American.
Let's let Brian speak. Interesting. It's an interesting thing, Brian, right? This question which Brianna has raised, which is, can you say on a day when you're feeling angry about something your country's done, can you say, right, on that day, you're not proud of your country? Or should pride in your country be the overarching thing which overrides everything, albeit you may find there are things your country does you don't like, but your pride never dims? Where do you sit with this?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thanks for having me on, Pierce, on this very special celebration. I am proud to be an American. Now, there are times in our country that I can completely disagree on the direction that our government is headed, the things that we're involved with.
Holy shit, bro. Give it up. Give that shit up, dog. Oh my God. It'd be blinding if it wasn't so fucking tan. Holy shit, bro. Oh, man. Jesus, man. I don't give a fuck what he has to say. It's about to be 9, chat. I appreciate y'all for being here. Hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already. If you want to help support the channel, super chat, super stickers, the jewels, the gifted, that's all turned on. Memberships are turned on. If you want to check out the Discord, you get that through the Patreon. $2 gets you access to all the goodness over there, all the shit talking we do over there, all the amazing recommendations, and the unofficial book club. Still on. Meditations on Fanon's Wretched of the Earth. Go check that out. If you want to skip all the nonsense, hit up the Cash App. Anything and everything helps. All right. What are we watching from this?
Have spoken to the remarkable, unmatched king of left podcasts, Daniel Denver, whom you, of course, know from The Dig. He is also the co-chair of Reclaim Rhode Island, a political and housing justice group. Welcome to Bad Faith Podcast, Dan.
Hey, great to see you, Brie. Thanks for having me.
It's so great to have you here, especially after we have had just such a remarkable couple of weeks in left politics. Listeners to the show know that I bring a certain degree of skepticism to the potential of electoral politics and sort of entryism as a strategy. And this past week or so is maybe a rebuke to my cynicism, to my skepticism. And there's no one, I think, who's better situated to talk to me about how it happened, why it happened, whether or not my cynicism is poorly placed than you are, Dan.
I'm happy to try to make you into an optimist, at least temporarily, Brie. I mean, last week was really incredible. And right now, as we're recording, it's Tuesday, June 30th, and it's the Colorado primary. And Mayla Quiros looks like she has a really great shot to win there. Another socialist and Justice Democrats candidate ready to pull off something huge. And like just leading up to last Tuesday in the New York primary.
Ready to pull off something huge. A Democrat winning an election and a system that is designed for only Republicans and Democrats to win. How is that something huge? I still can't understand that. You've created an environment where it's a two-party system and you're bragging about one of the parties winning. What else is supposed to fucking happen? I don't know. I feel like it's very patting yourself in the back.
Mary, I had a pit in my stomach, in part because there was like a New York Times article maybe the Saturday before that quoted Michael Lang, the DSA-aligned pollster in New York, saying that he had a pit in his stomach ahead of it. And I was like, okay, if Michael Lang has a pit in his stomach, I have a pit in my stomach.
We don't hate them enough. We don't hate them enough. They get pits in their stomachs over elections in places they don't fucking live. They get pits in their stomachs over that shit. That's how little they have to worry about. That's how comfortable and safe their life is. These fools get the runs when a Democrat might lose.
And then the results were so incredible. Obviously, Brad Lander crushed Dan Goldman. That was pretty much expected, I think. Claire Valdez, in what was definitely, more of an intra-left factional fight, DSA decisively
Let me hold that one back. Let me hold that one back. Because his voice is already annoying me, but okay.
Won that very decisively. And then the most startling results of all, Daria Lisa Avila Chevalier, incredible, pulling off this victory against the chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus, a real uptown New York power broker, to become, I think, what people are generally, and I think fairly describing as the person who will likely be the most left-wing member of Congress. And we see different kind of streams of the socialist left uniting under one project, which I think is where a lot of this power is. So even though Zoran talks in a more
the stream of socialist left. Stream of socialist left. Again, the way that they just change up words to their benefit to appear more radical, to market themselves even better. You are democratic socialists. Stop calling yourself socialist. What the fuck is socialist left? I'd be a lot more content if they just call themselves populists. Because at least we'd all understand that it's just fucking bullshit, meaningless nonsense.
Kind of sewer socialist, democratic socialist register, whereas Dari speaks in a more, let's say, sewer socialist, democrat, a lot of his power is. So even though Zoran talks in a more kind of sewer socialist, democratic socialist register, whereas Dari speaks.
Sewer socialist? Or Zoomer socialist? What the fuck is he saying? Oh, I'm a Gemini socialist. I'm an asparagus socialist. What is this? I mean, he's referring to the Milwaukee sewer socialists. Okay, I couldn't understand what he was saying. I'm like, Zoomer or sewer? Thank you. What the fuck? What the fuck are we doing? Teenage Mutant Ninja. Teenage Mutant Socialist. I love that. Yeah.
In a more, let's say, kind of revolutionary register, it was all one project and all.
Why is the word revolution coming out of these people's fucking mouths? Why? Why? Why do you have to ruin everything? Why do you have to co-opt everything? God fucking damn it, bro.
A more, let's say, kind of revolutionary register, it was all one project and all one huge last Tuesday, and I am pumped.
And of course, you know, Brad Lander being framed as a much more, compared to the other two on that spectrum, relatively centrist, more establishment than the other two as well, who has been criticized by some on the left as for being a liberal Zionist who hasn't gone nearly as far as the others in the mix in their critiques of Israel. Let me say on this point.
But still a huge own, like, against AIPAC. And he does, you know, obviously I disagree on the liberal Zionist point. I'm staunchly.
Obviously, I disagree with the liberal Zionist point. But it's a huge own. It's a huge win. To go from Zionist to liberal Zionist is just fucking revolutionary.
Anti-Zionist. And, you know, if I were to ask, you know, obviously I disagree on the liberal Zionist point. I'm staunchly anti-Zionist. And, you know, if I were.
You're staunchly anti-Zionist? Okay, this just brought to memory this. Holy shit. This just brought. Okay, hold on. How are we looking this up? How are we looking? Because I don't know if it's on YouTube or this. God damn it. Hold on. Nope. No. I was saving this and I forgot about it. God damn. Hold on. Okay. Maybe. No, this was shit, man. Why? Hold on. Give me a second. I promise you, I swear to y'all, this might be the best clip that I pull up in quite some time. If I could just find it. Oh, it's kind of in the worst place imaginable, though. Oh, and that one's alive? Okay. It's gonna be two things. It's gonna be two things, same video, but two things. I promise you this is worth it. Vic, I've earned this one. I've earned this Matt Binder. I'm assuming it's gonna be alive. It's this one. It's this one? Yes, okay. Towards the end, is this live or is this? Tell me I hit the DJ something. And it's a blue super chat. It's a blue super chat. Is this it? $2 super chat. It's blue. Nope. Hold on. I promise you. Yes. Okay, we found it. Did we find it? No, goddamn, it's with the D. Give me 1 sec, y'all. I will find this. Looney, not Looney. Goddamn, what does it say? This better not be fucking live. Hold on. The screenshot I took. They did not delete this, right? Something with the D, something with the D. Hold on. I promise y'all. When I saw this, I was losing my mind, bro. Insane in the membrane. Insane in the brain. Like that. Like I was like, it was literally. ¿Me comprendes, Méndez? No sé por qué no entiendes. Like that. Did they delete this shit? If they edited this out, that's hilarious. All right, I actually might not be able to find the one without a liberal like laughing at this, which is fine. I guess I tried giving it the chance of. Fuck. I just rather see the poison weld one. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong fucking shit. Okay, wait. I'm looking at the wrong one. What date is this? I can't tell. Laughing at hysterical meltdowns. Okay. Hold on. Oh, I didn't even look at that thumbnail. Somewhere over here. Towards the end, maybe. Oh yeah, I saw it. Hell yeah. So, this individual, apparently, from what I'm getting, from what I gathered, we're watching the lore. From what I gathered, this individual, DJ something, that sends a super chat. Hold on. Is apparently a liberal that went into. I love this shit. I don't encourage this. Do not do this. I will ban you. I swear to you, I will ban you, block you on everything. If you're part of, this fucking whatever it is, and you weren't already part of another community, and you go there to talk shit on my behalf, you're getting banned. There's no exceptions. So don't do it. If you're already in those communities, it's otro pedo. If you're not bringing me up or arguing on my behalf, otro pedo, whatever. But apparently this liberal here went into the leftist mafia stream to see them try to rationalize and explain this. And I am so grateful for this. Let's see, right here. They said, Lander is a Zionist, which is unforgivable. Do not take this at face value. They're a fucking liberal. They don't care. They're simply trying to see how Matt Binder and from Humanist Report, what's his name? I don't remember his name. I'm not even trying to be that guy. What's this? Some Italian ass shit, right? What the fuck is their name? Mike Figueredo. Okay, just listening.
DJ Monotonous says Lander is a Zionist, which is unforgivable. I mean, I think that's fair, but Zionism is fascism, right? He calls himself a liberal Zionist, but I'm just speaking in terms of like the pure.
So said it himself. Zionism is fascist. He's Fredo. You women, you. Fredo is like the N-word to them. You do not have the pass. Do you even have Italian friends? Anti-Italian American racism, which is, if we're being objective about this, the worst type of racism America's ever seen. I'm not going to ban you this time for using some just disgusting language, but that's your only warning.
Right, he calls himself a liberal Zionist, but I'm just speaking in terms of.
But he says Zionism is fascism, and he calls himself a liberal Zionist. So he calls himself a liberal fascist. Then you're gonna excuse your support and glorification of him. I love it. I love it, man. You don't even gotta scratch these motherfuckers. You just gotta ask them the right questions.
Like the pure Machiavellian strategic element of it. You know, when it comes to him versus Brad Lander, or I'm sorry, him versus Dan Goldman.
He confuses Brad Lander for Dan Goldman.
And then like 20% is just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
At least 20% anti-Semitic. Has to be, right, George? Confusing two Jewish Zionists. Sure, one's Zionist, the other one's a liberal Zionist, but confusing them, hella fucking anti-Semitic. You never see this in this channel.
And then like 20% is just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
At least 20%. Mike, you're gonna get canceled, bro.
I mean, Dan Goldman is just like an unapologetic Zionist Nazi. He's a Zio-Nazi. He wants to send weapons to Israel. And to get an improvement in Brad Lander is important. I think that him supporting Medicare for All is also just a nice little bonus. But hey, if somebody comes in and they are against Israel entirely and they're not, like, they're anti-Zionist, fuck yeah, let's trade out Lander for that better option. I'm all about trading up.
I'm all about trading up. Homie, this isn't fucking Pokemon. You're not at a fucking card show. Trading up. Trading up fascists? You just said a Zionist is a fascist. So you're just like and look at the look at dead-eyed, soulless motherfucker. All right. And again, he is a quarter part Jewish, so I'm not saying that he's soulless because he is Jewish, by the way.
And then like 20% is just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. It's not because of that. I swear. It's not that. It's not that at all.
You say we. Who are you referring to when you're talking about Sam, huh?
Well, I don't Settlers, Europeans.
Hold on. You're talking about white people or are you talking about Jewish people?
No.
That is wild. And then, I mean, you see it. You see it in him. He's just like, fuck. He's like, fuck. Has a Palestinian flag in the background. Do you now see why I have this dumbass flag behind me? Because I think that shit's mad fucking stupid, right? And I love when people don't get the fucking joke. I have this dumb shit behind me because of these fucking performative opportunists. That's why. And it's the most like tiniest little flag that you could possibly find. Because you don't want to upset, the ad revenue from YouTube. So it's like the tiny little thing there in the corner, see it kind of camouflages with the green. It camouflages with the green. Like it's just, It's so fucking pathetic. Why put it up? Why put it up if it's going to be that small and that far away? Why put it up? Why put it up if you're going to excuse endorsing and supporting a liberal Zionist? It's so fucking performative and pathetic. That's why I have this dumb shit, because I find it funny. And then when people take it seriously, I'm like, it's even better. It's even better because you don't get the fucking joke. And nobody explain it to them, please.
Is important. I think that him supporting Medicare for All is also just a nice little bonus, but hey.
The Nazi, the fascist, supports Medicare for all. And so when I call these fucking people National Socialists, this is why. Sure, he's a fascist, but universal health care. Can't beat that.
Hey, if somebody comes in and they are against Israel entirely and they're not, like, they're anti-Zionist, fuck yeah, let's trade out Lander for that better option. I'm all about trading up. DJ Monotonous also says Lander is a straight up Zionist. You okay with that? Okay, so kind of the same question. No, I mean, like,
this is what I'm saying. So this is a liberal trolling rat libs. I love me some liberal and liberal fucking infighting. Thank you. Call out these fucking performative. I don't care who the fuck you are. Call out the performative shit. So doubles down. Only spends $2. Sorry, 4 at this point. Lander is a straight up Zionist. You okay with that? You okay with that? Like, come on.
Like, again,
he's
like,
he's critical of Israel. He has stated that there's a genocide going on, and I mean,
yeah, genocide, cut off.
He's critical of Israel, and he stated that a genocide is happening. What more do you want? Sam Cedar, please help. The righteous anti-Zionists of all Jews, please. I'm telling you, did I not say that this motherfucker is just absolutely soulless in the eyes? Look at this shit. Look at this. He's there's nothing there. There's nothing there. He's gone. He's a shell. It's over. How fucking pathetic can you be? Bro, he's barely mustering the energy to say this shit. You recognize genocide? Like, this is fucking sad, bro. Holy shit. Like, I was gonna say some wild shit. Bro, your ancestors greeted the Red Army with more fucking energy than this. What the fuck are you doing? God damn, bro.
And then like 20% is just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
Again,
he's
like,
he's critical of Israel. He has stated that there's a genocide going on, and I mean,
yeah, genocide, cut off weapons, bare minimum.
Yes, I mean, do you wish he was not a Zionist? Of course, but he checks all the other boxes. So I mean, I wouldn't get too hungover. Huge.
You wouldn't get too hung up on supporting a Zionist? A liberal Zionist. Oh, golly, gee. God damn. He might be on that fucking Emma Vigeland streaming shit. I think he may. Well, he does. Who gives a fuck?
Upgrade from Dan Goldman. Let's put it that way.
Yes. It's like, I understand your point entirely, and it's valid, right? Because Zionism is fascism. So it's
he says it again. He says it again. He's saying it again. And he's laughing. And he's laughing. These people are just disgusting, soulless creatures. He's laughing at this shit, bro. Look at this. He's just cracking up. It's a fucking joke to them. It's a joke.
I understand your point entirely, and it's valid, right? Because Zionism is fascism. So to identify as a liberal Zionist, you're like saying, I'm a liberal fascist.
I think he's been moving further and further left. So who knows? Maybe a little bit.
Oh, I hate all the majority report people. I hate all the TYT people. These are our enemies. These people will lead us to the fucking slaughter. When we're in line for the meat grinder, they will still be telling you that there's a worse meat grinder down the street, so you should be grateful that you got this one. This is fucking disgusting. To repeat the accurate fucking critique that Zionism is fascism, and then still fucking laugh it off and downplay a liberal Zionist, acknowledging that a liberal fascist is like, it's nonsense.
That's more time, and he'll be, he'll be, who knows?
Yeah.
That's your sales pitch? He'll be, who knows what he'll be? He'll be, That's how little effort they put into their fucking propaganda or the Democratic Party. How little do they think of their audience? How stupid do they think their audience is? That they don't even bother to come up with an excuse or a talking point for this. Instead, he's like, he'll be yada yada. You get the rest. You get the rest.
Moving further and further left. So who knows? Maybe a little bit more time, and he'll be, he'll be, who knows?
Yeah.
A progressive Zionist? He'll go from a liberal Zionist to a progressive Zionist, and then maybe a democratic socialist Zionist, and then someday a socialist Zionist, and then perhaps someday a communist Zionist. What the fuck are we doing here? Jesus, bro.
Not really Rachel Atwood. Thanks for the 2 guest host suggestion. Boston Brian is the name sounds very. If I'm thinking Texas, sent that similar about that. If you had a quick video, I'd also highly recommend you check that out as well because it ties in.
Is that it?
To the.
I didn't want to do this, but we have to see how even like liberal fucking. Let's see if I can find this. Even liberals see past this shit. It's actually fucking hilarious. Hold on. And yes, this is, but I'm telling you, nobody documents these opportunists the way that reactionaries or these liberals do. I believe this is, I'm really important, IRI, who's like a giant Democratic Party supporter. And yes, this is on the Creeps Destiny subreddit. Who else? I would not have found like that clip if it wasn't for liberals clipping that shit out, because nobody is criticizing each other in these white spaces. Mike, even if he's Italian, Matt Binder, even if he's partly Jewish, are still white men. They're still whites, and nobody's calling them out. They're protecting each other and their opportunism and this fucking grift that they're running, half asleep. Listen to this accurate in terms of calling out the opportunism that a liberal can provide. A fucking liberal can do this.
Says Lander is a Zionist, which is unforgivable.
This is so good. Just you can see the wheels turning. You can just see the panic And this purity testing will be the downfall of their movement right now, right? Like, this is it. You're wondering, oh, these guys are taking over the Democratic Party, huh? Watch this.
Fun fact. Thank you. DJ Monotonous says Lander is a Zionist, which is unforgivable. I mean, I think that's fair, but Zionism is fascism, right? He calls himself a liberal Zionist, but I'm just speaking in terms of like the pure Machiavellian strategic element of it. When it comes to him versus Brad Lander, or I'm sorry, him versus Dan Goldman. I mean, Dan Goldman is just like an unapologetic Zionist Nazi. He's
okay. So new label, new level has been unlocked, guys. New level has been unlocked.
No, and thank you for pointing that out. None of your business. This purity testing will be their downfall. Doesn't make any sense though. Exactly. This is what I'm saying. Like, I'm not saying that he's correct in anything other than calling out the opportunism. We'll get to that. But even saying that, obviously it's not purity testing if you're supporting Brad Lander, a liberal Zionist, a self-proclaimed liberal Zionist. 100%. It's nonsense. And it's the reason why I feel like Destiny and IRI and all these other Hutch, all these other liberals that are vote blue no matter who, Democrat, hardcore Democrat supporters, and that provide excuses for them left and right. I think the role is to make the Matt Binders, the Mike Figueroas, the Hassan Pikers, the Sam Cedars, the Emma Vigelins, the Hassan Pikers look like actual like leftists, right? So this is one of those moments where even a liberal gets to point out that they're just fucking opportunists that stand for nothing.
New DLC. Now you could be a Zionist Nazi. So there's a difference. There's Zionists, and now there's Zionist Nazis. So there's a difference. Zionism is okay. It's okay. If you're just a Zionist, that's different than being a Zionist Nazi. That's interesting. That's new to me. I don't know about you guys. That's new to me. Yeah, strategic Zionism. It's like, listen.
Strategic Zionism is fucking accurate.
Sometimes we got to work with Nazis if we're going to win, you know? Like, it's sometimes you got to work with the neighborhood child rapist in order to get something done. I don't know. Like, it's so crazy to me that it's like there's strategic Zionism among the left now, the leftists now. Like, that's okay. If you use your Zionism strategic, like, what? Let's hear that again, because.
So I don't know what it is about these white like liberals that always go straight to like pedophilia and examples of like sexual abuse of children. I don't understand what their fascination with that is, but it's very much a liberal thing. Like Destiny, Hutch, IRI, they all use it. It's very unsettling, especially when like so many of them have been exposed for like some creep ass fucking behavior. That being said, that aside, he's accurate. Why is it that these so-called leftists are comfortable with using strategic Zionism when they're calling it fascism, when they're comparing it to Nazis? Would you have strategic Nazism, alliances? Of course not. Well, I mean, of course you would, but we're saying the character, the persona that you're presenting wouldn't.
Because that just, it warms my heart to watch these guys go through this struggle.
And this is why I do appreciate the more blatant, upfront liberals, much like I prefer the blatant, upfront, reactionary Republicans. Because can you just be honest about your intent to support empire and white supremacy? Can you do that? Is that too difficult? Instead of all this charade, instead of planting a little fucking tiny Palestinian flag in the background, Mike is like, well, I support Palestine, but also I support the aesthetics of my background a little bit more.
Thunder? Or I'm sorry, not that himself.
Signer.
Co-signer for that better option. I'm all about trading up.
So, first of all, Dan Goldman supports Medicare for all. He is a co-signer co-sponsor of the current Medicare for All bill in this session of Congress by Pramila Jayapal. He also signed on to it in the last session of Congress. So that argument means nothing. But now we hear this argument that, well, he's if there's a better, less Zionist person that comes along, we'll support that guy. But now we're going to accept this level of Zionism because it's an improvement from Dan Goldman's Zionism. It's just crazy. Absolute crazy, man. And it pisses me off because this has been the story all along, but they've never admitted it, right? Like they've been using
liberals see this shit. So don't tell me that other so-called leftists in these spaces don't acknowledge these fucking opportunists. Somebody said, the Toa says, I'm really important is literally the white guy from Pretty Fly from a White Guy video. He asked for a 13, but they drew a 31.
Using Zionist as the worst insult. You're the scum of the earth. There's no room for nuance. There's no way to want Israel to exist and a place for the Jewish people because every religion has a state in the.
He's a total Zionist, this guy. Don't get me wrong. He's still a white American, brother. All right? But he's still accurately calling these people out. It's like, wait a minute. While, liberal Zionists like IRI want to have a nuanced conversation about what Zionists are acceptable, this entire time, these rad-lib DSA performative motherfuckers have been saying no Zionism is acceptable as fascism. And the moment that Zohran Mamdani starts normalizing liberal Zionism, the same way that Hassan Piker has been normalizing liberal Zionism with Bernie Sanders, then it's okay. But you don't even have an excuse prepared already because you know that your audience is just going to follow you because you're fucking sheep and you're sheepdogs for the Democratic Party.
In this world, whether by law or de facto, right? Islam, Christianity, you name it. They all have a place where people feel safe, and God forbid the Jewish people do. But God forbid you don't support the Netanyahu government and think it's far right and doing wrong and mistreating people and committing war crimes and genocide or whatever. It doesn't matter. If you support Israel's existence as is, you are a scumbag. You are a Nazi, a monster. You're a Zionist. And now all of a sudden, this is an improvement. Like, fuck these guys.
Hold on, because I know that RI is like a guitarist. Were you being serious when you said literally? No, I'm not falling for this. Stop. No, his name's Guy Cohen. Oh, wait. Holy shit, stop. What the fuck? You're not lying. Okay, I don't know, y'all. I love The Offspring. I gotta be honest. Elementary, I was over them by middle school. But that is PSYOP confirmed. Let's stop this fucking nonsense. What the fuck? Please be a video. God damn, I hate you fucking people. Oh, we'll be honored? Wow, so fucking amazing.
There's only one thing that can make this better right now. Only one thing that can make this better right now.
What would that be?
We need some dancing, some real pretty fly dancing.
Do you know anyone who dances well?
I got someone in mind. I want to bring up someone very special for you guys onto the stage right now to help us with the next part. Please come up, Pretty Fly Guy. Please come up.
Now this is the.
Maybe it's acoustics. That was a weak fucking pop, if you can even call it a pop. And they don't even give him a name. They're not even like whatever his fucking name, IRI, the Pretty Fly for a White Guy actor or some shit. I don't even know.
Real deal, right?
Is this the real Pretty Fly Guy right now? I think it is. Can we get a shot? Oh yeah, that's him.
Yeah, it's not working. The audience does not give a fuck, bro. Instead of announcing him, what they should have done is start playing the song, then he pops out. I'm not a rock star, believe it or not. But what should have happened is play the fucking song, then he comes out. And then you get a pop. I'm so glad that this is so fucking embarrassing and he got no pop whatsoever. Love it.
You haven't
Maybe
changed
can
a
you
bit,
bust a
guy.
move right now?
Yeah.
Es 4556. Our subject isn't cool, but he thinks it anyway. Wow. I don't even know anymore, man. What the fuck is the point of all this? When, like, this is the reality that we're in. What the fuck? Ay, ay, ay. I don't know why that is affecting me so, like, it's just all a fucking joke. Am I gonna go full fucking Rorschach over here? A comedian died tonight.
Man, they've been screaming at people like me and Destiny and others for years, calling us Zionists and monsters. And I had people come by the channel earlier and say it. So every day I hear some bullshit like this. But now it's okay because Brad Lander is a Zionist and Mamdani said he's okay. So guess what, guys? You can be a Zoran Zionist.
Liberals see it. Liberals acknowledge it.
Were to ask Brad, I might ask him, are you really, is that like, are you really a liberal Zionist? I believe that Brad.
It gets worse. Are you really? Bradley, Lander, are you really a Zionist? Brad, please say it ain't so, Brad. Please.
It does, obviously I disagree on the liberal Zionist point. I'm staunchly anti-Zionist. And, if I were to ask Brad, I might ask him, are you really, is that like, are you really a liberal Zionist? I believe that Brad believes in full democratic freedoms for everyone between the river and the sea. And guess what? That's not Zionism, but that's another story.
That's another story. No, homie, let's talk about that bullshit lie now. This is the reason why I've been calling Sam Cedar a Zionist since day one of this fucking stream. Because these people are fucking shameless opportunists that want to normalize the settler colonial project. God damn, bro. The fact that they feel safe and comfortable enough to laugh that shit off, to speak only on apartheid. God damn, bro.
You think he's just continues to use the term because he doesn't quite understand what it means these days or what the alternatives are, or he's just a man of a certain age?
Inertia. Oh my gosh. Oh, this poor innocent Jew doesn't understand what Zionism is. It's not like he grew up on it. It's not like even through a genocide, he still calls himself a liberal Zionist. Inertia. He just doesn't understand. The poor innocent Jewish victim doesn't understand what Zionism is. Sam Cedar said it's, Zionism, the definition can be very complicated. Who knows what it means?
And then like 20% is just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
Who fucking knows?
I'm not trying to make excuses, but
I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm not trying to make excuses, but it's inertia. He has no idea that why or how he's a Zionist.
But that's another story.
You think he's just continues to use the term because he doesn't quite understand what it means these days or what the alternatives are, or he's
inertia.
Just a man of a certain age?
I'm not trying to make excuses, but it was clearly a victory for the Palestinian solidarity movement over the forces of Zionism in AIPAC, regardless of
It was clearly a victory over the forces of AIPAC. This is how AIPAC has become a fucking liberal psyop, bro. Psyop? All right, I'm going to give myself that one.
And what it means these days or what the alternatives are, or he's
inertia.
Just a man of a certain age.
I'm not trying to make excuses, but it was clearly a victory for the Palestinian solidarity movement over the forces of Zionism in AIPAC, regardless of the unfortunate terminology that he's persisted in using.
Well, so, you know,
Oh, I can't say what needs to happen to this guy every time he fucking laughs. Please imagine that he's saying Nazi. Please imagine that he's saying Klan member. Please imagine that he's saying colonizer, conquistador, you fucking name it. And that he's laughing this shit off. Being a fucking colonizer here. Being a fucking parasite on this land. He gets to just laugh this shit off and diminish it.
Explain what happened, describe what happened in terms that are most favorable as possible to their own political priors. There has, since the emergence of the Mamdani phenomenon, been an inclination to laud his social media talents, his poise, how articulate he is in interviews, while downplaying the politics of it all. I saw today in the New York Times, Michelle Goldberg, who has often been in a position to write about the left and to sort of explain the left.
Sorry, I'll give me 1 sec. I do need to use El Baño. I know. I appreciate y'all sticking around. We'll skip right now to the funny part. I just wanted some build up there. My apologies. I'll be right back. How do we not have this? What? Oh my God. The excuse. Oh, you know, we should.
Out of like Bernie's like genuine convictions and how wrong he is with him being a machine politician. Like I
mean, he can be wrong and still help the machine in the end.
Yeah, no, he did. He absolutely did. But I also think that Bernie Sanders is just he has this like old labor Zionist.
Jesus. Oh my God, the excuse. Oh, you know, he's just old school fucking labor Zionist. This is why it infuriates me. People like Sam Cedar. Oh, well, you know, Zionism, there's a lot of definitions. There was a lot of different, you got the labor Zionists, you got the secular Zionists, you got the Orthodox Zionists. Fuck off. Zionism across the board. No wonder what asterisk you want to put next to it. No matter what you want to put in front of it, liberal Zionists, whatever the fuck it is the belief that European Zionist Jews can colonize Palestine. Point fucking blank. That's it. Chat Alpha, that's fucking hilarious. That's a hilarious username. And how we're not having this, the Zionist entity be bad exactly. And the answer to that is, well, you can't have Euro-Zionist supremacy. Can't have a world without that. Wild. Russell won't feel bad if Bernie gets a what? What the fuck is that? Oh my God. In medicine, a nodule is generally defined as a small, firm lump or growth often found in tissue or organs that is palatable, can be felt or visible on image. It's not specific diagnosis, but a description of physical feature indicating a localized area of abnormal tissue growth. That is wild. That is a wild fucking, I mean, hey, I love a unique hater. Toribio, buenas noches. Appreciate you always. And Walker, but it feels a bit cultish, like making video after video all the time, donning kafia and all. IDK, it's always something with them. What'd I say? Oh my gosh, that's a wild scale. Between Ole and Renee, where does Briahna Joy Gray sit? Wow. I don't know. I don't know if I can answer that. Wow, that's Chomsky? Is that really a quote? Don't use quotes if that's not that's not an actual quote. Let me know, please. Wow. Let me see how we're doing, yo. It's late. This stream is going fucking long, yo. Where are we at? Oh shit. I appreciate y'all. Hanging out, hanging out. All right. So look, I've been a hater since way before May 21st, 2025. Fuck all these fools, bro.
But whom has in no way been a leftist, wrote an article that was called basically moderate, being a moderate and being electable are not the same thing, which seems like a bit of a breakthrough for the left, who's been trying to make this case since at least Bernie Sanders in 2016, when he was the most electable candidate against Donald Trump by polls, but the mainstream news refused to characterize him that way. But others seem to still be emphasizing sort of the social media aspect of things, the focus on affordability, but seemingly purposefully excluding the role that Palestine, Gaza, and Zionism played in the outcome of these races. What would you describe as the reason why this pattern is emerging of success from this DSA flank?
Yeah, I was proud to join the uncommitted movement as the alternate uncommitted delegate from Rhode Island in 20.
Do we need any further proof that the uncommitted movement was a complete fucking setup? That this fucking guy was a delegate for them? Do we need further proof that the people begging for representation are the people carrying out a genocide to the Zionist project to be on their stage? Literally on their hands and knees outside the DNC. One of them, I forget this was name, we looked him up yesterday, is talking to Holocaust Harris. God.
In 2024 at the DNC, I was honored to join the uncommitted movement. It was deeply painful to have to sit through a week of the DNC, though, especially a DNC without any left-wing challenger. And so the room was not like half full of Bernie people. The Palestine Solidarity Movement, the Uncommitted Campaign, so many others issued so many clear warnings to the Democratic Party, to Biden and then Harris in 2024, that not only is cutting off U.S. military aid to Israel and ending the genocide a just like obvious moral imperative, it's also a practical political imperative. You are, by the Democratic establishment, was in their funding of the mass murder of Palestinians, also radically alienating huge swaths of their base. Young people, left-wing people, Arab people, Muslim people, just people who can see what's happening with their own eyes when a genocide is unfolding, perpetrated by a military that's the recipient of our tax dollars. It's not so complicated.
Is this like Miss Rachel? We see with our eyes. Like, what the fuck are we doing here, bro? All right, okay. Mind you, I don't give a fuck what he's saying right now. It's nonsense because he's not going to stand by it.
We were ignored. Our pleadings were ignored because we both wanted to end the genocide and did not want Donald Trump to be president. And in fact, those two things were not in tension.
Yeah.
Biden ending the genocide would have helped Donald Trump not become president. But Biden's support for the genocide continued. I mean, not just support for the genocide, the demonization and repression of the pro-Palestine movement. It's not just like these students on college campuses weren't listened to. They were demonized and defamed and slandered as anti-Semitic and as extremists, as terrorists, when in fact
and like
they were like
the
moral conscience of our nation. But anyhow, the warning was clear. It was ignored. And what we've seen is that there's been a massive destruction of the credibility and legitimacy of the Democratic Party establishment as a result. So a few different things are happening here. On the one hand, just generally, like Brie, looking back to Bernie 2016, 2020, the Bernie campaign was making a pitch to liberal Democratic voters that we can only stop Trump and stop fascism.
Okay, somebody correct me if I'm wrong. God damn, who are the bigger? I'll say fuck it. Who gives a shit? Who who's the biggest of the two? Opportunists, fucking sellouts, compradors, to straight cis white men. White women or gay white men? Who wins? Chat, who wins? Who is more aligned with white supremacy? Who is more desperate to be accepted by cis het white men? Who has aligned themselves with empire more often? Poll time? I don't even think I can make that poll. Fuck it, let's do it. Yeah, let's do a poll. Fuck it. All right. Where's the poll? Here we go. Let's start a poll. Ask question. Who is worse, I guess? Not well. Who's worse gonna be bad? Who aligns? White supremacy. More. Question mark. I'll put G. W. Come on. So you gonna let me do it? All right, the poll has started. And the question is, who aligns with white supremacy more? Gay white men or white women? Unfortunately, let's see if I can do this here. No, I can't. Unfortunately, the live chat, the deculturation live chat, I cannot do a poll there. And I don't think Twitch has polls, maybe? Yeah, I'm not seeing polls for Twitch. It's not more live chat erasure. It's just that YouTube only lets me be logged into one account. So like, for example, I can't pin. And I know you're probably joking, but I can't pin like messages on the deculturation live chat because I have to be logged into one or the other. And all like my saved videos and stuff are on the main channel account. Gay white men appropriate black women. It's them hands down. And you don't think, hold on. You don't think white women have been appropriating everything about black women? You women, you says you're more likely to find white women who reject their whiteness than gay white men. That's why all my best friends are white women. Oh shit. I don't think you guys can see the rest of the message because it cuts off because it's too long, but I see it on my end. No. It's a weird function where it won't let you expand the message, but it's there. I read it. It's there. Of course, unless you're assuming I just made it up on the spot, you know? Oh, yeah. What is this?
Oh, Nipsey Hussle.
R.I.P.
What's he been up to these days?
Nipsey Hussle's dead.
Died.
That might be the best usage of that. Yeah. All right.
Stop MAGA by getting to the bipartisan root causes of MAGA, of Trump. And in both 2016 and 2020, Bernie made remarkable advances to me looking back from 2010 or, when I was a teenager in the late 90s, impossible to imagine, but came up short, obviously. He lost both times. And a big part of that was because liberal Democratic voters saw a clear threat from Trump
Kamala Harris.
and said,
You got problem?
I'm going to go with what I know. I'm going to trust the Democratic establishment to beat Trump and protect us from MAGA.
Harutsu, great point. White women have gained the most from affirmative action. True. Harutsu coming in with the statistical facts to hate on white women. Come on, Harutsu.
I think all white people should aspire to be Cookout approved white person.
Come on now. Thank you for the super chat.
When Trump beat Harris in 2024 and took office again in 2025, that sparked a massive delegitimation of the Democratic Party establishment among the liberal base. They were like, you had one job, to protect us from Trump, and you failed. And that's why immediately we see those same people flocking to Bernie AOC anti-oligarchy tour events, and we start to see signs that something like a Tea Party of the left moment is underway. The other thing that happens is the left, in having the same left that has had a clear line on the need for Medicare for all, the same line on the need to overthrow the Democratic Party establishment, a solid, consistent line on all of these issues, was also the political faction in this country, the political current in this country that was absolutely crystal clear about opposing the genocide in Gaza and supporting Palestinian liberation. And so what we've seen...
Hold on, why would he say supporting Palestinian liberation when all he's talked about is claiming that Brad Lander isn't a Zionist because he believes in equal rights from the river to the sea, which is the same bullshit that Norman Finkelstein was spewing. Norman Finkelstein, the same guy that Georgie Bad Empanada continues to praise, who's nothing more than a hypercritical liberal Zionist Jew. That's all he is. Well, that's the same narrative that he was pushing, to stop saying from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, and to start saying Palestinians will be free. The people, not the land. Because the land's staying with its Jewish occupiers. Do I pull it up? Do we have time to pull it up? I got to pull it up. The receipts. I don't want people coming in here and being like, well, why would he say that about Norman Finkelstein, my hero? Where is it? It's Norman enough? There it is.
I don't agree with the slogan, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It's very easy to amend and just say, from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free. I don't agree with the slogan, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free. It's very easy to amend and just say, from the river to the sea, Palestinians will be free.
Sorry, it's like super low. That's the way he fucking talks.
I think first, most powerfully with Zoran's win, is that holding the line for Palestine, it appeals, of course, first and foremost to the many voters, myself included, who care passionately about this issue and for whom it's a key voting issue.
God damn, bro. Maybe it's a latent, socialized, conditioned homophobia. But all the hand gesture shit, all the talking with the hands shit, is pissing me off even more because it's coming off so condescending. Like no. Of course, I take it so personal. It's something deep to my heart, and of course, like no. It's something important and valuable to me, and that's why I'm running with the Democratic Party, who carried out this genocide, and I want to make. Or is it I don't know. Is it anti-Italian? Is it anti-Semitic? Is it anti-white? What the fuck is this? I don't know. I don't know the way that I'm feeling right now. Homophobia, Italiophobia, all the phobias. Yeah. Oh, that's interesting. Un gato de oro, thank you so much for the gift. That is adorable. What the fuck? Norman is right. Everyone needs to send. You women, you says Norman is right. All my white besties say everyone needs to center his voice. You need a Steam Deck strictly for evidence. Yeah, I never thought about that. Yeah, I should be able to pull that up. Thank you for that idea. Fuck it. I mean, I'm already, radiophobia. Yeah, radiophobia is, Yipper is claiming that radiophobia is equivalent to anti-blackness, is what I'm hearing, according to Yipper and Cuomo.
But it also, starting with Zoran, and then throughout these other amazing victories we've seen, it also I think sends a really powerful message to voters who are not necessarily, for whom Palestine is not necessarily a top issue, because it is, what it conveys is principle. What it conveys is the willingness to take a bold stand against the powers that be. And so, like, from Zoran winning last year to the incredible primary victories in New York last week, and hopefully to Melat Kiros's victory today on June 30th, we're seeing Palestinian solidarity play a critical role in this just like tremendous ascendance of the socialist left.
Wow, I was not ready for this nonsense. I mean, again, shout out to Winter, CD Winter, and their article from 2025 about Zoran and the Zionist left. Shout out to them. Why wouldn't you just show all the fucking history, bro? Okay, so where the fuck is it? I see. That's weird. CD Winter. Oh, okay, maybe there. We read this yesterday. Triumph for the Zionist left. Zoran Mamdani's victory. Damn, bro. Again, shout out to CD Winter. I don't know if you do interviews or conversations, but if anyone knows them, if they run into this, would love to pick your brain on stream. Jeez, bro. This is why y'all need, like, we need to read. This is why we need to read. This is why I do the readings on here, right? Because I want to learn more shit. I want to help understand the nonsense and the wool that is, being pulled over our eyes. I want to get better at that, recognizing it, articulating it, communicating it better, more efficiently, more concise. Because this is how these fucking people fool you. Are you sure you read it yesterday? I don't even know. I think so. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. CD equals comrade, by the way. That's just like your opinion, man. No, just kidding. I'm kidding. All right. I mean, that makes sense. All right. I would add an R. It would be CRDE. That's just me. Let's find out. Oh, I don't know about this. Robert, what does Dr. Ball think of Mahersa Baradaran? Because, I mean, this is really beyond my scope over here. Let me know.
You mentioned the clarity and consistency that the left has had on Palestine throughout, and I do think that that is in large part true. But as we look forward into 2028 and to looking to what these insurgent DSA candidates will be able to manage to do within the Democratic Party, within the duopoly, people are raising questions about whether or not AOC in particular, who's being pushed forward as.
Sorry, who won? Oh, okay, here we go. White gay men 60%. White women 40%. Interesting. All right. Not 60-40. Wait, is that a thing? What's 60-40? Is that where have I heard that before? This is not a white supremacist thing, right? No. What's 60-40? Whoa, Yipper doesn't believe in electoralism. Wow. Oh, keeping it easy. You just made that up? I thought you were like in like educating us. Oh, okay. Because there's a dog whistle about it's the population of black people in the United States versus like the crime committed. That is a giant like white supremacist dog whistle. Oh, 1352. 1350 is a dog whistle that they use. They claim that roughly 13% of U.S. population commits over 50% of violent crimes is a well-known, documented racist dog whistle. Sociological and criminological data demonstrates this narrative misrepresents arrests as actual committed crimes while ignoring deep-rooted socioeconomic and systemic disparities. I'm just saying, brother, numbers don't lie. Facts don't care about your feelings, all right? That's all it is.
The most likely, perhaps, leftist candidate for president in 2028 needs to reckon with her very infamous now moment of unclarity. The Nation recently published a piece titled "Why AOC Needs to Apologize for Her Infamous DNC Speech" by Kareem El-Rafai. Excuse me. Do you agree with this argument that AOC needs to apologize for saying that Kamala Harris was tirelessly fighting for a ceasefire?
I wanted to read that article, and I couldn't find it. Oh shit, my bad. AOC still needs to apologize, right? Something like that. What's the Nation? It's gonna be paywalled? Yes. Fuck you. Hold on. No. Why AOC needs to apologize for her infamous DNC speech by Kareem El-Rafai. She has the potential to unify the left in 2028 if she addresses her decision in 2024 to carry water for people committing the most severe crime of the 21st century. The failure to field genuine left-wing challengers to Joe Biden in 2024 Democratic presidential primary was one of the greatest strategic missteps from the organized left in our lifetime. We did not have a positive, unifying vision for our movement going into an era-defining election. Instead, we set ourselves up to stumble blindly through the election between rudderless, impotent Democratic administrations unflinchingly supporting Israel's genocide of Palestinians and a Trump administration that promised to strip the copper wire out of the country on behalf of the capitalist class while terrorizing and deporting workers. With no viable alternatives, the organized left struggled to find its footing between impossible options. Some called for an outright boycott of the election, while others tried to find ways to support Kamala Harris in hopes of preventing Donald Trump's return to the White House. Perhaps the highest profile intervention from the pro-Harris wing of the left wing came when Alejandra Ocasio-Cortez spoke passionately in support of Harris in the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. The speech, which was rapturously received by the crowd, was a potent symbol of AOC's newfound power within the party, but it also contained a moment that still haunts AOC to this day. Her infamous and false declaration that Harris and Biden were working tirelessly to end the genocide in Gaza. I wrote about my feelings of shock, he says, of shock. Oh, just her now calling it a genocide when asked initially, oh, her lying and getting chased down by pro-Palestinian activists to finally say genocide. Yeah, all that you completely ignoring, you might be shocked. Oh, her changing her no vote to present for funding the Iron Dome. Yeah, okay. Oh, her fucking mentor being a lifelong Zionist and Bernie Sanders. Yeah, shocking, I say. All right. And I was not alone in having a strong reaction to AOC's speech. While reasonable minds could and did disagree about the strategy of endorsing Harris, it was a betrayal for a politician. Whoa! Live? You're gonna embarrass me like this? Yeah, that one's been wrapped for a minute. Come on now. God damn it. God damn you. Hold on, because something might pop up. I just thought about that. God damn, come on now. God damn. Give me one sec. Okay, found it. But where are we here? Okay, we're right here. Sorry for the change in the coloring. Oh, the color? It was a betrayal for a politician. It was a betrayal for a politician widely seen as the standard bearer for the Democratic Socialist Bloc in Congress to lie to the public and claim that the very people perpetrating a genocide were actually working tirelessly to stop it. Enunciate. To this day, this is probably the single biggest black mark on AOC's otherwise solid record on Palestine. Oh, shit. According to IMEU, she is rated among the highest in Congress in taking positive action for Palestinian rights. The bar isn't fucking hell, but okay. Making her choice to carry water for the Biden-Harris in this way even more baffling. Nope, it isn't. You build credibility in order to cash in for exactly these type of fucking moments, because then people like you will write articles saying, she was great. She's been doing amazing. Why? Well, this is shocking. This is a revelation. How could she possibly do this? But we have to forgive her because she's been doing great. She's done great so far. She'll come back. She'll come back. That's why. It's building credibility, building that credit to exchange at the appropriate time. And amid increasing hype for a potential AOC presidential run in 2028, it is a moment that has proven very difficult for many on the left to forgive. No, it hasn't. No way. The majority report criticized her accurately the night of her speech, and then when they had her on a couple weeks later, they refused to question her on it. It is a moment that has proven very difficult for many on the left to forgive. AOC has never addressed or apologized for her decision to cover for the pro-genocide wing of her party. Even that, she covered for genocide. She aided and abetted the genocide by spreading false propaganda about what the Biden-Harris administration was working on. For her sake, and for the sake of the left's political future, she needs to do both. I am one of the many people who hope that AOC will run and win 2028, but it does not do anyone, including her, any favors to sweep this lingering sense of betrayal under the rug. One of the reasons she matters to us so much is that when she speaks, people, including, crucially, people beyond the left's current base, listen. The reason they listen is that AOC is willing to speak truth to power and to be a firebrand on behalf of working people. But in how do you aid and abet a genocide and this propaganda and then claim that she speaks truth to power? She was telling Genocide Joe to remain in the fucking race, a man that called himself a Zionist. But in her DNC speech, she weakened that connection by carrying water for the people committing the most severe crime of the 21st century. With the 2028 election coming up, it's urgent that AOC make this right. Palestine is a defining issue of our time, particularly within the Democratic Party. It is the principal dividing line between Democratic primary candidates in this year's midterms, and there is no reason to expect its importance to wane in 2028. There is no path for a left-wing contender in the Democratic primary without moral clarity with respect to Palestinian liberation, and she can and will lose her ability to marshal the support she needs if she does not keep pace with the people who have made her the icon that she is. I mean, what fucking trash is this, bro? Left-wing contender in the Democratic Party, bro. Particularly within the Democratic Party, you mean the party that carried out the fucking genocide to begin with? Nah, we're good. This is just fucking nonsense. Finish. Do I finish this chat or what? Young people are overwhelmingly sympathetic to Palestinians and want to see accountability for the genocide they have witnessed while powerless to intervene. And for the first time in history, Democrats writ large are more sympathetic to Palestinians than to Israelis. The public also understands that the Democratic Party has thus far largely aided and abetted Israel's crimes. It is therefore absolutely critical that AOC repair her bond with the anti-Zionist left. Jesus Christ. With American sympathy swinging so dramatically towards Palestinians, a strong relationship with the broad-based movement that has organized to create that shift has the potential to propel her to victory. So he's basically saying, just apologize and patch things up so that these people can forgive you and we could just pretend everything's okay and not that you belong at the fucking Hague for spreading genocidal propaganda. If she does not address these comments, they will instead remain an open sore, setting her otherwise potentially historic campaign back unnecessarily. I mean, it would be necessary to hold somebody spreading Zionist genocidal propaganda accountable and holding them back. No leftist candidate, even AOC, will succeed without a highly energized anti-Zionist movement behind her, whether it's Muslim voters in swing states, young people who have mistrust of mainstream politics altogether, or DSA organizers across the country who have shown a talent and level of ferociousness in electing anti-Zionist socialist politicians at levels not seen in a century. There is a base hungry for clarity on this issue and hungry for a candidate that can speak to their sense of urgency. What anti-Zionist socialist politicians has the DSA, do they even fucking have, much less gotten elected? What the fuck? I mean, this, fuck. All right, yeah, all right. Fuck reading. Yeah, why read, guys? You're right.
And if so, do you think that an apology
13 minutes in.
will be enough to restore faith in her from the left that she will need to buoy her campaign?
I completely agree with Kareem's piece. I mean, I was sitting there at the DNC in Chicago when AOC went up and said those lines that that Kamala Harris was tirelessly working for a ceasefire, which those of us who were part of Uncommitted, what we were doing all day was before the actual speeches at the convention, we're going around the halls of the convention, approaching kind of just like rank and file Democratic Party delegates and asking them to sign a petition calling for a full arms embargo on Israel. And it felt, and we were demanding a Palestinian get a speaking role at the convention. Everything was
demanding. You mean fucking begging them? You mean fucking begging? Hold on. I gotta handle something real quick. I'll be right back. Then we'll wrap this up. I appreciate y'all hanging around. I honestly, sincerely appreciate it. I'll be right back. I promise. And then no more distractions, no more other articles. we'll lock in and wrap this up. All right, I'll be right back. It's going to be 11. It's like 10:23. I'll be right back. I appreciate y'all. Thank you so much. Hit the like button and all that good stuff. I'll be right back. Homie, we stay up. What do you mean, Matt? In reference to who and Walker. But yeah, no, I mean, it's all an aesthetic. It's all an aesthetic. When Ethan claimed that Hassan Piker was like hiding his power level or whatever the fuck, right? That he wasn't honest about his political ideology. He's like, oh, I have chin next to me. I have USSR pins. I have all this fucking bullshit. And it's like, wait, homie, like, but you said you're not a communist. And Bernie doesn't even claim to be a socialist. And it sounds like, oh, I have a fucking communist pin for you. What the fuck are you talking about, bro? It's all an aesthetic. It's all about having like the fit. And I'm not going to knock it completely because, you know, I feel like when you're younger, like you're like, oh, let me get like stickers, pins, like it's cool. It's a cool signal. I grew the fuck out of that real quick because I'm like, I've never really had a style to begin with in terms of like fitting in with a certain fucking genre, subgroup, whatever the fuck you want to call it. I always dress comfortably, you know? Indoors, I'd be wearing fucking dorky ass tees and shit like that. Outside, you catch me in my dickies and shit. That's it. Why do I wear that? Not because I'm trying to look all fucking hard or anything like that. Because the shirts last long. Because they look semi fucking presentable. That's all it is. But for these people, you know, they got to wear all the fucking merch that shouts, hey, I'm a fucking leftist. I can afford this fucking merch. Let's see. Oh, okay. And Walker, you expanded like being hyper fixated on something all of a sudden. They're just trend hoppers. They're trend hoppers. That's all it is. Ask yourself, if Hassan Piker was really about Palestinian liberation, and I forgot who it was, did a great job at collecting, you know, all the times that Hassan has spoken about Palestinian liberation years ago. If he was really about it then and now, why the fuck would he start a political show with Ethan Klein, a known fucking Zionist? A known fucking Zionist. Why would you do that? It makes no fucking sense. Watch it. Look at this. It's right here.
You say you think the people of Taiwan, whatever they want. And it seems to me that the people of Taiwan want independence. So I'm right with you there, brother. Independence for Taiwan.
I think one nation, two systems.
One nation, two systems?
Yeah. Which is the current.
Like Israel and Palestine?
Oh my God. You don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Come on.
I'm just fucking with you. I'm just trying to get you. You say you think the people of Taiwan, whatever they want. And it seems to me that the people.
Ethan Klein mocking Palestinian liberation.
Well,
it's disgusting. And what does Hassan Piker do? Just laughs it off. It wasn't until October 7th where Ethan really showed his true Zionist colors to the world. Hassan knew from the jump. That sounds like, oh fuck, my audience ain't fucking with this. And even then, it took Ethan to end the show. Hassan still want to make extra money. There's never enough money for these people, and wants more fame. It's never enough fame for these people.
I want independence. So I'm right with you there, brother. Independence for Taiwan.
I think one nation, two systems.
One nation, two systems?
Yeah. Which is the current.
Like Israel and Palestine?
Oh my God. You don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Come on.
I'm just fucking with you.
I mean, bro, like, you don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Look at the little smirk.
Oh, come on.
That's crazy.
Come on. You don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
Rolls his eyes rolls his eyes at a white supremacist. Oh, come on. You don't want to talk about skulls. You don't want to talk about genetics. You don't want to do that. Come on, man. Don't ruin this fucking cash cow.
You don't want to go down that rabbit hole.
You don't want to go down that rabbit hole. Why not, homie? Because it would have exposed him as a Zionist prior to October 7th. They would have exposed you as a fucking normalizer prior to October 7th. Fucking sick. Mag, and yeah, Walker, it's some mixture of white savior complex and Orientalism, I think. Bro, can I be honest with you? It's not that I'm opposed to wearing one, Kaifa, but I feel like certain shit has to be earned, motherfucker. Certain shit has to be earned. I'm not saying don't purchase them, especially if they're coming, you know, when it's from Palestinians. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if you're gonna fucking suit up, you gotta be ready for some fucking action then. Hassan started off talking about, oh, you know, I'm trying to convince Bernie Sanders and AOC to do some direct action. Homie, you don't do fucking direct action. Let's be honest about that. Hassan Piker thinks that fucking direct action is streaming for fucking 16 hours a day. Hassan Piker thinks that direct action is dropping off some fucking pizzas at an encampment. Fuck out of here. Direct action is getting your fucking hands dirty, homie. And unlike Noah Sampson, I'm not here encouraging people to do it. First of all, you're a fucking dumbass if you're publicly calling for that shit. It should always be low key. Second of all, if you're not fucking doing it yourself, why the fuck are you encouraging others to do it themselves? because you're too fucking rich, because you're too fucking comfortable to fucking risk ending up locked up, fuck out of here. Do we desperately need it? Yeah, but that shit's not going to be successful. That shit's not going to be effective. We're not organized first and foremost. And like Kwame Ture, mobilization, you know, he told us mobilization is not organization. Do not get them fucking mixed up. Fucking A. My point being, I don't wear it. You know, the homie once offered me one. I didn't push the issue. I was like, hey, you know, if you feel comfortable giving it to me, it is what it is. Life kept moving. Never brought it back up because I'm like, yo, like, I'll cover my face up one way or another. It's all good. Russell, bite the bullet, vote for Hillary, former TYT Zionist contributor. Yeah, there we go. Russell and fucking Arturo, when he shows up, are kind of fucking. Y'all, the reason why I lag so hard on getting the chat up. Y'all fucking ruthless out there. Is that a good book on Orientalism by Edward Said, I believe, right? I never got around to it, not gonna lie. There's definitely something to it. Cults and cult-like thinking. It's so big in the US, representing beliefs via consumerism. That's exactly what it is. Thank you. Mag, I've been working through the book lately. It's insightful, especially the first half. All right. So I'm gonna have to finally add that. I'm not gonna lie, like for me, Edward Said was never like radical enough. He was a little too academic for me. So I never really like made the effort to read his work. I recently did read Zionism from the perspective of its victims, I believe it's called. And that was nice. That was solid. That was nice. Not gonna argue. And then Muhammad El-Kurd on In Perfect Victims has a section on Edward Said. And I remember writing on my notes, the way that he describes Edward Said at one point is the most respectful fucking like disrespect I've ever read. And yet so accurate that you can't be like, hey, te pasaste, which I would never be anyways. But if you're an Edward Said like fan or even related to that fool, or you know, it'd be hard to feel a type of way to be upset at that description because it was disrespectful, but in the most accurately respectful manner. And I like those type of insult call outs, however you want to word it. And Walker, just an odd feeling I get from these types, like peacock. Yeah, I'm like peacocking. Yeah, it's 100% that. It's all about, hey, look at me, look at me, look at me, look at me. That's all it is. All right.
This framework, I think, that is just utterly ridiculous, and that is something that he hasn't been able to shake away. But given what he has done in terms of offering support, in terms of
let's get to it.
Shut down everything was denied. It was so clear that the party wasn't budging an inch from its institutional support for the Israeli war machine and the genocide it was carrying out. So to hear those words sitting there was deeply upsetting for me personally. And I think, and I would also say that AOC's until recently lack of clarity around Iron Dome and so-called defensive weapon systems was also troubling.
Recent clarity. No, she's preparing to run either for Schumer's seat or for the presidency. It's not clarity, it's opportunism.
That said, AOC has consistently been far more pro-Palestine than what 95% of Congress has.
Who are all fucking genocide supporting Zionists? Wow.
Been a leader on pushing the Bombs Act, which would cut off most military aid to Israel.
Most is doing some heavy fucking lifting, but okay.
And recently, as part of her NYC TSA endorsement process, has made it clear that she opposes all military aid to Israel.
And now that Joe Biden's no longer in office, now that Donald Trump's in office, now that she's thinking about her next career move, all coincidence, of course. It's a true moral character change. It's an awakening. Right. It's genuine.
And so I agree with Kareem's article that for AOC to be the leader of the left, that we need her to be, and we need her to be that leader because she has incredible appeal, an incredibly vast following, not just on the left, but amongst a much larger swath of liberal voters. For her to be that leader that we do need her to be, whether it's in Chuck Schumer's seat or the presidency, I'm not sure which is the right move for her, but one of those probably, that she needs to.
This is like the great political mind. The presidency or Schumer seat. Either one. I mean, yeah, she has two options. Unless what, you want her to just fucking stay where she's at? Yeah. What do you mean? Which one would be better for her? What do you think her next move is? Like, at least give us something. I don't know. Just one of the two. Yeah, one of the two fucking options presented in front of her. Even this, he's unable to provide some clear fucking information on.
Fully reconcile with the pro-Palestine left and say, that was wrong. I fucked up.
I think the problem is, and the root of my skepticism on entryism as a strategy, is that it does seem like the people who manage to make it within the Democratic Party end up getting changed more by the party than the other way around. We have spent the last week hearing everybody from James Carville to former DNC chair Jamie Harrison say that the big tent isn't big enough to include leftists. It can include Liz Cheney. It can include warmongers. It can include apparently George W. Bush and other never Trump Republicans, but it can't include someone like Darlisa, for example.
The meltdown's been spectacular.
Right. And at the same time, just as we're speaking, 22 Democrats just joined the Republicans to vote against Rashida Tlaib's war power resolution. We watched for the first 2 years of the Joe Biden administration when he had a trifecta of them seemingly deploying this rotating villain theory where Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema were consistently deployed, seemingly very conveniently, to derail Joe Biden's agenda. And then we had another 2 years of Joe Biden explaining why he couldn't actually do anything because he didn't have the majority. We have just this week gotten these Supreme Court decisions, which have drawn fresh attention to the need for court reform, another issue that Joe Biden sort of hinted at when he was campaigning and then completely threw under the bus during his presidency, even though he had advance notice that Roe v. Wade was about to be overturned on his watch. Again and again, it seems that Democrats manage to affect a veneer of progressivism only insofar as it enables them to get people to stay within the Democratic Party plantation. And that includes progressive.
Hold on. Is Briahna Joy straight up copying Owen's Democratic plantation line? That's fucking slick, yo. That's really going in that direction. I mean, it's a smart strategy. It is. Especially as Owens continues to go more and more unhinged. Damn, okay. I did not know that she went straight for that.
Them to get people to stay within the Democratic Party plantation. And that includes progressives who, even though they are facing outright hostility from the Democratic establishment, ultimately seem to bend the knee when under pressure. AOC famously crying on the House floor after being dressed down. It seemed, we didn't have audio of it, but seemingly dressed down by Nancy Pelosi. The weird two-stepping about supporting defensive weapons in the Iron Dome. I'm sure I don't need to keep going with examples for you.
Designated by Mr. Lawson of Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote nay on House Resolution 483 amendment. He votes nay. Florida, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lawson will vote nay.
Such a fucking show. It's such a fucking show. Oh my gosh, bro.
To get why folks are highly skeptical that these electeds have the possibility, the ability to change the party. And so I put to you, at the end of the day, for very different reasons, is James Carville correct that the focus should be on forming a new party as opposed to sucking all of this populist energy into a Democratic Party, which ultimately does not believe in electability first, does not believe in vote blue no matter who, if the consequence is going to be putting forward a candidate who's a genuine progressive who's going to upset their corporate donor base.
AOC switched her no vote for the Iron Dome funding to present, which was like the first big signal that she was going to comply with the Zionist project's needs and necessities that benefit the U.S. first and foremost.
Yeah,
and she pretended to cry over it. She pretended to cry over it because allegedly Nancy Pelosi pulled her to the side and said, "Hey, this isn't going to fly in your district," or some bullshit.
James Carville's rant was instructive because he's like, oh, there should be a party schism, but when the left runs third party candidates, they say, well, you're spoiling the elections. Then the left and side party, that's not fair. You're not even Democrats. I urge listeners to just like evaluate the history of the U.S. left with the focus on how electoral politics have played out. I became radicalized in the late 1990s during the kind of anti-corporate globalization moment.
I became radicalized to what? To the left wing of the Democratic Party? Whoa, whoa, bro. Look, shout out to one of my favorite movies, SLC Punk. Was it when he's like, woo, far out? Let's see if I can find it. Is it this one? Trying to find the right scene.
Anyways, man, you heard about Sean, right?
No, what happened to Sean?
Well, you know he was selling acid, right?
No, man, I told you, $25, man. $25. It's inflation.
Shit's getting expensive. Thanks, man. No problem. Nice spikes.
Nice fucking suit.
This is right here, right here. Look.
Come on, kicking my ass. Kick my ass. Woo! Why don't you get on your fucking bikes and ride away? Hey, fuck you! No thanks, sweetheart. No thanks. Why don't you get on your fucking bikes? Kick my ass. Woo! Kicking your ass.
Come on,
Kicking my
kids
ass. Kick my ass. Woo!
The amount of times I've done that since seeing this movie. Kick my ass. Kick my ass. Too many, if I'm being honest. If they're yapping, they're not swinging. Just remember that. If they're yapping, they're not going to swing. The real threats fucking swing. They don't fucking yap about it.
Moment on the left. I was 17 when Ralph Nader ran for president on the Green Party ticket in 2000. I threw everything into that race. And, you know, the campaign had incredible moments. Nader had these super rallies at places like Boston Garden, at Madison Square Garden, that were absolutely packed and headlined by celebrities from Ani DeFranco to Phil Donahue. And our big goal, the Nader 2000 campaign, was to win 5%.
I hate this fucking guy. We have so many celebrities on there. So many amazing, beautiful celebrities. Bro, fucking shit, man. It's making me sleepy. Yeah, it's like, oh, I was so great. I was such a radical back in my day. I've done so much. I've had so much experience. I'm just so amazing. And I've done so much for this country and this party. I'm just so unbelievable. It's just astonishing. If you knew all the things I've done, you'd be amazed at me. And you wouldn't be such a fan as I am of myself, but you'd definitely be competing with my fan club, which I run for myself, by myself, endorsed by me.
Percent of the vote so that the Green Party could get federal matching funds and start to build out a party infrastructure nationally. But even amidst this moment, a real mass movement moment that this corporate anti-globalization era was, as the vote neared and the race tightened between Bush and Gore, support for Nader cratered. And I don't remember what the ultimate result was, but it was well below 5%. Fast forward to 2016, Bernie Sanders, an independent who caucuses with the Democrats, runs what at first seemed like an extraordinarily long shot bid for the presidency. I remember picking up the print New York Times that day and it being like,
they're still holding on to this independent bullshit. Nobody in modern politics has done more for the Democratic Party than Bernie Sanders. I mean, this is what I mean. Don't believe their bullshit, self-promoting marketing bullshit. I'm tired. Cut me some slack. They call themselves democratic socialists. They call themselves socialists. They call themselves progressive. They call themselves liberals. They even call themselves independents. And guess what? All of them, every single one of them, tells you to vote for Democrats. Even amidst a genocide. So what are they? What are they? They're Democrats. Fuck them and their labels, bro.
like the bottom of like A16, like a little thing. Like Sanders walks down steps of Congress and announces run. I was like, oh, cool. I'll vote for him. and it'll be a protest vote, and maybe he'll force Hillary Clinton to, like, you know, answer some tough questions or move to the left here or there. The idea that he could actually mount a serious challenge that in 2016 and definitely in 2020 had a real.
Look, I can't stand his fucking voice, and it's not like the gay accent thing. It's not that at all. It's the whisper talk thing, right? It's the whisper talk. It's the NPR fucking voice, right? This is not a homophobic thing. God created Adam and Eve, brother, not Adam and Steve. You know what I mean? It's not that. It's not that. It's not that. It's the NPR whispering voice. And of course he has that fucking filter in front of his. And you know, when I was campaigning for Nader, we did a lot there, and we were trying to make sure that it was 5% of the vote. Bernie Sanders is independence, and we realized that, like, the first time it wasn't, you know, really feasible or possible that he would win. But definitely, I'm at 100% homophobia. Jesus Christ. I can give it 110, coach. Believe me, put me in there. I could give 110. I seen that episode of Cyborg in Teen Titans. I believe I can give 110% homophobia. Believe in me, chat. He has the NPR voice, like the SNL skit. Yeah, it's just so bad. I've already forgotten the question. There was a fucking... Hold on. Whoa. There was a question? I thought Bree just said, introduce yourself. I didn't know there was a question. No, wait, there was a question. Chat, what was the question? I thought Bree told him at the fucking, like, 1 minute mark, can you introduce yourself and your legacy, your rich legacy of organizing for the Democratic Party? And I thought that he spent almost 22 minutes discussing himself and his amazing acts of radical, revolutionary, socialist achievements within the Democratic Party. My bad.
I'm afraid
I'm
of
confused.
like talking to people who are outside of my race.
Thank you. I love that one.
Shot ultimately at winning.
I fucking can't. No, I can't. We gotta skip to the end. Is there anything before the end? Is there anything before the end that I need to watch? All right, we're skipping to this. The question was, how amazing are you? No. The question was, what is your greatest weakness?
Strength and power that we've ever built, at least in, I don't know, like a century.
So it always strikes me as confusing when minor blips of a win, in terms of having, at any point over the last 8 years since AOC won, 4 to 8 progressives in Congress, is characterized as an enormous victory and proof of concept, when during that time, perhaps the worst act of the American military and worst humanitarian crisis of my life has transpired in the genocide in Gaza. And yet we're championing the existence of these people in Congress as evidence that an alternative strategy of working outside of the Democratic Party is futile. And I also am struck by the framing of it as a binary, where because one can be excited about Zohran Mamdani or Cori Bush or, you know, whomever, Abdullah Saeed, one cannot simultaneously be working toward the growth of third parties. I think what was such a frustrating moment for many of us who were invested in Bernie 2016, or who perhaps worked on the 2016 or 2020 campaigns, either as a volunteer or as a staffer, is that Bernie, by using the Democratic Party line, but maintaining his status as an independent, as he had for decades in Congress, was able to get a degree of national attention, which, to your point, was very unexpected. But what he did with that spotlight when the campaign was over was ultimately extremely frustrating to those of us who really took seriously his rhetorical commitment to healthcare as a human right, to housing as a human right, et cetera, when he ultimately bent the knee to Hillary Clinton and then Joe Biden without seemingly getting a single concession. I remember watching, in particular, the 2020 Zoom call, COVID-era Zoom call between Bernie and Biden, where he sort of demanded that Biden fight for a $15 minimum wage as like the one thing that he was going to stand for. And Biden saying, yes, I'm going to fight for a $15 minimum wage. And we all saw that played out with a sort of kabuki theater between Chuck Schumer and Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, where they all pretended that this thing had to be stripped out of the must-pass COVID relief bill by the parliamentarian so the Democrats could have quote-unquote clean hands about not passing one of the most popular and basic and fundamental social safety net interventions that we have in this country. That's all to say, why not both? And why do we not have an expectation that these electeds who now have this incredible platform not use that platform to advocate for not only third-party candidates, Green Party candidates, PSL candidates, et cetera? For example, Andre Easton, who will be on the ballot in New York running against one of the biggest Zionists, most vocal Zionists in Congress, and Richie Torres. And why, for example, there's not more advocacy for someone like Shama Sawant, who is running against Adam Smith in Washington State, who similarly is one of the most vocal Zionists in Congress. It does start to feel like there's a team sport that has more to do with supporting a Democratic Party that is antagonistic to them more than supporting these values that are shared more broadly by candidates, including those that are running outside of the party system.
I mean, to be a little pointed in my reply, I think that the Democratic establishment, for example, in the state of Rhode Island, would be surprised to hear me described as a defender of the Democratic Party. They typically think of me as like a terrorist, but I think that it is important to do both. But I really encourage people to study what it is that makes the American party system so peculiar, because my critique of, you know, forming a Green Party, forming a Labor Party, which a lot of people tried to do in the 1990s, trying to form third parties, is that one is not actually forming a political party as it would exist in any other country, i.e. an organization that's autonomous from the state and can be governed according to its own rules, with its own members electing its own leadership. You cannot have a political party like that in the United States. When you're running a third party, what you're doing is fighting to establish and maintain a ballot line. In terms of a party, we do need a Labor Party, we do need a Socialist Party. And I would argue that NYC DSA is by far the most advanced along in that process. They're using the Democratic Party ballot line, but they exercise more organizational power, more discipline over their organizational practices and elected officials at the city and state and now federal level than any political party in this country.
So, but that's confusing then. So two things are happening that I hear you saying right there. One, I hear you saying, well, we can't operate party systems as they operate in other countries. That's fine. I don't know. It may or may not be, it likely is more advantageous to do it the ways that other countries do, but that's not the standard for the Democrats, with which all of these candidates are running to be.
I think fundamentally, I'm just so tired. I'm just so tired of his fucking voice. To pretend that somehow there's a unique barrier, a unique system where third parties can't even fucking exist. From what he was saying, he was acting like it's like an impossibility. And yeah, there's no base or foundation for this. It's just nonsense. And I think Bree's gonna do a good job right now here. Sorry.
One, I hear you saying, well, we can't operate party systems as they operate in other countries. That's fine. I don't know. It may or may not be, it likely is more advantageous to do it the ways that other countries do, but that's not the standard for the Democrats, with which all of these candidates are running to be. And by your own description just now, the DSA you're saying is sort of creating a facsimile of that by using the ballot line.
I think that they're not. I think NYCDSA is acting more like a political party than any other organization in this country, including the Democratic Party.
So you have the NYCDSA behaving in that way. The question is, why is it so unthinkable that similar organizing can be done completely outside of the Democratic Party, and or while someone like the NYCDSA put their efforts behind people like Andre Easton, who I believe is in the DSA as well, individually. Or no, he's PSL, I think, actually. But people who are ideologically aligned but outside of the Democratic Party. Yeah.
I mean, I think the question should be why aren't any of these other socialist organizations able to like win very much?
Well, what do you think the answer to that is?
Because they're not running within the Democratic Party. Because they're actual fucking parties outside of the duopoly bullshit. I hate this fucking narrative because it's like, well, why can't they fucking win? Why can't they get fucking people elected? Because they're a fucking political party trying to break through. Regardless of what you think of the PSL, regardless of what you think about the Green Party, they're actual fucking political parties. The DSA is able to push Democratic politicians running under the fucking Democratic Party. They're not a fucking political party themselves. They're an organization within the Democratic Party. All of their fucking wins are Democratic Party wins. You cannot compare them to actual fucking parties. How are you saying that the NYC DSA is running more efficiently as a fucking party when they're not one, when they never had to be one? And how these fucking people are allowed to change the narrative, change fucking reality of what things actually are. You're a fucking organization within the Democratic Party. You're not yourself a party, because if you were, you'd be straggling behind the PSL and the Green Party. You'd be lost in the fucking wilderness just like them. You're able to play fucking pretend, like if you're making a change. But all you are is at best a fucking caucus within the Democratic Party, at best. And the arrogance that these people speak to you with, the pride of the shit, the smugness of it all is unfucking bearable. Because they're so fucking delusional that they want to instill that delusion upon you. So you believe the fucking hype of this white organization.
Because NYCDSA has been incredibly effective and they have a strategy that wins. I think the results sort of speak for themselves. So I think it's kind of...
Well, but Dan, let's not be historical about this. But let me be clear about this. We're being ahistorical about this. AOC... it's characterized. AOC started all of this. AOC's run was not expected.
Sorry, are we? Is this like? I mean, and you can run this if you want, if you wanted. But like, if we're gonna just like rehash the debate that you've been having with like the DSA lefts for 6 years, like why? I've had a very busy day. Why'd you have me on? Like,
well, to what? Wait a minute, Dan. How do you characterize the debate that I've been having with the DSA left for 6 years?
This is, if you want to have me on. Like I answered your question, but you're just like, now we've been like 20 minutes having the same back and forth. Like you said your piece, I've said my piece. Like it's not like I'm not like a TV talking head. I just finished the 6-part of a 7-part.
I'm not a TV talking head. I'm just so much more important than that. I'm just so much more important than that. I'm so much more significant. My time is so much more valuable than whatever little game you're playing over here.
Like a TV talking head. I just finished the 6-part of a 7-part, 16-hour series on the history of Indonesia, stretching from the dawn of Portuguese colonialism in the 16th century. I just finished my introduction on the mass anti-communist genocide of 1965, when between 500,000 and 3 million people were murdered by a U.S.-backed dictator. And I came on because you asked me, and I was like, sure, but this is not what this is like not what I was like hoping for. One question when we go back and forth and disagree, but this is like just like not a good use of my time, and it feels like a little tangentious. And
Well,
you can
that, Dan. I did ask. I specifically want to know why you think the DSA has been
But we've been
successful.
talking talking about this for 20 minutes, and you had a long list of things you wanted to talk to me about.
Well, right, but this is chief among them because Dan, very few people are as engaged with this issue. I feel like I've learned a lot from your interviews with people who've done the organizing on the ground. I don't have any pushback about the efficacy of DSA. My question is how broadly applicable those strategies are. What is sort of unique about New York and the phenomenon that, as I was about to describe, started with AOC's run, which was not a DSA.
He's asked to actually sustain and support in detail his position and the claims that he's making. That's why he's getting frustrated. That's why he's getting annoyed. They're 34 minutes in. Let's say 35 minutes into this conversation. If you're having conversation about politics, especially with people you disagree, 20 minutes on a subject is light fucking work. It only seems like an extended amount of time if you're not pushing back on each other, if you're just hearing each other without going into the disagreements. That's the only way. Because if you're going into the disagreements and the details of why it is you disagree, 20 minutes is barely getting started in a conversation.
Fueled and enabled run, the way that it's so frequently characterized. Because from my perspective, there is a little bit of a willingness to sort of get behind winners that is almost more predictive of success, like people who are perceived to be able to win, than
Zoran was pulling
a lot
at
of other
1%.
things.
Zoran was pulling at 1% when they started, and they have a political strategy that's very effective, and so they brought him from 1% to victory.
And when Zoran was polling at 1%, not a lot of people.
Against who though? Against who? Against Cuomo, who had already been disparaged, who had already been tossed aside by the Democratic Party, who had lost all credibility during COVID, who had countless sexual allegations against him. These people started off like saying, oh, Zoran was a nobody. And he was polling at like 1%. Yeah, and then his campaign started. They're acting like he was at 1% a week before the fucking election. His campaign was starting. What did you expect him to have? He was not known. He was a local politician. That's what a fucking campaign is meant to do. You're trying to give yourself credit and props for doing the fucking work of a campaign. What the fuck? Oh. Okay. But again, I've been talking about how there's a myth around Zoran Mamdani and his victory. That he was an underdog against this infamous has-been of Cuomo.
We're trying to talk to him. I was, because I have all the candidates on, because I don't wait around to see if someone's going to suddenly unexpectedly spike in the polls to talk to them if I agree with their political agenda. But my point is that I think that what Zoran had to set him apart and that really enabled him to win was ranked choice voting, for one, and the fact that the candidates are running against Andrew Cuomo.
That's right. Him and Lander were able to fucking team up and say, oh, we're one in the same or some shit like that. One, vote for him 1 and vote for me 2 or some shit like that. I forgot what their deal was, but making deal with Zionists, eh?
Who was uniquely villainous. And there was a sort of a stop Cuomo consensus that enabled Zoran's name to get out there.
And I'm now suspecting that you're going to like play all this online, even though I'm having a meta conversation with you, which I wouldn't do for a guest of mine.
What a crybaby. I would never dare to expose somebody because we're having a meta conversation. You've been talking for 36 minutes. At what point did you say, hey, off record, let's have a brief meta conversation? 36 minutes in and you're like, I can't believe you're going to post this. I can't believe you're going to post me being unable to answer simple fucking questions and follow-ups. When we're talking about a meta conversation, you see, dear mortal, I'm playing above the realm of reality. My 4D chess moves beyond your understanding. God damn, the arrogance. And the victimhood complex. I can't believe you're going to do this to me. I would never do this. Yeah. Yeah, definitely would never do something like that.
Show, which I would not do for a guest on my show.
But Dan, you just said you can play this if you want, and I never said we were going to stop. I don't edit my podcast like that.
Then that's fine. But I'm just telling you that, like, you asked me a question, I answered it. You debated me back, I debated you back, and now we're just like going over the same thing over.
You're only allowed one rebuttal? You're only allowed one rebuttal, and the conversation has to move on? I mean, what a sensitive little fucking average white man. And I'm telling you, the gap between whatever my political disagreements with Briahna Joy, my gap, or her gap, excuse me, the gap between her and these average mediocre white men is so vast that they break. They fucking break. Sam Cedar let his fucking clan hood slip by claiming that she was an angry black woman yelling at him during their debate. And when called out on it because his dog whistle was a little too fucking loud, he apologized for being too obvious. And instead of being yelled at, he should have said admonish like a true northern fucking racist. They break. They can't handle that shit. And Bree isn't even a socialist, a communist, or an anarchist. They cannot handle that shit. There's a reason why they police and gatekeep their communities to maintain them lily fucking white. 2 decades, 20 fucking years of the Majority Report, and they keep that shit white as fuck. They have one black person, but that fool better be on fucking the other side of the world, cross the pond, and only there when Sam isn't there. Better not show up to the fucking studio. Sam might go full fucking Fetterman. They keep this space white because they're all fucking mediocre. And they're doing it to protect their asses. Because it's, whoa, whiteness over everything, white solidarity. And they know not to step on each other's toes. They know not to risk fucking up each other's bag and meal. He literally described what happened. They only had one rebuttal for each other, and he's tapping out. One fucking round, and he can't hang. Doesn't have the fucking chin for it, doesn't have the fucking cardio for it, doesn't have that dog in him to keep fucking fighting for his position, but we should take political advice for him? No wonder you're attached to the DSA and trying entryism, because you can't fucking fight for shit.
And over, and my brain's just kind of like melting, my eyes are glazing over. It's just unpleasant.
My brain is melting. It's unpleasant. The slightest bit of uncomfortability for these fucking white men, gay, straight, whatever. The slightest bit of uncomfortability, and they break, they fold. Their brain is fucking melting.
I'm genuinely surprised by this. What about this is so? I thought we were just having a conversation about what seems to me to be a really fundamental issue about the direction of the left going forward. Because let me state where I'm coming from.
Okay.
I'm concerned that just like, maybe this is also something I'm not supposed to bring up, but I'm concerned that the same way that the left establishment pretended that force the vote was not a viable strategy, and then we saw Republicans. Wait a minute, we saw Republicans effectively do it 2 years later, and oust. Did he just hang up on me?
Now, people are like, Bree just won't give up on force the vote. You mean won't give up being critical that in the most opportune time, these so-called democratic socialists, the new kids on the block, were unwilling to vote as a block and put Nancy Pelosi against the wall. Only for a couple years later to see the so-called troublemakers of the Republican Party, delusional, erratic, racist, call them what you want, use that collective voting block to basically have McCarthy do whatever the fuck they wanted, to the point of just giving him the fucking boot. And it is fucking funny. It's hilarious when you see white men specifically, but white people in general, rage quit. It doesn't take much to break these fucking people because they've had an easy life. Understand that. Do not be intimidated by them. The reason why, despite George doxing me, I can laugh at his fucking nonsense is because I broke him with the slightest fucking push. This guy was going after Ethan Klein's kids left and right. And I said it, I don't give a fuck, do it, go for it. But then don't start crying when your childhood gets brought up that you put out publicly. They fucking break, it doesn't take much. At least Hassan was smart and blocked me ages ago, apparently. Because it doesn't take much effort to break these fucking white people, whether they're Turkish, whether they're a fucking Euro-American, whether they're a Euro-Australian. It doesn't take effort to break them. They haven't been through shit. It is the golden rule. I will treat you the way you treat others, and you will break because you can't fucking handle it. You've been catered to. You've been protected. Your entire life, you've been coddled. We don't have that benefit. We consistently have to prove ourselves in every space that we're in because it's dominated by whiteness. So whenever we have these radical fucking ideas, radical positions, you can bet your ass that there's a white man somewhere or a white woman there to question not just your position, not just your ideology, not your beliefs, but your fucking humanity and your right to be in those spaces. So we come prepared and we're ready for it. And we can handle that rise in temperature. They fucking can't. They melt. They melt. They can't handle that shit. They can't handle fucking UV rays. You think they can handle our pressure? Absolutely not. And again, Briahna Joy Grace is like some third-party advocate. Not a socialist, not a communist, not an anarchist. That is the reason why they police their own communities. The Majority Report will debate left and right with reactionaries and libertarians, but fold and refuse to post when somebody to their left calls them out for being Zionist propagandists. Hassan Piker calls you an ultra. Baden Panah calls people tankies. And they all call each other, they all accuse other people, calling out their fucking misogyny, their sexism, their racism, their anti-blackness, their opportunism, woke scolds. It's all the fucking same. These are all the same fucking characters. And none of them can hang. None of them can hang. When you have FD Signifier, a liberal, by my fucking regard, break you, what the fuck do you think I'm going to do to you? It is fucking pathetic. And it's across the board. That's why for me, I'm like, you're just another white man. Big whoop. Emma Vigeland, I had her red as a fucking tomato. She was getting shot down by her own fucking boss when she tried accusing me of being anti-Semitic. The same shit George was doing at that same fucking time because it was the same year. Policing for anti-Semitism. Why? Because it's all performative for them. They don't believe in shit. They don't believe in anything, bro. It's all performative.
And then like 20% is just straight up openly anti-Semitic.
20% openly anti-Semitic. Emma Vigeland saying if the shoe fits, calling me anti-Semitic. What do you mean, you people? Come on now. Come on now. Where are we at?
You say we. Who are you referring to when you're talking about Sam, huh?
Well, I don't Settlers, Europeans. Hold on.
You're talking about white people or are you talking about Jewish people?
No.
It's just pathetic, but it's all the same. It's all the same. They all fucking break. Because they're not used to having conversations with real fucking people with skin in the fucking game. Georgie would rather have some lunatic white women on, who is a military wife at that, than having Palestinians on. Hassan Piker will violate BDS every fucking stream and prioritize Jewish feelings and downplay the Zionism of Bernie Sanders every fucking time. Kyle KKK Kalinske, is out here excusing and normalizing a neo-Nazi like Grant Plattner while using the N-word left and right. They're all the fucking same. They're our enemies. They cannot be trusted. For them, they prioritize whiteness and their pockets before anything and anyone else. Man, bro. This was rough. I'm going to have a rough fucking night, man. I fucked up. I appreciate y'all. If you want to support the channel, hit the like button, subscribe, hit the notification bell if you want to know when I go live. Super chat, super stickers, memberships are all turned on. I appreciate y'all. If you want to support even more, check out the Patreon. $2 gets you access to a Discord. If you want to skip all the nonsense, hit up the Cash App. I appreciate y'all. Long fucking stream. That's what I get for being off coffee for weeks. Feels like weeks at this point. And hopping on. I want to make sure y'all remember tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. I'll be honest with you. Because of this stream, I low-key forgot. On Black Liberation Media. Saturdays with Renee. Dr. Jared Ball, I Mix What I Like. Psychic Militancy with Lara. And Jay from Millennials for Killing Capitalism. Fuck, man. That's going to be fun. That's going to be a good time. Please check that out in 8 hours. All right. Remember what Glenn Ford said, organize with eyes wide open. The Beast by John Trudell. In a wisp of smoke down on the corner, there was this cat named Fortunately, talking at me from voices in his head, yelling about what Storyteller said. You gotta be careful here, child. There's a beast in the promised land. There's madness you don't understand. The beast is crazed and running wild. Little boy, man, little girl, woman, no big deal, nothing personal. Your mind's another meal. Savoring the rush of you like heady wine. Feeding is what the beast is meant to do. Stranger are those walls built to hide. Stranger to look and learn not to see. He's in the mask you put on your place. He's in the mask. Fucking shit, man. He's in the mask you put on your face. Thoughts, his favorite breeding place. In the race of midnight, it's after 11. The nature of the beast is all he knows. Behind doors of hell are gates of heaven. Doors are open, but the gates are closed. I think that's the first time I fuck up that. I appreciate y'all. Have a good night. Yes, to will.